For years, Konami's Metal Gear franchise has stood in a league of their own when it comes to narrative ambition in video games. With each new installment, Hideo Kojima has consistently pushed the boundaries of interactive storytelling, strengthening the argument that video games are a legitimate and powerful storytelling medium. His latest works, Death Stranding and its sequel, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, only reinforce that legacy, with upcoming titles like OD and Fizzant poised to carry it even further. But the origin of this groundbreaking vision wasn't born out of creative freedom. It came from chaos. In a 1999 interview with Nice Games via Shmuplations, Kojima reflected on how the very first Metal Gear game came to him under turbulent circumstances. Quote, Konami said that they wanted a game made around the theme of war, but the development had a troubled history. Several of Konami's veteran developers, who had released many hit games before I joined the company, had been working on this war game for 2 years now, but it wasn't going anywhere. They'd create something, then scrap it, create something, and scrap it again. There was a sort of legend at Konami that if you got involved in this project, you'd up demoted or transferred. I have no idea why they kept continuing it, but I think as a company, Konami just really wanted to have a war game. So that was how the project came to me. That was where it started from. What I was fixated on making in the scope of a war game was an escape game. You know, that old movie, The Great Escape? I thought it would be awesome to make a game built around a concept like that, of trying to escape from somewhere. But when I told the senior devs on the team about my idea, they were very dismissive. Quote, there's no games like that. I was still a new planner at Konami, so I guess no one was inclined to listen to what I had to say. There was just zero motivation from the start. It was like, what do I have to do here? Do I have to start beating people up? By and by, the situation only degraded further into passive-aggressive resistance. I got to the point where I was so fed up with working at a corporation like this that I was ready to quit Konami altogether. Eventually, with the help of a sympathetic colleague and a single moment of innovation, the now iconic exclamation mark that appears when an enemy spots the player, everything changed. That one mechanic convinced the team that Kojima's vision had merit, and with that spark, Metal Gear was born. You can agree or disagree with Kojima on a number of things, but what is undeniable is that Metal Gear has long been a trailblazer in elevating cinematic storytelling in video games. That said, there's one common critique that persists even among admirers of the series. The story can be incredibly hard to follow. Kojima is known for throwing unexpected narrative complexities, so it's no surprise that keeping up with the full arc of the saga can be a challenge for many. To that effect, we're revisiting our full story series of the Metal Gear games we covered 8 years ago, but this time we have significantly expanded it, and that too in glorious 4K and 60 frames per second. This is not a mere compilation, as we have gone back and patched in several enhancements and updates, and even corrected several mistakes in our original series. So, before the launch of Metal Gear Delta Snake Eater and the 10th anniversary of Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain's release, we will take a look at the complete series, from start to finish in chronological order, in order to make it easier, hopefully, for those who are not entirely familiar with the franchise's lore and narrative, as well as for those whose memories just need to be refreshed. We will tackle the series in the following order: Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes, Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, Metal Gear, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid The Twin Snakes, Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots, and finally, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. And obviously there will be spoilers ahead, but you already knew that. In Chapter 1 of our recap of the Metal Gear franchise, we will look at the events surrounding Virtuous Mission and Operation Snake Eater in Metal Gear Solid 3, which is the very first game in the Metal Gear chronology. Quote, if I had wanted to release MGS3 within a year of releasing MGS2, the easiest way of doing that would be to pick up where MGS2 ended, using the same engine, the same game system, even the same characters. Hideo Kojima stated in an interview with GameSpy in 2004. Quote, "I guess Electronic Arts and many other companies do this, but if I did that, it would be no fun at all." Quote, "I decided that MGS3 would be about survival, and I started to think about how survival would work in the game. The game takes place in the 60s, and if the game was going to be about survival, I decided it had better take place in the jungle," Kojima further added. That decision to ground the game in a jungle survival setting would go on to define not only the gameplay mechanics, but also Metal Gear Solid 3's backdrop. Snake Eater takes place in 1964, when the United States of America and the USSR are right in the middle of the Cold War. In 1962, a scientist named Sokolov, who is the Soviet Union's foremost weapons developer, appears on the scene. So, who is Sokolov? Sokolov is a rocket scientist who played a key role in the Soviet Union's Vostok program, where he was responsible for designing the multi-engine cluster that powered the Vostok A1. Despite wanting to stay in aerospace, Sokolov was reassigned to weapons development, sparking a one-sided rivalry with fellow scientist Alexander Leonovich Granin, whom we will talk about later. Sokolov was working on a, quote, unique weapon when he got so scared of its abilities. He defects to the US, requesting that his family also be allowed to defect with him, and this is where Major Zero comes in. Zero, whose real name is David O, along with the CIA, helps Sokolov to defect to the USA. But due to the long travel distance, Sokolov gets burned out, and he has to be admitted to a hospital. However, things change considerably after the fateful events of the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the US agrees to return Sokolov back to the USSR in secret as part of the negotiations between the two nations. In return, the Soviets will remove their missiles from Cuba. He's taken back to a facility called the OKB-754 Sokolov Design Bureau, where he is tasked with finishing work on the weapon that he had previously been working on. However, the Soviets' Nikita Khrushchev's grip on power weakened. Tensions rose between him and other factions within the Soviet military. A specific faction plotted to dispose of him and replace him with Alexei Kosygin and Leonid Brezhnev. To prevent Sokolov's weapon from falling into their hands, the KGB relocated him to a factory in Rasvet and made it clear they'd kill him if needed. Now, let's take a moment to focus on Major Zero and the rest of his support team. Zero is arguably one of the most pivotal figures in the entire Metal Gear universe, though his true motivations and the far-reaching consequences of his actions will unfold gradually throughout this story series. In his early years, Zero forged a close bond with the Boss, who we'll explore in greater detail soon, and the two served together in the British Special Air Service. He later joined MI6, where he was codenamed simply O, before transitioning to the CIA, where he became known as Zero, a name that would come to symbolize both order and control in the shadows of global politics. The Boss, also known as Joy, founded the legendary Cobra unit in 1942 during World War II. Comprised of elite soldiers known as the Fear, the End, the Pain, the Fury, and the Sorrow, each member embodied a specific human emotion, giving the unit a mythic, almost symbolic presence on the battlefield. Under her leadership, the Cobras played a crucial role in securing victory for the Allied forces, earning the Boss the revered title of Mother of Special Forces. Another key detail in her story is that during the invasion of Normandy, the Boss gave birth to the Sorrow's child. After being critically wounded by gunfire, she was forced to undergo an emergency cesarean section, a procedure that left her with a distinct, snake-like scar across her abdomen. Trust Hideo Kojima to blend history, emotion, and mystery, well, so seamlessly. Defying the wishes of the Director of Central Intelligence, Major Zero went on to form the elite Fox unit alongside the Boss. Together they assembled a small but highly specialized team. Paramedic, a brilliant medical advisor with an encyclopedic knowledge of cinema, and Sigint, a cutting-edge expert in weapons and military technology. And that just about covers the Fox units. Well, almost. There's one more name you need to know: John, also known as Jack and codenamed Naked Snake. He's the central figure of Metal Gear Solid 3 and the character players step into throughout the mission. A highly skilled operative, Jack became the Boss's disciple in the 1950s, training under her in close combat, espionage, and eventually co-developing the iconic CQC system. He also witnessed the 1954 Bikini Atoll hydrogen bomb test, which, well, left him sterile. Though they parted ways, the boss left a deep and lasting imprint on Jack, shaping him into the soldier and man he would become. Both Zero and Snake held the boss in the highest regard, not just for her skills, but for her ideals. Her dream of a unified world would become the ideological foundation and eventual point of divergence for both men. There are also a couple of intriguing details worth keeping in mind. Paramedic had a deep interest in genetics and once mused about the possibility of cloning, even suggesting that Snake would be an ideal specimen. Meanwhile, Zero, during his British SAS days, would recruit a Hungarian assassin who defected from the Soviet Union. That individual plays a far more critical role than it might seem at first glance, and we'll be revisiting him right at the end of MGS3's story. And now that we have all of the Fox unit members in place, it's time to put our attention back to the main story. A couple of years later, US intelligence receives word from a mole in Soviet territory that work on the weapon is nearly complete, and that if it is allowed to be completed, it would shift the balance of power heavily in the Soviets' favor. Why? Well, because essentially the weapon, named Shagohod, is a huge tank that can fire nuclear missiles over long distances. The construction of this weapon could spell the end of the Cold War and the beginning of an all-out nuclear war. And this is where Naked Snake comes into play. Kicking off the Virtuous Mission, Snake is dropped deep into enemy territory via the world's very first Halo jump, and is tasked with one single mission: to track down Sokolov and to bring him back into US territory as quickly as possible, before work on the weapon is completed.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout model.
This is one for the history books. The world's first Halo jump. 10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings
And fly. God be with you.
While it is a solo mission for Snake, he receives backup from his commanding officer, Major Zero, his old mentor, the Boss, and the rest of the Fox unit's support team via radio transmissions. After sneaking his way through the Soviet facility, when Snake finally meets with Sokolov, the scientist informs him that a Russian GRU agent who goes by the name Colonel Volgin is leading that specific faction that we spoke about earlier, and he plans to remove the Soviet premier from power and use the Shagohod to spark a full-scale nuclear conflict between the USSR and the US. So who is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin, also known by his codename Thunderbolt? A ruthless GRU colonel, Volgin took advantage of Khrushchev's weakening political grip and allied with the Brezhnev faction to orchestrate a coup. Backed by immense wealth, he constructed the heavily fortified Groznyj and funneled resources into advanced weapons development. Though he initially supported Granin's walking tank prototype, Volgin ultimately turned to Sokolov's Shagohod when Granin's project failed to meet expectations. Interestingly, it must be noted that Granin aligned himself with the GRU's anti-Khrushchev faction out of resentment towards Sokolov, who enjoyed Khrushchev's backing. With this new information, Snake escorts Sokolov toward the extraction point. Things, however, do not go as planned. He's ambushed by a supporter of Colonel Volgin's, a GRU agent known as Major Ocelot. An intense fight with Ocelot and his unit ensues, wherein Snake recommends that the Major should focus on his revolver technique. During the course of the game, Ocelot starts as an arrogant rival but gradually grows to admire Snake, who defeats him yet spares his life multiple times. Snake sees potential in the young soldier, treating him more like a student than an enemy. Moving on, both Snake and Sokolov are able to escape. Not for long though, As Snake escorts Sokolov further toward the end of his mission, he meets someone he never imagined he would meet, at least not in the circumstances that they meet under.
Boss?
Snake's former mentor, the Boss, stands in his way, accompanied by Volgin. It's revealed that the Boss is actually a Soviet spy now, having defected earlier. A fight between master and student ensues, but it is far from being a close one. Snake is battered into submission with alarming ease, and after injuring him severely, the Boss kicks Snake off of a bridge and into a river below, a long way down. It's worth noting that as Snake is thrown off the bridge, he takes her bandana and later wears it, using it as a symbol of his unbreakable bond with her. This also marked the Cobra unit's first appearance on the battlefield, a team as eerie as they were deadly. The Fury, once a spacefarer, returned from orbit consumed by fire, his mind twisted by flame, which he now wields as a weapon of destruction. The End, sustained by a parasitic infection, was an ancient sniper in tune with the wild, known for inventing long-range warfare through absolute stillness. The Fear, disturbingly agile and animalistic, struck terror with his contorted body and ambush tactics. The Pain unleashed swarms of hornets, channeling his physical torment into relentless insect assaults. And the Sorrow, a ghostly medium, spoke to the dead and summoned their spirits to haunt the living in battle. Volgin and the Boss reacquire Sokolov as their hostage, while also capturing a KGB spy named Titania. Volgin then proceeds to blow up Sokolov's design bureau OKB-754 with a miniature nuclear shell in order to test the weapon, much to Ocelot's alarm. While a heavily injured Snake is extracted from enemy territory, Volgin's destruction of the facility sparks an international incident. The Soviet Union believes that the attack was initiated by the US, and the two countries are now on the brink of nuclear war.
Remember the Alamo. Colonel!
Confined to an ICU, Snake is now labeled a traitor and scapegoated for the Boss's defection. He found himself at the center of a national crisis. But hope came in the form of an unexpected visitor with urgent news from Major Zero. A secret hotline call between the Soviet chairman Khrushchev and US President Lyndon Baines Johnson revealed the stakes. With Khrushchev's weakening power, the Soviets demand proof of America's innocence within a week, or they'd launch a retaliatory strike. The only way to prevent a global catastrophe was clear. Snake had to eliminate the Boss and also ensure that Shagohod is destroyed. Khrushchev also requested that they should do something about Volgin as well and called it a, quote, modest gentleman's agreement. If Snake fails to carry out this mission, both him and Zero will be buried 6 feet under. As such, Naked Snake is sent back into the field again, deep into enemy territory to carry out Operation Snake Eater.
I'm about to lose it.
At the beginning of Operation Snake Eater, Snake is supposed to meet two NSA agents, Adam and the other Eva, who had defected to the Soviet Union so that they could help him, but instead, Snake acquires the help of a woman who is calling herself Eva, who is also Tatiana. Eva tells Snake that the other agent didn't make it. Snake presses deeper into enemy territory, unfazed by Ocelot's constant interference, and soon encounters a familiar name, Granin. Found at Granini Gorky, Granin offers his help, driven by jealousy towards his rival, Sokolov. He shares details of his own bipedal weapon concept, Metal Gear, and reveals that Volgin is using something called the Philosophers Legacy to fund the Shagohod. Suspecting he will be dead soon, he has planned to share his research blueprints with his scientist friend in the USA. Who this friend is something we will talk about much later. Before parting, the scientist gives Snake a key to Groznyj. It must also be noted that Granin received a pair of shoes from Tatiana, unaware that they contained a hidden tracking device. At the same time, the boss informed Volgin that Snake had eliminated the entire Cobra unit, raising suspicions of a mole within their ranks. Oh, and by the way, after taking out the End, Snake faces his most unexpected challenge yet. Just watch this. Back to the topic at hand. Growing paranoid, Volgin brutally beat Granin to death inside of a metal drum. Moments later, a hidden transmitter fell from Granin's shoe, confirming Volgin's fears of a traitor among them. After a hilarious gameplay section of disguising as Ivan Radinovich Rykov, a GRU major, Snake makes his way through enemy territory and manages to sneak into Volgin's Groznyj military fortress. However, Snake is once again soon captured by the boss and Volgin. Volgin beats Sokolov and is assumed dead and proceeds to torture Snake with almost all means at his disposal. As things go from bad to worse, events transpire in such a way that leads to Ocelot almost shooting Tatiana. In the middle of all of this confusion, Snake intervenes, and the bullet that was meant for Tatiana grazes one of his eyes, turning him into the eye patch-wearing legend the world would know him as in the future. While in captivity, he meets Johnny, a Soviet guard who once lived in America, got married, and had a son, also named Johnny, continuing a family tradition of naming all firstborn sons the same. Though nostalgic about his past and missing his family, Johnny refuses to let Snake go. If Snake plays tricks on him, like tossing rotten food, Johnny runs to the restroom, perhaps explaining the ongoing diarrhea curse among all Johnnies in this series. Snake soon manages to escape with a frustrated Ocelot giving up chase, with the intention of blowing up the hangar where the Shagohod is currently being kept.
This is where it ends. Snake!
Snake installs C4s in the hangar, and when he's about to escape, he sees that Volgin and team have an unconscious Eva in their custody. It turns out that she's been posing as Tatiana, and Volgin found a microfilm on her that contained all of the data in the world on something known as the Philosopher's Legacy. Volgin finally found the spy. It was Eva all along. Volgin then hands over the microfilm to the boss, out of trust. What is the Philosopher's Legacy? After the end of World War I, a group of the wealthiest and most powerful people in the world, referred to as the Wise Men's Committee, came together in a union that was kept secret from everyone. Hailing from the United States, the Soviet Union, and China, these were some of the most influential people in the world, even holding significant political sway in their respective nations, and together they formed a secret group known as the Philosophers. Their goal, at least at first, was a noble one: to collectively use their vast pool of resources and their considerable power and influence to guide the world away from more needless conflict, to avoid another global war in the years ahead. For a while it worked, but one by one the founders of the Philosophers passed away. By the time the last of the Wise Men's Committee had died, the Philosophers had grown exponentially in power, wealth, and influence. At the same time, however, they had also strayed far, far away from their initial goal and were corrupted and twisted by their own power. Over the coming years, the Philosophers' three branches in the US, Soviet Union, and China became the puppet masters of their respective nations and expanded their horizons massively, from influencing and manipulating large-scale global conflicts and orchestrating political events to having their own squads of trained agents and saboteurs. Eventually, they decided to pool their massive funds together to then use that money for military research and development, making weapons, rearing superhuman soldiers, and more. The Legacy was a pool of money that they had all created together, worth around $100 billion. And the purpose of that vast sum of money was to finance any and all projects that were deemed essential to winning the war. The creation of the atom bomb, as well as the formation of the Boss's team of special agents, the Cobra Unit, were all made possible because of that legacy. By the time World War II rolled around, however, things had become a little more complicated. Rifts began appearing between the American, Soviet, and Chinese branches of the Philosophers, and soon those rifts turned into full-fledged conflicts. By the time the war ended and the Cold War began, the three factions were all vying for control of the Legacy so that they could consolidate power in their own nations, and then get the upper hand over the other two groups. The Legacy, however, was stolen by one Boris Volgin, a high-ranking Soviet officer who also laundered funds for the Philosophers, and decided to appropriate their money for the Soviet Union. After his death, however, his fortune was illegally appropriated by his son, Yevgeny Volgin, who we know as Colonel Volgin. After World War II ended, though, there was infighting amongst the Philosophers, and the Legacy was split into different banks all across the world. Volgin has for long been attempting to bring the totality of the Legacy under his control, and the US has for long been trying to beat him to it. The microfilm found on EVA contains information on all of the transactions related to the Legacy. In the ensuing fight, Snake is able to eliminate Volgin and destroy the Shagohod, completing half of his mission, and finally manage to escape with EVA. However, one half of his mission still remains, and for Snake, that will be the hardest part. He confronts his old mentor, the Boss.
Light is but a farewell gift from the darkness to those on their way to die. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today.
Boss, why are you doing this?
Why? To make the world one again. The world used to be whole. But with the end of the Second World War, the Philosophers began to fight amongst themselves, and the world was torn apart.
As Snake prepares to face the Boss in their final showdown, she reveals the painful truths she's carried in silence. Her betrayal wasn't real. It was part of a secret mission to retrieve the Philosopher's Legacy and prevent global war. But for the world to believe the US wasn't behind Volgin's nuclear attack, someone had to take the blame. And that someone was her. She speaks of the Wise Men's Committee. Her own father was one of them, making her the last surviving child of the organization. But after revealing the truth to her, he was killed by the very same system he helped create. As the Philosophers fell into decay, they became less about ideals and more about fueling endless wars. Wars that recycle conflict, consume lives, and keep the global power machine turning. Her personal losses are no less tragic. Remember her child that we spoke about earlier? That baby was stolen from her by the Philosophers, leaving only a scar across her stomach as proof that she was ever a mother. During a space mission, she saw the Earth for what it truly was, one shared home, without borders, politics, or war. Her dream was of a united world, but that vision was crushed time and time again by betrayal, secrecy, and endless conflict. Now she tells Snake that everything she has, her techniques, her title, her ideals, must be passed on, and that there is room for only one boss and one Snake. Only one of them can leave this battlefield. There will be no glory, no winners. The survivor will inherit not only her codename, but the burden of living in a world that turns heroes into scapegoats. With 10 minutes before Miggs bombs the area, she gives Snake one final lesson. Prove your loyalty, not to a country, but to the mission. As the boss lies dying, the boss hands him her gun, the Patriot, and the microfilm. Snake is eventually able to overcome his emotions and kill the boss, completing his mission, resulting in one of the saddest scenes in video games. But the story doesn't end there. Just as Snake and Eva prepare to escape, Ocelot suddenly boards their aircraft, challenging Snake to one final showdown. What follows is an intense one-on-one CQC duel filled with tension and mutual respect.
Too heavy!
After testing Snake with his usual mind games, Ocelot backs off with a smirk and a promise. They will cross paths again. And just when you think the most harrowing spy mission of all time is finally over, Metal Gear Solid 3 throws more curveballs your way than you could imagine. Eva leaves Snake while he's sleeping in the middle of the night, with a tape on which she's recorded several startling revelations. First off, it's revealed that the two NSA codebreakers that Snake was supposed to meet were both men, and that Eva is actually a Chinese spy belonging to Chinese People's Liberation Army, a triple agent of sorts, and was sent into Soviet Russia to acquire the microfilm and bring the entirety of the legacy under China's control. It's then revealed that the boss told her everything, and that she never really defected to the Soviet Union either. She was undercover in Volgan's unit with the aim to infiltrate his ranks, find the location of the legacy, and bring it back under American control. However, something unexpected happened. After Volgan destroyed his weapons facility with a nuclear missile, her mission had to be changed. She agreed to take the fall for the incident, knowing that she would have to be killed by Snake so that the US could prove their innocence in Volgan's attack. To the world, she will always be the monster who almost sparked a third world war, and no one will know about her acts of heroism and sacrifice save a select few people. Naked Snake is given the Distinguished Service Cross by the President of the United States, Johnson, and given the title of Big Boss. However, Snake, who is disillusioned by recent events and is distraught over the boss's fate, cuts all ties with members of his spy team and leaves the Fox unit. He visits the boss's grave and delivers a solemn salute, tears in his eyes, a gesture of respect and grief that marks the beginning of his transformation into Big Boss.
She did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
But wait, there's more. In a post-credits scene, it's revealed that Ocelot, too, is a triple agent, having been working with the CIA, KGB, and the GRU all along. Because if you're a character in Metal Gear Solid 3 and aren't at least a double agent, well, you're doing it wrong. In a post-credits scene, Ocelot contacted the KGB's chief director to report the destruction of Groznyj and the Granin facility. He declared Khrushchev's downfall is imminent and suggested the KGB could leverage details from the Virtuous Mission and Operation Snake Eater to pressure the US in future talks. In addition to that, he then calls the DCI and reveals that the microfilm that was in Eva's possession was actually fake. Half the legacy is in American hands now, with the other half being under KGB control, restoring balance to the two. He also mentions recovering something intriguing from Granin. a groundbreaking concept for a nuclear attack platform, which might prove valuable in the future. Read Metal Gear. He also credits Snake for executing the mission flawlessly, and the Soviets remain unaware of Ocelot's true allegiance. He also said that, quote, Khrushchev bought the story, referring to the carefully crafted cover-up orchestrated by the CIA. That is, the boss had gone rogue and carried out the nuclear attack on her own, and Snake's mission was to eliminate her to prove America's innocence. By accepting this version of events, Khrushchev avoided a political catastrophe and a potential war. He proudly states that this triple agent status remains undiscovered and that he will continue operating as a contact between the new Soviet leadership. As the call ends, Ocelot reveals one last detail with a smirk. He was Adam all along, and he assures the CIA director that he remains fully at the agency's service. And that's not even it. Ocelot is the son of the boss and Sorrow. At this point, it's not clear whether Ocelot is aware that the boss was his mother, but it's likely she knew he was his son given how she corrected him many times or treated him with unusual softness compared to the other characters. And lastly, we should mention the Hungarian assassin whom Zero recruited early in his career. Unwilling to leave anything to chance, Zero secretly deployed this operative of his team to shadow Snake's mission without his knowledge. The true extent of their involvement is unknown, but they were meant to act as insurance in case Snake failed. As for who this assassin and mysterious unit really was, well, we'll get to that later. We want to close off this story of MGS3 by talking about Kojima's theme for the game, Scene. Scene here basically refers to the time and its dynamics. As the boss explains, today's enemies may become friends in the future, and things change with time. It also reflects how perspectives shift over time. For instance, Snake begins as someone loyal to the mission, but the boss constantly challenges him, asking which loyalty truly matters, the mission or the country. By the time you finish MGS3, Jack is simply not the man you began playing as. From serving under his mentor to facing betrayal from her to eventually killing her, the changing times dictated his situation and his personality. And that is the story that Metal Gear Solid 3 tells, the rise of Snake and his transformation from a soldier to world-renowned legend. We now move on to Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops. In Chapter 1, we talk about the Virtuous Mission and Operation Snake Eater, the sacrifice of the boss, and how the operative known as Naked Snake was given the title of Big Boss. In Chapter 2, we will talk about Snake's growth as a legend and his next step towards accepting the mantle of Big Boss through Portable Ops. Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops is a strange game. Strange because Hideo Kojima has given rather mixed signals about it being canonical. In some interviews, he stated that while the overall story is canon, certain parts of it are not. Yet the game's marketing trailers during the game's release boldly promoted it as the, quote, missing link, and interviews around its launch reinforced that narrative. However, during the lead-up to the Phantom Pain, Kojima made no mention of Portable Ops as part of the official Metal Gear saga, and it was notably absent from the series' official timeline as well. Quote, I always say this will be my last Metal Gear, but the games in the series that I've personally designed and produced, Metal Gear on the MSX, Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, and Peace Walker, and now Metal Gear Solid 5 are what constitute a single Metal Gear saga. With Metal Gear Solid 5, I am finally closing the loop on that saga. In that sense, this will be the final Metal Gear Solid. Even if the Metal Gear franchise continues, to me, this is the last Metal Gear, Kojima said in an interview with IGN in 2015. This is kind of shocking as many gameplay elements from Portable Ops were later refined and used in Peace Walker and The Phantom Pain. Interestingly though, Konami has since recognized the events of Portable Ops as canon. In the 2023 Master Book series, provided with the release of Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, the game was officially included in the timeline of canonical events. This shift is notable, especially since, as you'll see in our story breakdown, the events of Portable Ops directly set the stage for Peace Walker. Without the events of Portable Ops, the story of Peace Walker would feel incomplete. With that out of the way, let's dive into what happened after the events of Snake Eater. As we previously discussed, Snake's mind was broken. He felt deeply betrayed, forced to kill his mentor, the boss. He was left with a heavy burden on his heart. Disillusioned by everything he experienced in Russia, Snake left the Fox unit and retreated into a life of seclusion. 6 years passed in silence until 1970 arrived, and everything changed for him once again. Although Snake had retired from the Fox unit, the unit itself has continued on without him, now under new members. And the leadership doesn't seem to have the best intentions at heart. Among that leadership are the likes of Lieutenant Cunningham, the Fox unit's torture and interrogation specialist, and Gene, the man at the very top, the charismatic leader who has somehow managed to get the entire unit and a small army of soldiers to pledge their allegiance to him. We'll be talking more about Gene in a bit, but here's what you need to know about Cunningham. Lieutenant Cunningham, also known by his codename Boa, is a member of the rogue Fox unit. Staying true to the series' reoccurring theme of loss, Cunningham lost a leg during a mission for the CIA, which was later replaced with a prosthetic. At some point during his time with the organization, he discovered the truth about the boss's actions, that she had been framed and ultimately killed by her own apprentice. This revelation, and him being forced to a desk job, bred deep resentment towards the CIA and planted the seeds of his desire for payback. We'll delve into his true intentions later, but for now, that sets the stage for his character in Portable Ops. Following his abduction by Fox in 1970, Snake finds himself in a prison cell in the Fox unit's base on San Geronimo, where Cunningham interrogates him and attempts to get him to divulge information on the other half of the legacy. Snake, of course, has no idea where that is, which means the interrogation doesn't exactly go very well for him. Once Cunningham leaves, though, Snake comes into contact with the prisoner in the cell next to him, Roy Campbell, the sole surviving member of the Green Beret unit, who is also an expert truck driver, who was sent by the US to investigate the base.
It is Snake. Or should I say, Big Boss. Are you the real deal?
You know me?
Are you kidding? You're a legend in the Black Ops world.
Black Ops.
What's a hero like you doing in a place like this?
Beats me. I'd like to find out myself. Where are we anyway? Near the equator from the look.
Campbell instantly recognizes Snake as a legendary figure in the Black Ops world and reveals that they're in San Geronimo Peninsula, a location in Colombia known locally as, quote, the Peninsula of the Dead. This remote territory was handed over to the Soviet Army by Colombia's rebel faction FARC in 1964 in exchange for military aid during the Cold War. Campbell explains that after the Cuban Missile Crisis, rumors suggested the Soviets were searching for a new secret base location. The San Geronimo Peninsula was considered for this purpose, but construction was halted due to the rising détente between the US and the Soviet Union, as both superpowers began strategic arms limitation talks and cut back on Cold War spending. Still, remnants of the facility remain, and that's where things went wrong. Campbell's unit was sent by Fort Bragg to investigate unusual activity in the abandoned site, but they were ambushed by none other than the rogue Fox unit. His team was wiped out, leaving Campbell as the sole survivor. Since Campbell can't escape without a special key, he instructs Snake to head southeast to a communications base and try to contact the US using a satellite link. Before parting, Campbell calls Snake Big Boss, but our hero insists on sticking with Snake. After reaching the communications base, Snake gets connected with one of his old colleagues, Paramedic. She reveals that Major Zero has been arrested by the US military under suspicion of treason. Apparently, the CIA stole a top-secret weapon, and both Zero and Snake have been accused of this crime. Snake is clueless as he reiterates that he no longer works for the Fox unit, but Paramedic explains that because of Snake's reputation, the military believes he's the only one capable of pulling off such a feat. Paramedic then asks him to get in touch with SIGINT, who is assisting their efforts from ARPA, the Pentagon's Advanced Research Projects Agency. SIGINT contacts Snake to warn him that without evidence to prove his innocence, both he and Paramedic risk being court-martialed for aiding him. Snake tells him that the rogue Fox unit has taken control of the Soviet battalion stationed on the San Geronimo Peninsula. SIGINT reveals that due to the political sensitivity, Soviet forces in Colombia, and a US weapon being stolen, neither country can act openly. The Rogue Fox unit is using that leverage to push for independence, essentially trying to form a new military nation. Snake has recommended that he should start recruiting local forces to his cause, and warns that if Snake fails, both the Pentagon and the rebels will be out for blood, putting all of them at risk. Snake gets hold of a keycard and then helps Campbell escape from the cell. Realizing that the two of them have the odds heavily stacked against them, Big Boss and Campbell decide to help each other out. Campbell instructs him to infiltrate a nearby patrol base to gather more intel on the rogue unit's activities. While sneaking through the facility, Snake overhears Russian soldiers having a conversation about a mysterious weapon that is powerful enough to destroy all major cities in the Soviet Union. The soldiers speculate about a secret document from HQ that has more details on said weapon. Snake procures the secret document and finds out that the rebels appear to be planning to activate the stolen weapon, with launch protocols already in place. Campbell also reveals a critical piece of intel, the name of the enemy's mysterious leader, Gene.
You heal up pretty quick. Quick thinker, too. They trained you well. You're a good soldier.
Who are you?
Call me Snake.
Snake? Is that a code name? You must be with the Americans. Are you with the Fox unit too?
I'm not with the Americans or with Fox. I'm just a soldier.
Just a soldier.
While scouting for allies, Snake apprehends a Soviet soldier named Jonathan, who once served under Colonel Sahelanthropus, whom we'll be talking about shortly. Impressed by Jonathan's skills, Snake spares him and lets him live. Campbell explains their mission to him: stop Gene and to liberate the soldiers on the peninsula and prevent a nuclear crisis. But Jonathan laughs aloud because he believes they've misunderstood the situation. He reveals that the Red Army's soldiers weren't manipulated by Gene. They chose to follow him on their own accord. Gene offered them not fear, but hope, a nation built for soldiers like them, betrayed by the very countries that they once served. When Campbell confirms that Gene plans to target major Russian cities, Jonathan pledges his loyalty to Snake. Snake continues to recruit local soldiers as his army begins to increase in size. Later, it's revealed that Campbell is sick and suffering from malaria. Thankfully, thanks to a tip from paramedic, Snake learns that medicine might be available at a nearby hospital. Snake and Jonathan make their way there, but unfortunately, the medicines have already been used and the remaining stock has been moved to a research lab. Disappointed, the two are left stranded with no immediate options, but then something unexpected happens. A helicopter flies overhead, carrying some very important people. On board Cunningham's chopper is none other than Fox Commander Gene, also known as Viper, a man who, interestingly, shares the same codename as Snake. With him is Ursula, a psychic who spots Snake from afar. Sensing danger, Snake quickly hides from their view. Gene's chopper finally lands, and this is where we see him in his full glory for the first time. As a scaffold suddenly breaks and crashes down near him, Gene remains completely calm.
Don't move.
Commander! Lieutenant! Are you all right?
We're fine.
Please forgive me, Commander. Are you hurt?
Don't worry. Fate would never see me hurt. Now, lie still and try not to move. This man needs medical attention. I apologize for any sense of urgency. Please don't think for even a moment that I hold your work, or yourselves, in any but the highest of regards. This facility you are helping to build is absolutely vital to the strong roots of our new nation. But never forget that you, yourselves, are no less valuable a resource to that nation. A nation that will house the mightiest, most capable military ever seen by man. Warriors in their prime. We will end an era that sees soldiers discarded like tools,
and strike war from the menu of global politics. And it is you, soldiers, military engineers, who are her first citizens. Our nation's riches and its fighting spirit. I only pray that such priceless resources do not be sacrificed in vain.
The workers and soldiers near him panic, but Gene delivers a speech, praising their work and hailing them as the founding people of a new military nation. He speaks of a future where soldiers will no longer be thrown away like tools, and where war itself will be erased from the global stage. From the shadows, Snake watches. He listens to Gene's speech, and something about it unsettles him deeply. There is some weirdness in Gene's voice as soldiers are bedazzled by his tone. Snake senses that immediately and suspects its extrasensory perception, ESP, in action. Snake reaches the research lab to find the medicine for Campbell. Upon arriving, he comes across a culture tank. Inside is someone called Null, along with Elisa, the twin sister of Ursula. For some odd reason, when the soldiers come in to search the lab, Elisa tells them that no one is there, saving Snake from getting caught. When he questions her loyalty to Fox, Elisa clarifies she isn't part of the unit. Ursula is. Elisa is just a medic. She reveals that both sisters were raised in an East German lab for people with psychic abilities. Though Elisa's powers are weak, Ursula became one of the most powerful ESP users, but at a terrible cost. She lost her humanity, even her ability to speak with Elisa. Snake learns that Gene took both sisters from East Germany 4 years ago on a CIA mission to extract psychic talent, and that he was planning on launching nukes on both the US and the USSR, who are locked in the midst of the Cold War. Using nuclear missiles is something that she cannot abide by, and so she turns informant for Snake. Interestingly enough, as the Fox unit's medic, Elisa is also charged with taking care of Null. He has powerful abilities, but more importantly, he's been brainwashed and conditioned so that after every one of his missions, his memories and emotions are wiped completely. Every time he's put back in action, he begins as a clean slate, with no room for doubt or empathy. All he does is follow the mission. She then gives Snake the medicine and directs him to go to the harbor, find a weapons crate, and warn him about the dangers of facing off against Null and Ursula. Snake gives the medicine to Campbell, and he slowly starts to recover. With his condition stabilized, Snake makes his way to the harbor, and this is where he comes across someone from his past. At the harbor, Snake walks into a standoff.
Is it hard, being an officer that is when no one follows your orders? Silence! What are you? You're a monster! You try to kill a man and call him monster? Such crude behavior.
A deranged officer, Colonel Skoronsky, is screaming at Python, a soldier that Snake fought with back in Vietnam many years ago and was his most trusted ally when the boss left him during the early 1960s. During one fateful mission, Snake believed Python to have died and left him behind, following which the injured soldier was rescued and trained by the CIA and began harboring a deep resentment towards Big Boss. They fitted him with a nitrogen-filled cooling suit, turning him into a walking cooler machine. Rebuilt by the CIA as an anti-Snake operative, Python was genetically and mentally shaped to mirror and eventually eliminate Snake if needed. Python mocks the Colonel, grabs his gun, freezing it in his hands as Skoronsky screams in pain and leaves. Snake comes into the picture and asks the Colonel if anyone still follows his command. Instead, he explains that Gene didn't gain power through ideology or strength. He used something simpler: fear. Using ESP, he reached deep into men's hearts, stirred their greed, and gripped their fears. Regardless, Snake opens his cage and he is set free. So, who the hell is this Colonel anyways? Colonel Skoronsky was a loyal Red Army officer and former World War II fighter pilot who once commanded the San Geronimo Peninsula base. When Gene led the rebellion, he ousted Skoronsky from power and forced him into hiding after his own soldiers betrayed him. Now, back to the story at hand. After discovering that the weapons crate they were after is empty, Snake and Campbell grow suspicious and continue their search for further intel. Suddenly, Snake receives a mysterious call from someone identifying himself as Ghost, a man who clearly knows far too much. He thanks Snake for taking down Volgin during Operation Snake Eater and drops a bombshell. Gene has stolen a new type of nuclear tank, one far more advanced than the Shagohod. This machine, modeled after the original Granin design, is a walking nuclear platform capable of launching multiple warheads at once with terrifying reach. So, what is it called? Well, you guessed it right, Metal Gear. Ghost reveals it's not armed yet, but Gene plans to load it using the Soviet nuclear warheads stored on the peninsula. Now, with the truth exposed, Snake realizes the mission is clear. Destroy the nuclear warhead storage facility before Metal Gear can be activated. Using the intel gathered through his growing network, Snake and his team pinpoint the location of the warhead storage facility. Armed with TNT, Snake infiltrates the site and plants the explosives, but just as he's about to escape, Python appears, freezing the TNT and blocking his path. The two clash, the anti-Snake versus Snake himself. As expected, Snake overcomes him, but chooses not to kill him. Wounded and defeated, Python praises Snake's strength. As his cooling suit begins to fail, Snake presses down on his chest to slow the nitrogen leak, thereby saving him. Python states that soldiers don't find purpose in nations or enemies, they find it in a leader worth following. Python and Snake make peace, but our hero's mission has now become a lot more complicated. They are unable to destroy the warhead facility, the nukes have already been moved, so now they need to destroy the Metal Gear itself. However, the team still doesn't know where Metal Gear is being kept. But with Ghost's intel and Snake's network findings, they start connecting the dots. Reports suggest that the warheads were transported from the storage site to a ballistic missile launch silo. Snake then recalls something Ghost had mentioned earlier. A government official involved in the Metal Gear transfer who was stabbed in the back by the army and presumed dead. That detail suddenly makes sense, as Campbell reveals that a captured official at the airport gave up the exact location of the silo. Snake now moves towards the silo, and there he comes across Null.
So, this is Null, the perfect soldier. What is this guy?
Snake opens fire, but Null effortlessly deflects every bullet with his machete, flipping through the air and slashing past Snake. The two engage in a brutal fight. After a fierce clash, Snake manages to defeat him. As Snake dodges a desperate attack, he suddenly recognizes Null's fighting style, and memories of a soldier in Mozambique come flooding back. Before Snake can piece it together, Cunningham bursts in and captures Snake and brings him to Gene for interrogation. Gene challenges Snake. Who are you loyal to? Why do you fight? According to Gene, once a soldier embraces the battlefield, they can never truly leave. Gene then reveals the horrifying truth. The entire Metal Gear operation was orchestrated by the CIA. The plan? Will hand the weapon over to the Soviets, not out of betrayal, but to prolong the Cold War. With the Soviet Union's economy collapsing by losing the Philosophers Legacy, and America securing dominance through strategic arms limitations talks, the CIA feared losing relevance. By leaking Metal Gear, they could restore the balance of power, reignite tensions, and preserve their own power structure. Snake is stunned, but Gene isn't done. He reveals that he himself was programmed by the US government, the result of a secret successor project designed to engineer the perfect battlefield commander. Gene was modeled after the Boss, inheriting not only her fighting capabilities, but even a voice capable of inspiring absolute loyalty. Due to this project, Gene was able to have a voice that can take advantage of people's fears, basically his ESP abilities. Calling Snake his brother, Gene refuses to kill him and exits the interrogation room as he attends a phone call from someone you would be shocked to know. During the call, Gene confirms that negotiations with the Kremlin have succeeded. They won't interfere. Metal Gear's trajectory data was convincing enough, and now the CIA is in a full-blown panic. Gene thanks his contact for the help, but suspects he didn't act alone, and the person who helped his contact has the same codename as Null. We wonder who has the same codename as Null, And then he drops a name. He was speaking with Ocelot. That guy is everywhere, isn't he? Well, just then, Null storms in, walloping Gene's men left and right. Despite being told that Snake has already been captured, Null refuses to stay down. Gene dodges Null's attack and wallops him to send him flying across the room.
You mean Snake? He's been captured. Your mission is complete. Stand down, Null.
No. Why won't you die, Snake? Out of my way. I'll kill him. I must kill him. I must kill.
You will follow my orders, perfect soldier. I am your commander.
Take him to the preparation chamber.
Elisa, seeing Snake is alone, tricks a guard to meet him. He suddenly hears Elisa's voice in his head, a telepathic message. Gene has begun preparing Metal Gear for a ballistic launch, and orders have already been given to start loading the nukes, but admits even she and Ursula don't fully understand Gene's intentions. She tells Snake that Metal Gear has likely been moved to the assembly plant, and if he can destroy it there, might still prevent a nuclear disaster. Snake is rescued by Campbell and Jonathan, who successfully break him out of prison. Snake wastes no time and makes his way towards Metal Gear's location, but standing in his way is Lieutenant Cunningham, once again demanding the location of the second half of the Philosopher's Legacy. Elisa crashes a truck into Cunningham's hovering platform, and both her and Snake make a quick escape. As they move closer to the assembly plant, Snake confronts Elisa about her betrayal towards Gene. Elisa explains that while she was once loyal to him for rescuing her and her sister from the labs in East Germany, but she couldn't stand by once she realized he was willing to use nuclear weapons. She reveals a painful truth. She and Ursula are victims of nuclear fallout. Their parents were physicists killed during the Christian disaster, and the trauma from that event awakened their psychic abilities. He says her vision shows Snake stopping Metal Gear, while Ursula foresaw him plunging the world into fear. Two views which would turn out to be true, as you would see later on during the story recap.
So this is Metal Gear.
Okay, let's hurry up and plant these bombs.
You're not getting away from me this time, Snake.
Gene. Metal Gear.
Snake and Elisa finally reach near Metal Gear, codenamed Rasha. But as soon as they take the next step, they're stopped by Gene and his men. However, all of a sudden, Metal Gear starts moving, killing Gene's soldiers, and you can guess who's controlling it. Our very own good old Colonel Skaronsky. But Gene, being the cunning villain he is, orders Ursula to awaken. Instead, Elisa starts acting strange and telling Snake to shoot her. Turns out Elisa and Ursula are one and the same person. Ursula awakens and interestingly she says, "I'll kill you, Snake. Kill you before you spawn your accursed snake children." Ursula throws the Colonel out of Metal Gear and takes control. A battle ensues and Snake defeats her and destroys Metal Gear Rasha. Seeing Metal Gear destroyed, Gene's soldiers are impressed by Snake, with some starting to doubt whether Gene's vision for a nation of soldiers will ever come to fruition. Gene, observing everything, simply laughs at the situation and says this must be why Snake caught Ocelot's eye, much to Snake's surprise. As this exchange continues, Ghost steps out from the shadows and finally reveals himself. He was Sokolov all along. He thanks Gene for rescuing him during the events of Operation Snake Eater and reuniting him with his family, but says he cannot support using nukes against Russia, his homeland. All of a sudden, helicopters appear above, transporting a massive machine, the real Metal Gear. Jean reveals that Rasha was only a decoy. Snake demands that Jean stop, and then, in front of his remaining men, Jean delivers a chilling speech, declaring that the Cold War is ending, but true peace will never come. As tensions rise, Jean uses his ESP and stokes paranoia among his soldiers, and they start shooting each other. Snake is wounded, and in a final heartbreaking moment, Jonathan throws himself in front of Snake, taking a fatal bullet.
Snake! Look out!
Despite Jonathan's death, Snake presses deeper into the underground silo complex, only to face off against Null. Demanding to know why Snake refuses to die, Null goes crazy, but Snake finally recalls the truth. 4 years ago in Mozambique, a soldier fighting with shocking precision and innocence was given the nickname Frank Jaeger, the Frank Hunter. That soldier was Null. After a fierce fight, Null is defeated again. Removing his mask, he remembers everything. Jaeger fought with guerrillas in the Mozambican War of Independence in 1966. Snake would save him and got him admitted into rehab. But the philosophers twisted him instead. Now with his memories restored, Frank Jaeger stands beside Snake one more time, and both of them make peace. Snake finally reaches the heart of the silo, where Lieutenant Cunningham confronts him atop his hovering platform. And that's when Cunningham drops a shocking revelation. He was never working for the CIA. His true loyalty lies with the US Department of Defense. Cunningham explains that the Pentagon, threatened by the CIA's growing power, recruited Jean to steal Metal Gear before it could be handed to the Soviets. The plan? Well, let Jean launch it at the USSR. Cunningham will then destroy the base with a Soviet-made Davy Crockett nuke and pin it all on the CIA. The result? The CIA loses face and the Pentagon regains control. Cunningham reveals the darkest twist yet. Snake was manipulated all along and his actions would force Jean to launch the Metal Gear. He offers Snake an out, board a chopper, return home, and be hailed as a hero. But Snake refuses, and after a fierce battle, Cunningham dies, taking his twisted game with him. Snake finally reaches the control room and comes face to face with Jean, and now it's time for some real talk. Interestingly, much of what Jean is going to say will actually help shape Snake's vision for the future and his eventual transformation into Big Boss. Jean reveals that while Cunningham thought he was in charge, he was just another pawn. Jean knew about the Pentagon scheme all along and used it to push his true agenda. Snake demands answers and Jean drops the real bombshell. Metal Gear won't be launched just at Russia. It's also headed for Langley and the Pentagon, a strike meant to erase the philosophers, plunge the world into chaos, and reshape the global balance of power. Russia wouldn't be spared either. With the launch traced back to a Soviet site, global outrage would erupt, shattering the Warsaw's Pact influence over the developing nations. The resulting chaos would even spark direct clashes with NATO forces. His goal? Well, to create Army's Heaven, a stateless nation of elite soldiers who operate from the shadows and control history itself. He reveals that the events of Operation Snake Eater, Volgan's nuclear launch, the boss's death, were all part of a grand setup, orchestrated by a hidden strategist. It isn't clear who this hidden strategist is. Some theorize that he was Ocelot, or Zero, or it may be the DCI. If you ask for my take, I would say it was Hot Coldman from Peace Walker, but more on that when we get to Peace Walker. Just as Jean initiates the launch, Elisa/Ursula appears. She denounces nuclear war, but Jean stabs her, escapes, and leaves her dying in Snake's arms. With her last breath, she tells Snake Metal Gear is launching from a backup control room. She also shares a final vision resulting into one of the best scenes in the series.
The futures we saw were one and the same. Snake, you will destroy Metal Gear. And you will create a new Metal Gear in its place. Your children, les enfants terribles. Snake, Your son will bring the world to ruin. Your son will save the world.
What are you trying to say, Elisa? Elisa!
Snake is shaken, but pushes on. In the final room, Gene challenges Snake to one last duel to prove who the true successor of the boss really is. Snake wins. Dying, Gene concedes defeat in the failure of the successor project. He tosses Snake a microfilm containing all the data, resources, and plans for Army's Heaven, something that Snake will use to kick off the events of Peace Walker. As the countdown begins, Snake contacts Sokolov, only to learn the launch cannot be stopped. His only shot is to destroy the Metal Gear unit mounted on the rocket before liftoff. Despite its heavy armor, Snake fires everything he has, and is soon joined by the loyal soldiers he inspired. Their combined assault causes Metal Gear to destruct mid-air, aborting the strike. Snake reunites with his old Fox unit, who hands them orders to establish Foxhound. He also gets to know that Campbell is recovering well, while Frank is alive but deeply scarred. The government buries the truth, instead crediting Snake with stopping a Soviet threat. As former soldiers salute him, Snake realizes that the battlefield is where he truly feels alive, and that he needs a reason to keep fighting. But the story isn't over yet. Portable Ops ends, as Metal Gear games often do, with the one and only Ocelot. Earlier, it was assumed that the other half of the legacy was with the KGB, but then somehow, and it isn't explained, Ocelot found it, and then somehow it managed to land up with the CIA. Ocelot manages to kill the director of Central Intelligence, in addition to acquiring all the names of the living philosophers and getting his hands on both halves of the legacy. With the philosophers out of the picture and their legacy entirely under his control, he joins up with Major Zero, and the two of them decide to begin working on their new big project, which eventually goes on to become known as the Patriots. He says, quote, "It's all part of our plan to make the world she envisioned a reality," referring to the boss's vision from MGS3. He also reveals that Zero was actually the person who ensured the Fox unit went rogue. He also talks about getting data from the perfect soldier, which will help them in the genome research later. And as Ocelot agrees to work with Zero, he sets just one condition: that Zero gets Big Boss to join up and work with them as well. We wanted to end this part of the Metal Gear saga by highlighting an important point. Even though Portable Ops wasn't directed by Hideo Kojima and didn't carry a thematic title like the other entries, a clear theme still emerges: succession. Gene believed himself to be the boss's true heir. The government even created a successor project in her image. But through the events of this game, it becomes clear that it's Snake, not Gene, who embodies her legacy, at least till the end of Portable Ops, before his vision goes astray. And yet, Snake hasn't fully accepted the mantle of Big Boss just yet. But that moment is coming. And that is the story that Portable Ops tells. We now move on to Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. In Chapter 3, we'll talk about the origins of Snake's private military group, Militaire Sans Frontières, and the events that led him to accept the title of Big Boss. It's interesting to note that Kojima did not want to work on the development of Peace Walker and wanted to pass it off to his staff. During TGS 2009, however, he revealed why he once again took the mantle of director. Quote, "Solid Snake's storyline has ended with MGS4, but there's still a lot more when it comes to Naked Snake's storyline. There's the philosophy of nuclear deterrence. America and Russia just kept piling up their nuclear weapons. And when you have an army, it deters enemies from invading. That's yet another theory of deterrence. Why can't we get rid of nuclear arms and soldiers from the world? I'm sure that everyone's thought about it. And then there's the reality, which I hope players will think about as they're playing Peace Walker. Back then, it was a time when these theories were actually thought to be effective. And now, we're paying the price. We've still got tons of nuclear weapons scattered all over the world. To fully grasp the weight of these ideas, it's important to understand the chain of events that brought us here. So before we dive into Peace Walker's story, let's first fully explore the circumstances that set it into motion. As we revealed during the conclusion of Portable Ops, Snake decides that the battlefield is the only place where he truly feels alive, and he should keep on fighting in order to live. In order to achieve this, he envisions a nation where soldiers would be truly free and wouldn't just be disposable tools for their governments, something he learned from the boss and subsequently from Gene. If you recall, after the events of Portable Ops, Zero and Ocelot decides to use the Philosophers Legacy and take matters into their own hands. They appropriate the legacy and decide to use it to reform the philosophers in their own image and direct them to goals that they see fit. For this purpose, they recruit several allies. Chief among them is Snake. Alongside him, they also recruit Dr. Clark, aka Paramedic, David Anderson, aka Sigint, and Eva, after Snake rescued her in Hanoi in 1971. Together, the 6 of them form the organization that goes on to be known as the Patriots, also known as Cypher. But even in the nascent years, Cypher wasn't a completely comfortable partnership between its 6 founding members. In particular, Snake and Zero often failed to see eye to eye on crucial things, such as the very reason for Cypher's existence, and what goal the organization should be working towards. In their own way, they were all trying to enact the will of the legendary soldier, the Boss, mentor to Snake and a woman respected deeply by everyone, but they all interpreted her will in vastly different ways. To Zero, Cypher was a tool that could control the entire world and unify under one single will and vision to achieve true peace. To Snake, the Boss had dreamed of a world where soldiers would be truly free and wouldn't just be used and thrown away. Due to these different themes, Snake and Zero's relationship was quite rocky, and a key event proved to be the final straw that completely broke things down between the pair. Knowing the value of Snake, who would become a legendary icon all over the world, and how crucial he would be to Cypher's success, Zero came up with a project called L'Enfant Terrible in 1972, which saw Dr. Clark, aka Paramedic, using Snake's DNA to create clones. These clones would later go on to be known as Solid Snake and Liquid Snake. There was also a third clone, Solidus Snake, but we'll get to him a little bit later. Upon learning about L'Enfant Terrible, Snake left Cypher, followed by Eva and Ocelot abandoning the group as well. Snake then makes his move to Vietnam, working with elite reconnaissance units operating deep behind enemy lines. In 1972, he meets Katsuhiro Miller, also known as Kaz, and later as McDonald Benedict Miller, and Master Miller. So, who is Kaz? Kazuhiro Miller was born in Japan to a Japanese mother and an American officer. After discovering his father's identity, he moved to the US, took on the name Miller, and earned a degree from a local university. Returning to Japan in 1968, he found his mother hospitalized and mentally deteriorated from illness. Needing to pay her medical bills and seeking a path to the battlefield, he joined the JSDF. However, Kaz eventually left the JSDF because, after his mother's death, he felt no personal reason to remain in Japan. He then returned to the USA, but learned of his father's death as well. But not long after leaving the USA, with no real combat experience, he embedded himself with a group of revolutionaries in Colombia, posing as their drill instructor. There, he got the name Master Miller. One morning, his unit was ambushed by Colombian government forces who had taken up Snake's services as well. Half his fighters were gone in a blink of an eye, and he was left bleeding from a nearby explosion. As Snake moved to leave the carnage behind, Kaz, barely conscious, shouted after him. He begged Snake to let him fight, to give him a chance to finish what he'd started. Snake turned back, but Kaz had a grenade hidden under his body, a last-ditch attempt to take anyone with him. Before Kaz could release the pin, Snake pinned his hand down with both of his own. Snake then wondered, why would a man go this far? Why would someone with no hope left still cling so fiercely to the fight? Kaz's answer was simple. He didn't want to lose. Impressed by the sheer will to survive, Snake brought him back and ensured he would recover.
Hey, boss! Wanna go around?
It's now 1974, 10 years after Operation Snake Eater and 4 years after San Geronimo incident. And Snake, with Katsuhiro Miller, using whatever funds they had left from Gene's files, formed a private military group known as Militaires Sans Frontières, translating to an army without borders, based off of the coast of Colombia. Kaz and Snake soon received 2 visitors, potentially clients for the MSF. They are Ramon Galvez Mena, a renowned Costa Rican scholar, and a girl, Paz Ortega, who is his student and advocates for peace. We'll be talking about Paz's history a bit later in the story recap, so let's focus on what the duo wants. Galvez wants to hire the MSF to look into and ultimately push back an armed force known as Peace Sentinel that has entered into and occupied Costa Rica, who themselves cannot do anything about it thanks to their peace constitution and the fact that they're not allowed to bear arms. Snake, however, suspects that Galvez is actually allied with the KGB, and when the professor is confronted with this allegation, he accepts it, informing them that Paz is unaware of these facts. Galvez tells Snake and Kaz that the Soviet Union wants to establish a stronghold in Central America, and as such, they want to hire MSF to investigate and push out the armed force occupying Costa Rica, who is a CIA mercenary unit. Snake is about to refuse when Galvez does something that changes his mind almost instantly. A few days earlier, Paz had been captured by the Peace Sentinel, while she was looking for a lost friend, whom we'll talk about a little bit later, and then consequently imprisoned and tortured. While she was able to escape, she recovered a tape recorded by a friend. Galvez plays this tape for Snake, who, much to his own surprise, hears the voice of his former dead mentor, the boss, in the recording.
So what?
Now it gets interesting.
Poisonous. I need to get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's all many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
Boss. Voice print analysis confirms that this voice is indeed that of the legendary hero and criminal, the boss.
Confused and intrigued, he accepts the offer, saying that he will do this mission for Paz. Kaz also approved of his decision, since he sees this as a means to put down some roots for the MSF and eventually allow the organization to grow. In payment, the MSF are given a chopper for transport and given the use of a forward operating base off of the coast of the Caribbean. Snake soon arrives in Costa Rica, but when he does, he immediately notices that something is amiss. At a remote supply depot, Snake interrogates a radio operator who mentions something called spears. Shortly after, a strange VTOL aircraft passes overhead, and Snake discovered a map detailing the locations of regional military outposts. What truly raised alarm, however, was the stockpile of radiation detection badges scattered around the area, paired with the operator's mention of spears. It pointed to something far more dangerous. Snake and Miller quickly realized that nuclear weapons were being shipped into Costa Rica, a direct violation of the Treaty of Tlatelolco, an agreement born from the Cuban Missile Crisis to keep Latin America free of nuclear arms by banning them entirely. Snake, realizing that he needs more intel on the territory and geography of the region, enlists the help of the Sandinistas, the Sandinista National Liberation Front, refugees who are actually Nicaraguan guerrilla fighters, led by Amanda Valenciano Libre. So, who are the Sandinistas? The Sandinistas emerged as a resistance movement, and their foundation was inspired by General Sandino, a self-taught fighter who led a guerrilla campaign against US Marines in the 1930s. After his assassination by Somoza forces, Nicaragua fell under the grip of a dictatorship that lasted decades, backed by American interests. Over time, the Somoza regime became increasingly corrupt. Things reached a breaking point when an earthquake devastated the capital, and international aid was looted by those in charge. From this environment of suffering and injustice, the Sandinista National Liberation Front was born, carrying Sandino's name and mission forward. Amanda and her father, Commandant Valenciano's unit, was driven out by Somoza's National Guard and forced to flee into Costa Rica. With no resources left, the exiled group accepted support from the KGB, who provided a drug lab to fund their survival, a compromise Amanda accepted with quiet shame. Amanda's little brother Ricardo Valenciano Libre, also known as Chico, got to know about this arrangement and would often quarrel with her regarding this matter and would run away. During his time away, Chico would often track what was going on in the surrounding areas, including noticeable transportation operations, giving him knowledge on local routes to various places. After Peace Sentinel wiped out the lab and killed her father, Amanda reluctantly accepted being Commandant, although no one from her team calls her by that title. Unfortunately, Chico has been kidnapped by the CIA's forces. Snake realizes that he needs help to track the nukes, and the one person who can help him do that best is Amanda's brother, since he knows the routes through which the nuclear weapons are being transported. Amanda tells Snake the location of the prison facility where Chico is being held, and without further delay, Snake sets off to free him from imprisonment. In the meantime, Amanda joins MSF. Snake locates Chico, who tells him of the route for the nuclear shipment, but asks him to kill him since he revealed the location of his team to the Peace Sentinel. Snake gives an inspirational speech to join him, and then he joins the MSF.
Listen to me, Chico. You died here today. You understand? You're hombre nuevo, a new man. Now, give that new life to me.
Huh?
Fight with me, little soldier. Show me how strong you really are. Dry your tears, then promise me one thing. No smoking until you get older. Remember, real heroes are never as polished as the legends that surround them.
You got it, boss.
Snake is fine.
What's that? Ah!
When Snake arrives at the facility where the nuclear weapons are supposed to be held, he finds that they have already been transported elsewhere. However, his excursion to the facility is not in vain, as he makes some other discoveries. He overhears a conversation between a man known as Hot Coldman and a certain wheelchair-bound Dr. Huey Emmerich. Huey has developed a perfect deterrent, and Hot Coldman, who is the CIA station chief of Central America, plans to use it to launch a nuclear weapon, which will eventually help him return to his original post as director of the CIA. The engineer Huey is hesitant to agree with Hot Coldman's plans and does not see eye to eye with him. The conversation between the two soon turns into an argument before Coldman finally leaves. Now, let's hold back a moment and talk about Huey Emmerich. Huey, born on August 6, 1945, the day of the Hiroshima bombing, grew up with a spinal defect that left Huey paralyzed from birth. He once dreamed of becoming an aerospace engineer, believing science could lead humanity beyond war, but he came to realize that even the pursuit of space was fueled by military rivalry. And so, determined not to let nuclear weapons remain symbols of destruction, he aimed to turn them into tools of deterrence instead. Huey's research into bipedal weapons wasn't born in isolation. Remember Granin from MGS3 and his scientist friend from the USA? Well, Huey was Granin's friend, and he'd long exchanged ideas with him. After Granin's sudden silence, the designs eventually landed in Huey's hands through CIA channels. Granin wanted this to happen anyways, as mentioned in MGS3, courtesy of Coldman. Coldman would eventually force Huey to work on a perfect deterrent, which we will talk about shortly. And so, who the hell is Hot Coldman? Remember the strategist we mentioned during the events of Portable Ops? Although the saga never reveals the real identity of this person, the strategist was likely this guy, the ex-CIA director, Hot Coldman. He was behind planning the boss's death and Operation Snake Eater, and his success was celebrated back then. However, seeing his rise and dominance, the CIA removed him from his position. Keen to win over his status, he used his contacts to get his hands on Granin's Metal Gear blueprints, and then hired Huey and Dr. Strangelove, whom we'll talk about later, to start working on a secret weapon. And now, back to the story. Snake reveals himself to Huey, but then he sees something covered being lifted off. After that, he is attacked by a mech that resembles Shagohod, and after taking it down, Huey reveals that the mech was Pupa, one of 3 prototypes he built for the nuclear deterrent. Walking bipedal mech, the Peace Walker. So, what are these 3 prototypes, and what the hell is the Peace Walker? The Pupa is a ground-based AI weapon that hovers its rear section using compressed air, moves via treads and boosters for high-speed propulsion, much like the Shagohod. The Chrysalis is an unmanned aerial unit capable of extreme maneuvers beyond human limits and is armed with a railgun that fires conventional shells using electromagnetic force. The Cocoon is a heavily armed fortress, capable of limited vertical movement and outfitted with missile launchers and modified Hedgehog-style spigot mortars. The Peace Walker is a nuclear platform designed as a fail-deadly system, capable of autonomously launching a retaliatory strike without human input. Developed as a response to the flaws in nuclear deterrence theory, particularly the human hesitation to retaliate, it removes that uncertainty by guaranteeing automated retaliation. The system's AI is divided into 2 components: the reptile pod, which handles basic motor functions, and the unfinished mammal pod, still in development by Dr. Strangelove, which would allow for complex decision-making and target analysis. Coldman plans to launch a live nuclear test as a public demonstration to secure funding and validate the deterrent concept, and impress the CIA. And do you know the big deal with every single one of them? They are completely unmanned. Huey, who does not agree with Coldman's methods, agrees to join MSF and informs Snake of the nuclear weapons and Peace Walker's location, and tells him to look for Dr. Strangelove's lab. While en route to Strangelove's location, Snake comes across a woman in distress, an ornithologist named Cecile Cosima Camanades. She tells Snake that she had come to Costa Rica a week earlier in order to study the native Quetzal bird, and while recording the bird on a cassette player, she accidentally also recorded the voices of 2 women in conversation, as a result of which she was captured by the Peace Sentinel and imprisoned before she managed to escape. Snake realizes that the tape she is talking about must be the one in Paz's possession, the one that features the voice of the boss, and that Cecile must be the friend Paz had mentioned earlier. Sending her to the MSF's forward operating base, which has now been dubbed Mother Base, Snake proceeds with his mission. However, he soon receives word from Kaz Miller that while the tape Paz had brought with her had indeed been the one that Cecile had been talking about, Cecile had never actually met Paz in her life. While he is baffled, Snake chooses to deal with the situation later, deciding to focus on finding Strangelove first. Now, before we move forward, who really is Dr. Strangelove? Strangelove is a brilliant scientist that led her to Caltech and then to NASA, where she worked on Project Mercury, the manned spaceflight initiative. It was there that she met Huey and the boss. Strangelove respected the boss. After the boss was branded a traitor, Strangelove never stopped seeking the truth. Recruited into ARPA and then later DARPA, she devoted her career to building an AI machine that could prevent another human from enduring what the boss had. Coldman's project to create an autonomous nuclear deterrent gave her that opportunity, and in response, she built the Mammal Pod, an AI modeled entirely on the boss's mind, not as a weapon, but as a way to preserve her will, and perhaps uncover her truth. When Snake finally finds Strangelove and her lab, he makes some startling discoveries. Upon entering Strangelove's lab, Snake is shaken to see the boss's horse, and further discovers that Strangelove has recreated the boss as an AI using CIA data on her.
Jack! Boss! Jack! Go home. I'm not your boss anymore.
Boss?
Go home!
No,
Complete your mission, Snake. Extinguish that noble soul once again, if you can.
Strangelove had previously worked closely with the boss in the past, and as such, she held a deep resentment towards Snake for the boss's death. She built an AI modeled around the boss's personality, the Mammal Pod, and it is this very AI that now controls Peace Walker, believing that as the finest rational human mind she had ever known, the boss's AI would be capable of selecting the most suitable targets for nuclear retaliation, no matter what. She challenges Snake to destroy the AI, to kill the boss once more, and he tries. However, due to the AI's haunting words, Snake is unable to do so and eventually passes out. When he comes to, he faces off against Chrysalis, and after a long and hard battle, he manages to defeat it. After the battle, Kaz accuses him of letting his past interfere with his mission, and Snake vows to destroy the AI and Peace Walker when he comes across it next. With the help of Huey, Kaz is able to confirm the location of Peace Walker, and Snake immediately rides the boss's horse in pursuit. Snake reaches a mining pit and faces off against the cocoon, defeats it, and makes his way to Peace Walker's hangar. He confronts the Mammal Pod and jumps right inside. It holds no memory of their final mission, confirming Snake's belief that this machine is not truly her. Coldman appears and states that he believes machines, unlike people, will not hesitate to retaliate, and thus offer the only true deterrent in an unstable Cold War era. Strangelove, obsessed with preserving the boss's legacy and uncovering her true final will, demands answers from Snake, trying to extract the truth through interrogation, but Snake passes out and is placed in a prison but procures Strangelove's ID card in the process. Snake manages to escape and reaches the facility where Peace Walker is being kept, and sees that Coldman has somehow taken Paz captive as a bargaining chip against MSF, and plans to launch a nuclear missile using Peace Walker soon, with MSF's mother base being the first target. He also reveals that work on the Mammal Pod is now complete. Peace Walker is activated and an intense battle between man and machine ensues. Snake attacks Peace Walker in an attempt to destroy it, but he fails, and the bipedal weapon is transported across the border to Nicaragua, with Coldman also escaping with Paz in custody. Snake gives chase on the boss's horse, but it misses a step and is brutally injured. In a scene reminiscent of Snake killing the boss, Snake shoots her horse, yet another heartbreaking moment for Snake. After reaching the mountaintop, Snake arrives too late. Peace Walker has gone into the distance, and the enemy Hind flies off with Paz in custody. Miller reveals that Coldman discovered Paz's connection to the KGB and likely took her to extract intelligence. Amanda informs Snake that Peace Walker is heading west towards Lago Cocibolca, near a US military base now under American control since the earthquake. With help from Nicaraguan revolutionaries, she offers Snake a boat route across the Rio San Juan into Nicaragua. Miller explains that Coldman is preparing to launch a nuke in 2 days, coinciding with a major US-Soviet summit, likely to sabotage or influence the SALT II talks. Miller informs him that Peace Walker is likely being controlled from a communications tower to the west, while the actual launch will take place at an airfield across the lake. As Snake moves deeper into the facility, he notes something off. Soviet troops are present on a US base. Miller informs him that MSF reinforcements are on the way and urges him to reach the control tower immediately. Snake reaches the control tower and finds Coldman and Paz, with the former initiating a retaliatory simulation meant to trick Peace Walker into launching a nuclear strike on a false Soviet attack on the US. Coldman reveals that Peace Walker was never built to strike first. It only reacts, making the deception part of a grand display of deterrence. But before the final codes are entered, Soviet forces take over the facility, and it's revealed that Ramon Galvez, the professor, is actually a Soviet agent named Vladimir Zadornov. He has been in league with Coldman from the very beginning. However, his true intention is to bring Peace Walker under Soviet control and launch a nuclear missile against Cuba instead, making it appear as though the US attacked its own ally. Just as Zadornov is about to turn and kill Snake to finish the job, the combined forces of MSF and the Sandinistas storm the facility and the control room, but Coldman is gravely wounded and is almost on the brink of death. With tragedy avoided, Zadornov and Coldman are both captured by MSF, and Amanda is finally called Commandant by his team, followed by cheers of Big Boss for Snake.
Freeze!
You dare point your gun at a comrade?
We will not be pawns of the KGB. We will win our own victory!
Hasta la victoria siempre!
Amanda! We're home! Look! We're back in Nika! We did it, Amanda! I mean... Comandante!
Boss, you hurt?
I'm fine.
Big Boss.
Big Boss!
Big Boss!
Big Boss!
Big
Big
Boss!
Boss!
Big Boss! Big Boss! Big Boss! Big Boss! Big Boss! Big Boss!
Now, if you think this is Peace Walker's happy ending, you're very wrong. As is often the case with Metal Gear Solid games, things are far from over, and stuff is about to monumentally hit the fan. While on board the chopper that is transferring the captured and wounded Coldman to Mother Base, he somehow managed to activate Peace Walker's data uplink, and the result? Well, not good at all. The data uplink from Peace Walker convinces NORAD that the Soviet Union is about to launch nuclear warheads, targeting the USA's west coast. Snake takes on Peace Walker, destroys the mammal pod, but to no avail. In an absolutely stunning scene, and perhaps David Hayter's best portrayal of the character's emotions, Snake contacts the National Military Command Center, identifying himself as Big Boss, and attempts to convince them that the data is fake.
Sink it in the lake! With that much water pressure, even the tiniest crack should be enough to flood the innards. The AI pod is a mass of highly sensitive electronics. Short the contacts and the signal will stop.
How much does that thing weigh?
500 tons.
It's hopeless. We can't move that thing.
Get the Pentagon on the phone.
Incoming MIRV warheads have separated.
Estimated time to impact now, 11 minutes.
Sir, we've got a call.
The president?
No, sir.
Then who?
He,
Spit it out!
He claims to be Big Boss. Big Boss? Patch him through.
Mr. Chairman, I'll get straight to the point. Cancel the retaliatory strike now.
What?
The radar blips you're seeing are all fakes. No one's launched any nukes.
How do you know?
The launch data is fake, part of an experiment that leaked. You weren't supposed to receive it. Your radar is showing missiles that don't exist.
If you're lying, then we've got 10 minutes till we're toast. We have to retaliate or more Americans die.
The experiment was planned and executed by the CIA station chief in Central America.
Then put him on!
He's dead. I can give you his name, though.
We need more than the authentication code you gave the switchboard. We need proof you're actually Big Boss. Do you have any?
All right. If you know the name Big Boss, then maybe you were there at the ceremony when I received the title from President Johnson.
Indeed I was.
We don't have time for this bullshit!
Hold it! Let's hear him out. You were saying?
the ceremony, the DCI tried to shake my hand. I refused. What happened in that room is classified, top secret. Only a handful of people would know.
He's making it up! Don't listen to it! Wait! Why did you refuse to shake his hand?
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged.
Everybody, listen to me! Those Soviet missiles are fakes!
What? You're actually going to believe him?
He's right. This is some sort of commie trick.
No, it's the real Big Boss. Trust me.
How can you know for sure?
Because I was the Army Chief of Staff back then, and I was standing right next to the DCI when it happened. I saw everything. You saved us all, Big Boss. We'll stand down the alert.
Thank you.
When we meet again, I hope you'll shake my hand.
Skeptical and needing confirmation of Snake's identity, the chairman demands proof that he's truly Big Boss. Snake recounts a moment from his past, the day he received his title from President Johnson, when he famously refused to shake the DCI's hand. The chairman, who witnessed it firsthand, recognizes the story as genuine. Despite protests from suspicious members, he confirms Snake's identity and calls off the strike. However, an internal protest breaks out, and they prepare to retaliate. Peace Walker continues to send false signals, bypassing the mammal pod, with the reptile pod taking up its dying wish. Seeing the uncontrollable situation, Snake breaks down in front of the boss's AI.
Why? I don't understand. Answer me. Tell me why. Answer me.
But then, all of a sudden, something unimaginable happens. With a nuclear strike imminent, the boss's personality takes control over Peace Walker's AI and drowns itself in an act of sacrifice, severing the connection and effectively ending the threat. Strangelove and Huey realize that, despite being a machine, it acted from heart, not logic. Her innocence has been proven. The ending events of Snake Eater showcase the boss sacrificing herself for peace by laying down her arms. Peace Walker did the same thing by drowning itself and preventing a nuclear crisis. Snake finally realizes why the boss did what she did in Snake Eater and decides his path will be different. He doesn't agree with her choice to lay down her gun and rejects her ideals by tossing away her bandana, a sign that he has let go of the past, and asks Kaz to finally call him Big Boss.
I won't make the same choice as her. My future is going to be different.
Then?
Yeah, that's right. From now on, call me Big Boss.
It's still not over though. Some time passes, and in this period, Huey and Strangelove have together developed Metal Gear Zeke, a bipedal nuclear tank similar to Peace Walker that would serve as a deterrent for MSF should someone decide to attack it in the future the way that Coldman did. Soon, Big Boss and Kaz both notice that Zadornov has repeatedly made almost successful attempts at escaping Mother Base. As such, they both suspect that Zadornov has inside help from MSF. Big Boss kills Zadornov, but just before he breathes his last, he states that his work is done, indicating that there is a twist in the tale. And what is that twist? Paz, now Pacifica, reveals herself to be an agent of Cypher, in league with Major Zero, and she has been using Zadornov's escape attempts as distractions to, bit by bit, bring Metal Gear Zeke under her control. She reveals that Cypher, or Major Zero, wants to bring the various intelligence agencies across the world under its control, and that it plans on doing the same with MSF, so that it and Big Boss can both act as a sort of shield, complete with nuclear weapon Zeke, for the organization and ensure its growth in fact of any opposition in the future. Big Boss refuses Paz's offer, at which point Paz threatens to launch a nuclear missile on American soil if Snake doesn't surrender MSF to Cypher. A fight ensues, and Big Boss is able to cripple Metal Gear Zeke with an explosion. as a result of which Paz is thrown into the ocean and assumed to be dead. Furthermore, Kaz also reveals to Big Boss that he was in cahoots with Cypher and tells him he only did it because he wanted MSF to grow and become into a profitable business and a force to reckon with. However, Snake believes that they were not supposed to act independently, and now, after the events of Peace Walker, the whole world will be after them. Big Boss chooses to let go of Kaz's revelation for now, but that will soon come to bite the latter in the future. In a later tape recording, it's revealed that Eva sent over some more details to Big Boss, shedding more light on the boss's past. She urges Big Boss to not forget the path she took. However, Big Boss depressingly states that he simply can't take that path. But wait, there's more. It's also revealed that Kaz is actually a spy, working with Zero in the background. He talks about something that's going on near Angola, which we'll talk about in future events. He calls himself a businessman, not a friend nor an enemy. It's also revealed that the Les Enfants Terribles project has been successful, and that Solid Snake and Liquid Snake are growing up to be clones of Big Boss. By the end of Peace Walker, MSF has outgrown itself and has now become a powerful independent army with nuclear capabilities thanks to Metal Gear Zeke. The game concludes with a powerful speech from Big Boss, in which he declares MSF as Outer Heaven, an organization where soldiers are respected and always have a place where the fires of war will never die out. Though never directly stated in the series, Outer Heaven is less a physical location and more a concept. Big Boss's vision of a world shaped by soldiers for soldiers.
We will forsake our countries. We will leave our motherlands behind us and become one with this earth. We have no nation, no philosophy, no ideology. We go where we're needed, fighting not for country, not for government, but for ourselves. We need no reason to fight. We fight because we are needed. We will be the deterrent for those with no other recourse. We are soldiers without borders, our purpose defined by the era we live in. We will sometimes have to sell ourselves and services. If the times demand it, we'll be revolutionaries, criminals, terrorists, and yes, we may all be headed straight to hell. But what better place for us than this? It is our only home, our heaven and our hell. This is Outer Heaven.
So then, what was Kojima's theme for this game? It was peace. By having nuclear deterrence, nations ensure there is peace among them, with no country willing to challenge the other. But is this theory foolproof? Through Peace Walker, Kojima challenges and pushes the concept of nuclear deterrence to its very limits. And that is the story of Peace Walker. Snake finally accepts the mantle of Big Boss, and his legend spreads far and wide. Little did he know that it would come with its own set of consequences. We now move on to the events of Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. In Chapter 3 of our Metal Gear Saga recap, we spoke about how Snake finally accepted the title of Big Boss and established an army called MSF, also conceptually titled as Outer Heaven. In Chapter 4, we'll be taking a look at the events of Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes and how Big Boss and the players will lose everything they built during the events of Peace Walker. Now, before we jump into the plotline of Ground Zeroes, it must be noted that with Metal Gear Solid 5, Kojima wanted to go open world, giving players extensive freedom with how they planned their mission and approach to stealth mechanics. Back in February 2014, on X, back then called Twitter, Kojima stated that, quote, "Since GZ is a real stealth simulator game, it's a bit different from other open world games. On-rails games have players proceeding with flags according to the design programmed, such as A to B to C to D to E to F, and then finally to the goal. Cutscenes are included and they drag players into the game. Ground Zeroes allows you to play the missions in an open world freely, It's up to the player how you play tactically. Moreover, the way to evacuate. Thus, after missions are cleared, you'll want to play them again and again. The story carries over from mission to mission, but you have total freedom. Although Ground Zeroes was not a true open world, it was a sandbox and was just a taste of what the Phantom Pain had to offer. It's worth noting that when it comes to storytelling and tight level design, I genuinely believe the former outshined the latter. Ground Zeroes felt like the classic Metal Gear Solid through and through, and I absolutely loved it for that. Had the Phantom Pain delivered a dozen or so missions with the same level of focus and design as Camp Omega, it could have been something truly special. That said, what's done is done, and the Phantom Pain still went on to be a critically acclaimed game, and deservedly so. We will talk more about the Phantom Pain in the next part, but for now let's shift our focus on the events of Ground Zeroes. Set in 1975, in the months after Peace Walker, MSF took on independent contracts and soon became a force to reckon with. Kaz, with his businessman mindset, grew MSF into a beast, with hundreds of loyal soldiers who report to no nation and a nuclear-capable death machine in Zeke as a deterrent. MSF caught the world's eye, as Big Boss had predicted during the conclusion of Peace Walker. Katsuhiro Miller informed Big Boss that the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, had officially reached out, claiming NSF had acquired nuclear fuel. They were now requesting to inspect MSF's facilities and check whether they had a nuclear weapon. Big Boss immediately dismissed it as nonsense, suspecting it was Cypher's doing, a payback for the Paz incident. Since the MSF wasn't a signatory to the IAEA, legally they weren't obligated to declare anything, and the IAEA had no right to inspect them. The only course of action was to reject this request officially, and MSF sent a letter to them stating they were a private organization and had done nothing suspicious. However, secretly, Huey contacts the relevant authorities and tells them that MSF is ready for inspection and the team prepares to hide Metal Gear Zeke underwater. Big Boss and Kaz got to know about this and wanted to know how, despite their clear stance, they ended up agreeing to the IAEA's nuclear inspection. Huey eventually admitted that after MSF had sent a letter of refusal, he went behind their backs and contacted the agency again, this time giving them the green light. He argued that it was the right move by stating that if the inspectors came and left without finding Zeke, it would be a PR win and the world would see them as clean. Big Boss orders the preparation of the inspection, and in order to avoid any issues, all armored vehicles would be sent to shore and any staff deemed risky would accompany them on mandatory leave. Amanda was out of sight, stationed in Cuba, and Strangelove had already left the base a week earlier, while Big Boss was away with Zeke completed and no ongoing AI research. There had been no reason for her to stay. As Big Boss and his team are completing the preparations for inspection, Miller receives word that Paz is still alive and has been captured by a certain organization. Against all odds, she had survived the explosion in Peace Walker and was found drifting in the Caribbean by a Belizean fisherman. According to Miller's intel, Cypher had begun to suspect that Paz was a double agent. She was now being held at a black site on the southern tip of Cuba, a military facility outside of U.S. legal jurisdiction called Camp Omega. And what's more interesting is that the timing of the IAE inspection of Mother Base seemed too convenient to be a coincidence. Miller believed it was part of a broader move to verify information Paz may have leaked before her disappearance. Remember, Paz knew everything about Big Boss and MSF during her stay with them during Peace Walker. So if word got out about MSF's true capabilities, especially Zeke, the backlash could be catastrophic. For now, they kept Paz's matter on hold and continued their preparations for inspection. But then something happened that no one could have thought about. Chico disappeared. He was supposed to be with the latest resupply drop in Havana, but Amanda reported he never arrived. Apparently, he made his way to Camp Omega where Paz was held, but got caught by the base's personnel. With a distress message from Chico, it was decided that Big Boss would not be present during the inspection and would have to take on a mission to rescue Paz and Chico and bring them back to MSF. So now, what do we know about Camp Omega? The base in question was technically US operated, but not on American soil. Originally leased from Cuba in return for supporting their independence from Spain, the agreement had never been dissolved, even after the Cuban Revolution. As a result, the US continued to run operations on the land, and this legal gray area gave the government the perfect cover. What started as a center for refugees had quietly become something far darker. In recent years, the CIA and similar agencies had transformed it into a black site. Prisoners were subjected to brutal interrogations, far removed from the eyes of any human rights organizations. What happened inside stayed buried in silence. Both Chico and Paz were being held there, and what they were going through was anyone's guess. Big Boss is inserted into Camp Omega with the mission to rescue both Paz and Chico, fully aware that it could be a trap.
We'll send a chopper from across the Cuban border. You should be back at Mother Base in time for lunch. You'll probably just miss our guests. The only catch is you go in solo. The politically sensitive nature of the mission means backup is not an option.
Fine. I like some alone time now and then.
As soon as he reaches the sneaking point, he sees a unit known as XOF being led by a mysterious man leaving the base. Big Boss then makes his way through the base and finds both Paz and Chico. He observes both of them were brutally tortured, with neither of them able to walk. Regardless, he extracts them and takes his chopper back to Mother Base. As they make their way back, he notices a scar on Paz's belly, and they all realize that there is a bomb inside of her. The extremely skillful and one of Big Boss's best men, the MSF medic, successfully managed to extract the bomb from inside her stomach, and they throw it off the chopper. In the meantime, Big Boss receives a call from Huey, who confirms to him that the IAEA team has reached the base and the inspection process was a success. However, when Big Boss arrives at Mother Base, he sees the structure in flames and quickly concludes that the inspection was a ruse by XOF to get into MSF's base. Mother Base is battered. All the players' work in Peace Walker roasted to ashes. It's an absolute slaughter. Big Boss manages to escape the base with only a few people, notably Chico, Paz, Kaz, and the MSF medic on a chopper. In a blink of an eye, Mother Base was decimated, leaving Kaz extremely frustrated.
They played us like a damn fiddle!
However, a delirious and remorseful Paz informs them that XOF had planted another bomb inside her, and in an attempt to save Big Boss from the explosion, she jumps off the chopper. The explosion still strikes the chopper partially, and just as an enemy helicopter collides with it in mid-air, the impact causes Big Boss's chopper to crash. Everyone on board is killed except for Big Boss, Miller, and the MSF medic. Someone would later arrange a unit that would help Big Boss and Miller to get admitted to Hospital Miña de Barranquilla in Barranquilla, Colombia, and there Big Boss and the medic would fall into a 9-year-old coma. When Big Boss would wake up, he would have only one thing in mind: revenge.
Don't you die on me, damn it! Keep his dropping!
Intubate now!
Clear!
No response. Hit him again!
Clear! You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, I know. You would like to know how long. I'm afraid it's been 9 years.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer. The body I've lost. The comrades I've lost. Won't stop hurting.
Now, let's hold on and go back just a bit. Just who the hell is this scarred guy? And why did he and XOF attack Big Boss and Mother Base? Well, he is Skullface, the same Hungarian assassin that Zero secretly deployed to shadow Big Boss's mission in MGS3 without his knowledge. Skullface was brought up in a village with oilseed fields, a location in northern Transylvania, an area that reverted to Hungarian control from Romania during World War II. Hungary initially allied with Nazi Germany as part of the Axis powers, but was later occupied by the Soviet Union. During World War II, Allied bombers attacked the factory where Skullface's parents were working based on false reports that it was producing weapons. Fire consumed the building, and as people scrambled to escape, he was knocked down in the chaos. He choked on smoke and heard his name called one last time. At the infirmary, a nurse looked at him and coldly said, quote, "They should let the poor thing die." Those were the last words he remembered in his native language. Soon after, foreign troops invaded, and his language, his final piece of identity, was taken from him. His burned skin never healed as he would be tortured again later, but none of it compared to the pain of that day in the factory, drenched in boiling oil. For Skullface, language was his biggest piece of identity, and he felt insane levels of anger and frustration when that one thing too was snatched away from him. Keep this in mind, as this is a pivotal theme behind Skullface's motivations in the Phantom Pain. He would later work as an assassin within the Soviet Union, but during his journey he crossed paths with Zero during his time in the SAS. This encounter led to his defection from the Soviets, and the two would go on to collaborate on several operations. As noted earlier, in the 1960s, Zero would recruit him to establish XOF, a shadow unit created as a mirror to Fox, and appointed him as his XO. Surprisingly, neither the boss nor the CIA were aware of XOF's existence at the time. While Fox carried out high-profile operations, XOF operated quietly in the background, providing covert assistance, cleaning up loose ends, gathering intelligence, and eliminating potential threats. Skullface's presence was constant, even if unseen, whether the operatives, including Naked Snake, realized it or not. Following the San Geronimo incident, the Fox unit was officially disbanded, and both Skullface and XOF would align with Cypher as its strike team. However, something would eventually drive a wedge between Skullface and Zero, sparking a deep hatred towards him, and, by extension, Big Boss. Before the events of Ground Zeroes, Skullface would capture Paz when she was rescued by a Belizean fisherman who found her drifting in the Caribbean, fully aware that she was a Cypher spy. But what did he really want from her, and what exactly caused his hatred towards Zero and Big Boss? Well, that's something we're going to explore when we dive into the Phantom Pain. So, what was Kojima's vision with Ground Zeroes? While he didn't assign it a specific theme like scene or piece as he did with previous entries, one could easily deduce the underlying concept: awakening. The events of Ground Zeroes in many ways marked the awakening of Big Boss's darker side, setting him on the path to becoming the monster the world would one day come to know. His path to madness was laid, brick by brick. And that's the story of Ground Zeroes. Big Boss is presumed dead, but when he returns, nothing will stand in the way of his transformation into a demon. Fueled by vengeance, he will set his sights on dragging Skullface and XOF straight to hell. With that, we now move on to the events of Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain. In Chapter 4 of our recap series, we covered the downfall of MSF, the destruction of Mother Base, and how a mysterious individual named Skullface wreaked havoc on Big Boss and company. In Chapter 5, we will look at the events of Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain and the rise of the legend of Big Boss in the form of Venom Snake, also known as Punished Snake. Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain is a very different entry in the series compared to the previous games. Beyond being an open-world Metal Gear, Kojima's storytelling approach also saw a significant shift. While the core cutscenes were still present, much of the narrative unfolded, quote, on the ground, during missions to extract targets or gather intel. To fully grasp the game's lore, players had to go beyond the usual expectations of a linear, single-player experience, piecing the story together from the world itself, cassette tapes, and key cutscenes. In a 2014 interview with Game Informer, Kojima explained how he approached this in The Phantom Pain, while revealing his appreciation for Grand Theft Auto 5. Quote, "I haven't been able to play that many games. I do try to watch people playing them. I want to play GTA badly, but I haven't found the time to play Grand Theft Auto 5. With that in mind, we're calling Metal Gear Solid 5 an open-world game. That's the way we're bringing it out, but ideally, I want to create a game that even people like me that don't have too much time to sit down and play the game for a long time can play through it. There will be long missions, there will be rather short missions, there will be kind of episodic chapters like a TV series, and if you have time, you play these chapters. When you have time, you build up your Mother Base. Eventually, your character starts developing, and when you put it all together, it becomes a huge story. That's the way I try to develop it," Kojima said back then. This approach laid the foundation for the complex and layered narrative that would define the Phantom Pain story. And what a story it is! In many ways, the Phantom Pain's lore feels refreshingly unique, though much of it is tucked away in cassette tapes, on-field conversations, and moments open to interpretation. Once you piece it all together, it becomes clear that Kojima was at the height of his creativity here. Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain is a story told through a flashback. Big Boss is shown standing in a room, in front of a mirror, in a location known as Outer Heaven, with the sounds of gunfire roaring in the background. He picks up a cassette tape, it begins to play, and the screen fades out. It's 1984. A plane dives sharply and crashes, with someone breathing heavily in the background. Though the event isn't shown on screen, it's a detail worth keeping in mind.
Mayday! Mayday! Controls unresponsive! Tower, do you read? Shit! Comms are down.
Big Boss, now going by the codename Punished Snake or Venom Snake, has been in a coma for 9 years, having suffered grievous injuries in the attack by Skullface on Mother Base. He has, for instance, lost his left hand, which is later replaced by a prosthetic. He also has a piece of shrapnel stuck in his forehead, and it is always jutting out of him like a horn, making him look like a demon. When he wakes up, the doctor informs him that he's been in a coma for 9 years, and he's put through the paces in numerous medical examinations. The doctor recommends to Big Boss that they should change his face. He should undergo plastic surgery so that no one could recognize him. However, the world does not want for the man known as Big Boss to know anything that even resembles peace, and soon enough, the hospital comes under attack. The doctor tending to Big Boss is strangled by an unknown woman, an assassin sent by Cypher's strike team, XOF. But as she turns her attention to kill Big Boss himself, he is rescued by a heavily bandaged patient. And by heavily bandaged, we mean he has bandages covering his entire face, almost like a mummy, who goes by the name of Ishmael.
Okay, have time to go.
What happened to the woman?
The woman? We gave her a light. She took the short way down.
Who are you?
Who am I? You're talking to yourself. Been watching over you for 9 years. You can call me Ishmael.
What the hell is going on?
Well, the good news is, you're in the land of the living. Bad news? The world wants you dead.
The two of them get into a scuffle while Big Boss, or Ahab as Ishmael refers to him as, watches from his bed in a delirious condition. And the scuffle ends when the woman, who's been set completely on fire, falls from the window. Shockingly, for some odd reason, Ishmael has the exact same voice as Ahab. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, and nothing worth noting, right? Well, anyways, that's not the end of the attack though. An entire strike force sent by Cypher's XOF is infiltrating the hospital, with the sole intention of eliminating Big Boss. Not to mention the fact that 2 more people with supernatural powers, namely Tratij Ribanok, who is often called the Third Boy and has psychic powers and goes on to be known as Psycho Mantis in the future, and the Man on Fire, a beastly gargantuan figure who is completely engulfed in flames and whose real identity remains unknown, are also in the very same hospital, looking for Big Boss in order to kill him, making it very clear that this has all of the makings of a bad night for our hero. So who is the Third Boy and Man on Fire? Well, the answers to those questions will be revealed a bit later in this recap. Somehow, after several close calls, including witnessing a giant burning whale in the sky, a totally Kojima thing to do by the way, Big Boss manages to escape the hospital attack with Ishmael's help. The bandaged patients steal a hospital ambulance for them, and the two drive away in a hurry. However, Cypher's XOF forces give chase, and as a result of gunfire from a pursuing chopper, Ishmael, who is behind the wheel, is knocked out, making the ambulance crash. Big Boss, once again, having just come out of a coma after 9 years, loses consciousness. When he wakes up, he sees that Ishmael is gone, and realizes that his assailants are still looking for him. It is then that he is rescued by none other than Ocelot, who we last saw during the events of Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops. Ocelot tells Big Boss that they have worked together before, but Big Boss, for some odd reason, is not able to recall that. Without wasting any time, he climbs onto the man's horse and gallops away, with the Man on Fire and the Third Boy pursuing them on a flying horse engulfed in flames. Ocelot and Big Boss are able to slip away from the two of them eventually. When they do, they would arrive at a whaling ship that would be their way out of that hellhole. Ocelot then gives the newly awakened Big Boss the lay of the land. After the hospital attack, Ocelot reveals that Big Boss and Kaz has been in a British military hospital in Dhekelia, a sovereign base area on Cyprus under British control, but outside of Cypriot jurisdiction. He had been moved there from Cuba's Little America to Cyprus's Little Britain because the UK and US are close allies, making it the last place Cypher would think to look. This location kept him hidden and safe for 9 years, but Cypher's XOF desperation to kill him was so great that they even launched an attack on British territory, turning on their own ally in the process. Big Boss then asks who the guy in the bandages who saved him was. Ocelot, for some odd reason, totally dodges that question. Ocelot then briefs Big Boss on the current political climate. Ocelot recounts how, in 1979, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan after the local Soviet-backed regime collapsed into infighting and lost the people's support. Expecting a quick victory against guerrilla fighters armed with antique rifles, the Soviets instead became bogged down in a prolonged war of attrition against the locals, whom Miller had been training near the Zero Line under CIA sponsorship, but was eventually captured by Soviet forces and taken deep into Afghanistan. 4 years later, Afghanistan had become the Soviet Union's Vietnam. Villages destroyed, homes burned, wells filled, and fields mined, breeding deep resentment among the locals. The locals, bound by their code of revenge, inflicted revenge on captured Soviet soldiers. After the destruction of the MSF and Mother Base, Kazuhira Miller started another mercenary company known as Diamond Dogs, and Ocelot was given a mission to rescue Big Boss. Miller and his Diamond Dogs had been doing wet work in the Soviet war-controlled Afghanistan for some time now, looking for clues as to the whereabouts of Cypher, and in the process, Kaz has gotten himself captured by Soviet soldiers. Once Big Boss gets outfitted with a new prosthetic arm thanks to Ocelot, the two of them make for Afghanistan. Big Boss sneaks into a Soviet camp and manages to rescue Miller, who had been put through extreme torture. He's literally lost an arm and a leg, and if Big Boss had reached him a few hours later, Kaz probably would not have survived.
Kaz.
No more use for me, huh?
Kaz, it's me. I'm here to get you out.
Snake.
They do something to your eyes?
No, it's just bright as all.
While escaping the base, Big Boss and Kaz are ambushed by a mysterious unit of 4 with a skull-like appearance, the very same unit who supported Kaz's abduction. Their arrival is shrouded in a thick mist, but the duo manages to fight them off and make their escape. So who the hell was that unit? Well, we're going to talk about them a bit later. When Miller takes Big Boss back to the Diamond Dogs' very own Mother Base 2.0 if you will, the two of them decide to exact revenge against Cypher for the destruction of MSF. However, Big Boss makes it clear that this isn't just about the past and about revenge. They're also fighting to build a future. Big Boss accepts the role of the leader of Diamond Dogs and adopts the codename Venom Snake and Punished Snake as an indication for the, quote, lust for revenge that fuels not just his purpose, but that of the Diamond Dogs as well. Following the fall of Mother Base, Miller updates Big Boss on the fates of some familiar faces. Amanda's revolution in Nicaragua succeeded, and now she works tirelessly to rebuild her country. She still wishes Chico would have lived to see it. Miller also reveals that Amanda was contacted by Strangelove after the revolution. The former AI researcher sought to recover parts from Peace Walker at the bottom of Lake Nicaragua, using her hero status to secure help from the new government. She managed to have a Soviet aircraft transport something, though it was too small to be Peace Walker itself. She never disclosed what it was, only saying she'd continue her research. The rest was a secret. We will eventually know what was transported and what that secret was. Interestingly, Ocelot also explains the origins of his other codename, Shalashashka. Ocelot says the name Shalashashka is a mix of 2 Russian terms. The first, Sharashka, was slang for a suspicious, hastily formed organization, later tied to Soviet forced labor research facilities where convicted scientists were made to work. His interrogation work in Afghanistan reminded people of those camps, earning him that part of the name. The second, Shashka, is a saber used by Russian dragoons and Cossacks, famously carried by General Fyodor Keller, nicknamed Russia's greatest Shashka. Guerrillas blended the two together, and over time, the pronunciation morphed into Shalashashka. Finally, Miller speaks of Huey. On the day of the attack, Huey met the supposed nuclear inspectors, authorized their visit without permission, and even had the guards disarmed. He was last seen with the inspectors in the control tower before it collapsed, but escaped by chopper with their unit. Miller believes Huey was complicit in the plot and has been hunting him for 9 years, now tracking him to Afghanistan in hopes of using him to uncover the truth behind the inspection ruse that destroyed Mother Base. Big Boss's search for clues and information about Cypher sees him doing mercenary work and undertaking a number of missions and operations across Afghanistan. Miller learned that the Soviet bionics expert behind Snake's prosthetic arm had been captured after a failed bid to defect to the West and was now imprisoned at Waqsend barracks. The man's skill was undeniable, making it all the more urgent to extract him alive. But there was a troubling question. What was a mechanical genius doing in such a remote, heavily guarded location? Miller suspected the Soviets were developing a secret weapon in that area. Big Boss set out on a rescue mission, determined to uncover the truth, and successfully brought the engineer back to the base. The engineer revealed that he was being forced to work on massive mechanical hands, a field he had little interest in. Kaz then assigns Big Boss on a critical mission. The CIA has long supplied the locals with weapons against the Soviets, but the war remains at a stalemate. Recently, however, the CIA introduced a new weapon, codenamed Honeybee, rumored to be capable of turning the tide. The Soviets caught wind of it and became alarmed, but before they could act, the locals, who received the weapons, mysteriously vanished. There are no signs of battle at their fort, and all of their supplies remain untouched, pointing to the possibility of biochemical weapons. Now, Soviet forces have occupied the area, searching for this Western tech. If they find it, the course of the war could change drastically, and the CIA cannot risk direct involvement. Big Boss infiltrates the fort and secures the Honeybee, but as he's about to make his exit, he's stopped cold by a familiar face. Skullface, accompanied by the third child, and a massive mechanical arm from something hidden from view.
My, how you've changed. You became a demon for such little weapons as that?
The arm seizes Venom and hoists him upside down as Skullface taunts him, reintroducing the 4 mysterious, skull-like soldiers known as the Mist Unit, the same squad that kidnapped Kaz earlier. This time, they're controlling Soviet soldiers like puppets. With no choice but to fight, Big Boss defeats the unit and has them extracted to Mother Base for research. On the way back, he and Kaz question who these Skullface soldiers were, how the locals just vanished, and what the colossal mechanical structure could be. Both suspect Cypher's hand in all of it as the mystery deepens. During the course of several follow-up missions, Big Boss helps the locals to take out important Soviet targets. Kaz briefs Big Boss on the next target, Malak. Captured by Soviet forces, Malak has been taken to the ruins of Lamar Kahat Palace. Not long after, his village was wiped off the map in a Soviet airstrike, part of a brutal, scorched earth operation. The client is a survivor speaking on behalf of Malak's father, whose dying words were clear. Quote, "Before you take revenge for our people, save my son." After rescuing Malak, he admits he has no idea who hired Diamond Dogs to save him. Kaz suspects Cypher was behind the request, intending to have Malak killed to erase any trace of his village's destruction. Combined with Skullface's recent appearance, these suspicions convince Big Boss and Kaz that Cypher is orchestrating something far bigger in Afghanistan. The question is, what? Ocelot then briefs Big Boss on a mysterious sniper known only as Quiet, a seemingly superhuman assassin haunting the Afghan wilderness. She has carried out a series of precise hits on Soviet officers, leaving no trace and evading all security measures. Apparently, she is the same female Cypher assassin who was sent to kill Big Boss in the hospital during the attack. She somehow survived the flames that engulfed her when she fled, and through several mysterious circumstances, gained a number of other supernatural abilities, such as cloaking herself, essentially making her invisible.
The female sniper. Quiet. Cypher's assassin. Finish her. She's one of the skulls. Hurry up and kill her.
No. Killing her would be a waste. Bring her back
Big Boss crosses paths with her early on during his initial missions in Afghanistan, and the two become locked in a thrilling long-range sniper rifle battle. Big Boss ultimately manages to beat her, but then she vanishes again. However, she appears again when Big Boss's heli is attacked by Cypher's fighter jet. In a display of incredible accuracy, Quiet takes down the pilot. Big Boss, impressed with her skills, brings her back to Mother Base. Kaz, of course, suspects her and does not trust her one bit, and leads a protest against Big Boss, but to no avail. Big Boss chooses to spare her life, despite Kaz's frustration. Ocelot sees the decision as an opportunity to learn more about her and her possible ties to Cypher, while the mystery of her true motives continues to linger. After taking on even more local missions, Diamond Dogs were finally able to nail down the location of Huey Emmerich. Yes, he survived the attack on Mother Base, and considering that and the fact that the supposed UN inspection 9 years ago wouldn't have happened if Huey hadn't gone behind Big Boss and Kaz's backs and agreed to letting it happen, Kaz, Ocelot, and Big Boss all feel that Huey was in cahoots with Cypher all along. And guess what? Huey himself contacts Diamond Dogs, requesting that Big Boss rescues him. What a fool. At the Sarek power plant, Big Boss discovers a massive new Metal Gear, the Kremlin's biggest secret, and spots Huey Emmerich speaking with Skullface. The two argue over the mech's readiness, with Huey insisting the remote piloting and AI systems are not complete, and Skullface dismisses the need for AI, calling it Coldman's past mistake. When a soldier informs Skullface that Huey has been in contact with Big Boss, the mood turns hostile. Accusing him of betrayal, Skullface throws Huey down a flight of stairs, before ordering him taken to the Soviets' base camp.
Listen, I may dwell in the dark, but I refuse to be judged by your standards, traitor!
As Skullface and most of his forces withdraw, the Metal Gear is moved behind massive iron gates. Big Boss infiltrates the Soviet base and finds Huey working inside of a lab. Among the equipment is Peace Walker's mammal pod, which was what Dr. Strangelove had transported to Afghanistan all of those years ago, though neither of them seem to recognize it. Big Boss moves to extract Huey, but their escape is interrupted by the sudden, dramatic arrival of Sahelanthropus. Huey is shocked, insisting the machine cannot be active because no one is in the driving seat. Skullface appears on its massive hand, declaring it the, quote, day weapons learn to walk upright, before boarding a helicopter and leaving. With Sahelanthropus in pursuit, Huey and Big Boss make a quick escape. But for our good old doctor, the worst is yet to come. When they get back to Mother Base, Huey is interrogated, which, as you know, is just another word for tortured in the world of Metal Gear Solid, by Ocelot and Kaz. But Huey's stance remains the same. He did not know that the nuclear inspection 9 years ago was supposed to be a ruse, and maintains that he was innocent in that attack. He says that he agreed to work for Skullface and Cypher on the Metal Gear project because they promised protection for him, and because it was also a chance for him to work with Dr. Strangelove again, who had also been taken captive by Cypher. They question why Strangelove, his close associate, left Mother Base just before the inspection, and how he later obtained the mammal pod from Peace Walker. Huey admits he had the AI pods recovered from Nicaragua, combining Peace Walker's reptile and mammal pods in an attempt to build a superior system. Under Skullface's orders, he began designing Sahelanthropus, a ICBM-capable bipedal weapon for the Soviets. Initially conceived as a manned platform, it shifted to AI control due to technical challenges with posture balance and cockpit space. Before he could complete it, Skullface seized the project and dismissed AI control entirely. Huey insists he has no idea how Sahelanthropus now moves without a pilot or AI, nor where it's being kept. It is also revealed that he had a child named Hal Emmerich, who in his future years is more commonly known as Otacon, but his fate is not revealed until later in the game. Ocelot presses Huey further and finally gets more intel. Ocelot notes that while Huey doesn't know the full picture, one thing he said rings true. Sahelanthropus alone isn't enough to trigger a nuclear crisis. The real missing piece, Huey claims, is in Africa, a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Big Boss realizes this means they're dealing with something far beyond a simple nuclear threat. Miller then contacts him over the radio, confirming that Cypher is active in Central Africa and has been in touch with local private forces. If Diamond Dogs can trace that connection, they may uncover Cypher's true objective. Huey privately approaches Big Boss with what he claims is highly classified information tied to the weapon to surpass Metal Gear. He speaks of a mysterious biotech researcher named Dr. Clark, whom he doesn't know is paramedic, a ghost even in scientific circles, allegedly tied to Cypher through the DARPA-backed company ATGC. Huey explains that Clark's work has been moved beyond bioengineering into human cloning, claiming an American biotech firm successfully cloned a human over a decade ago under Clark's direction. The goal, he says, is to decode and redesign genetic blueprints, creating custom-made humans for specific purposes. Huey speculates that Cypher's project in Africa may involve this technology, suggesting that cloning could preserve individuals of exceptional talent, like Big Boss, for future generations. The team concludes that Big Boss must head to the Angola-Zaire border region in Central Africa to further trace Cypher's activities. Remember the ending of Peace Walker where Kaz and Zero speak about something brewing near Angola? This is where that thread ties into the Phantom Pain, although it's clear Kaz wasn't fully aware of what was truly about to unfold. Before he departs, Ocelot shares a revelation, that the Cypher that Diamond Dogs is after is not what they had imagined it was. While they think Major Zero is the man behind everything that has gone wrong in the last decade or so, they soon realize that this is far from the truth. Major Zero has not been seen publicly by a single soul in close to 10 years. The destruction of Mother Base in 1975 was not ordered by Zero. Instead, it was the independent act of Cypher's strike force, XOF, led by Skullface. By that time, Zero was already gravely ill and bedridden. When Big Boss arrives in Africa, Ocelot explains how his legend has shaped the region's soldiers and fueled the growth of private forces. In the 9 years since the attack on his unit, surviving comrades have spread across global battlefields, carrying tales of Big Boss that have morphed into myth. Many PFs see him as a symbol of defiance against Cypher, aspiring to one day match his nuclear capabilities, even if it's far from what he truly wanted. Miller then briefs him on the local landscape. 3 dominant PFs, CFA, Contract Forces of Africa, Rogue Coyote, and Zero Risk Security, ZRS, operate in Central Africa. They avoid direct conflict, dividing territory through an unspoken agreement. Kaz assigns Big Boss a mission. A massive oil spill from the Mafinda oil field is contaminating the local river and water supply. An environmental NGO has requested Diamond Dogs to halt the disaster by destroying the facility. While environmental activism isn't their usual line of work, there is more to it. The oil field is run by the rebel group UNITA, which is reportedly being supplied with US military weapons. To Kaz, that points straight to Cypher, and this mission is the perfect chance to give them an unexpected blow. During the mission, Big Boss discovers the oil field is actually owned by SANR, South African Natural Resources. But once the oil reserves dried up, the company abandoned the site, leaving their equipment behind for UNITA to take over. He managed to stop the leak and destroy the oil tanker, but also stumbled upon numerous corpses covered in large cysts, a disturbing sign that something else is going on. The explosion draws the attention of nearby CFA soldiers, and among them are large numbers of Walker gears. This raises immediate suspicion, as these bipedal weapons were supposedly still in final testing. Ocelot explains that the tech has already hit the black market, spreading across Africa much too quickly to be a coincidence. Walking gears can operate in any terrain and are modular enough to be fitted for nuclear deployment, making them a worthy collection for any group seeking power. To Ocelot, their rapid spread suggests Cypher's involvement, potentially as part of the mysterious weapon to surpass Metal Gear Emmerich had mentioned. But why would Cypher allow so many factions access to them? If their next step is selling nuclear weapons openly, the stakes could escalate to global catastrophe. For now, the team is left questioning Cypher's true endgame. Kaz later updates Big Boss with new intel on SANR, revealing the company was behind the oil field incident from the start. They weren't victims at all. They hired the PF, not UNITA, and quietly restarted the oil field while maintaining a facade of innocence. Their so-called Johannesburg head office is nothing more than a room in a multi-tenant building, with the company itself essentially hollowed out. This means someone in the shadows is using SANR's name as cover, probably Cypher. The bigger mystery remains. What about the strange, cyst-covered corpses found at the site? Whatever was happening there, it wasn't just about oil. Kaz assigns Big Boss a new mission. A power struggle has erupted within the PF guarding Mfinda oil field. The mostly Afrikaner force is holding British personnel for interrogation near Kaziba camp, including a man known as the Viscount. Big Boss extracts the Viscount, however there is a twist. The Viscount has been scheming to secure MPLA's, the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, oil rights for himself by flipping the CFA's allegiance, then tried to blame other British prisoners when exposed. After his capture by the Afrikaners, he requested rescue for himself alone. He also revealed that multiple PFs, including the CFA, have acquired prototype Soviet Walker gears, almost certainly leaked by Cypher, leading to a new mission that could bring Diamond Dogs closer to them. The MPLA contacts Diamond Dogs as a client and reports Western PFs have deployed Walker gears to Datadi Abandoned Village, threatening their troops. These Soviet-developed prototypes appearing in Western hands, without Russia's allies knowing, points to Cypher's involvement. Big Boss heads to the village and completes the mission, and soon, the plan pays off. A resupply request from Datadi went to CFA HQ, which then contacted SANR, confirming the shell company is a Cypher front. The Walker gears are moved through Nova Braga Airport via a PF distribution network across the savannah, making it easier for Diamond Dog's intel team to trace this network and the money trail, bringing them one step closer to Cypher. PFs along the Angola-Zaire border are all receiving Walker gears, despite the tech being Soviet in origin. While many of these groups trade in locally mined resources like diamonds, gold, and rare metals, the heavily guarded convoys point to something more. Big Boss takes on a mission to intercept one of these convoys and extracts the truck and its cargo to discover Cypher's real objective. But before he does that, he's ambushed by the armor unit, who are much more formidable than the previous Mist unit. Big Boss takes them on and manages to Fulton all of them to Mother Base. When the truck reaches Mother Base, Diamond Dogs inferred that it carried some items: drums of malachite, a common copper ore, and a shielding container holding yellow cake, raw material for nuclear weapons. While the amount wasn't enough for a warhead, its presence hints at a possible link to the weapon to surpass Metal Gear that Emmerich had mentioned. Diamond Dogs' intel team found out that Cypher was moving copper ore with trace uranium from the abandoned Shikalabwe mine and yellowcake uranium from another source, both escorted by zero-risk security. The yellowcake contained a thin layer of highly enriched uranium, indicating Cypher had access to advanced enrichment technology, bringing them closer to building a gun-type nuclear weapon. South Africa, with its ZRS ties and rumors of secret nuclear work, was a likely destination. Shikalabwe, once key to the Manhattan Project, had been reopened by ZRS with forced labor under a Zairean government. The ore's ordinary appearance allowed discreet transport, suggesting Cypher was testing a nearly complete, unknown enrichment method linked to their weapon to surpass Metal Gear project. Kaz briefed Big Boss on his next contract. Former Mabel rebel soldiers captured by the Buta authorities and held at Bampiv Plantation and Kungenga Mine. Their old commander wanted them killed to keep them quiet, but instead, Big Boss moved in, extracted all 5, also known as the Mabel Squad, and brought them back to Mother Base. Under Kaz's watch, they were given a new home and a chance to be with the Diamond Dogs on their own terms. Kaz gives Big Boss a new assignment: eliminate the commander of Rogue Coyote, known only as the Major, a former Army officer turned PF recruiter and job broker. He's also rumored to dabble in espionage, and more recently in nuclear arms deals. Given the connection to ZRS's Yellow Cake shipment, Kaz sees this as a chance to squeeze him for intel on Cypher. Big Boss completes the mission, and under interrogation, the Major admits the nuclear arms trade was just a rumor he was paid to spread, with orders coming through an anonymous cutout. Still, he suspects Cypher's involvement and confirms its ties back to the Yellow Cake. He also reveals ZRS is trying to kill an old man, though he doesn't know why. Back at Mother Base, Kaz and Ocelot meet Big Boss in Huey's lab. Huey unveils his answer to the Walker Gear threat, Battle Gear, a viable multi-legged tank derived from Metal Gear TAC. While Big Boss remains skeptical, Kaz pushes for its development as a way to fight fire with fire and gets his wish approved. Later, the Battle Gear is officially approved for deployment and shown off in a polished cutscene. Impressive to look at, but sadly never playable. Kaz gives Big Boss a new mission, this time from one of the soldiers he rescued. They say people taken from the mine often vanish into a place called the Devil's House, and SANR is somehow involved. The target is Shambani, leader of the soldiers forced to work at the mine. He's been taken to the Devil's House. When Big Boss arrives, he's horrified to find countless victims subjected to gruesome experiments, with earplugs jammed into their vocal cords too, similar to how Chico had his earphones plugged into his body as well. Perhaps this mysterious operation was in its testing stages during the events of Ground Zeroes. Who knows? But back to the topic. Big Boss locates Shabani and attempts a rescue, but is confronted by Skullface. Driven by vengeance, Skullface unleashes the third boy and the man on fire, triggering a brutal battle. Shabani dies and Big Boss narrowly escapes the chaos, leaving the Devil's House behind in flames. Miller debriefs Big Boss on the horrors of the Devil's House, noting that the cyst-like growths on the patient's chests were unlike anything the medical team had ever seen. Analysis of the facility's bizarre setup reveals that the patients had tubes inserted into their throats connected to tape recorders, playing a strange mix of global public broadcasts, from news reports and weather forecasts to commercials, in numerous languages, but notably never in English. The purpose is unclear, but Miller suspects it was either a form of treatment or an experiment, and concludes that only Skullface truly knows the answer. Big Boss then receives an urgent call from Kaz. Mother Base is under attack, and the attack is being spearheaded by someone with the codename Mosquito. Big Boss carries out the mission, taking down the enemy commander and freeing the hostages. Later, Miller informs him that the leader of the attack, Mosquito, was a former member of MSF who had survived the destruction of the original Mother Base. Being fed misleading information, Mosquito believed that it was Big Boss himself who was responsible for the destruction of the original Mother Base. He then built his own PF, modeled after MSF, to take revenge on Big Boss and the Diamond Dogs. Kaz contacts Big Boss with another urgent assignment. Reports say that some soldiers have taken control of Massa Village after the CFA was wiped out. They've been raiding nearby settlements, prompting locals to request their elimination. They're being led by someone called the White Mamba, also known as Eli. Big Boss faces off against him and manages to extract him back to Mother Base. He is an extremely skilled soldier, which is not a surprise given that he's actually the product of l'Enfant Terrible, one of at least 3 living clones of Big Boss himself, and goes on to be known as Liquid Snake in the future. He was being transported from his home in Britain when he managed to escape and wound up leading a faction of soldiers in Africa. Big Boss extracts him from the field and confines him to Mother Base with the intention of giving him a proper education and a proper life. Eli, however, has always been brought up with one belief fed into him, that he is the inferior son, that he has the lesser genes as compared to his twin brother, David, aka Solid Snake. In reality, though, the opposite is true, and this is done to bring out the best in Eli. This, however, leads to him developing a deep resentment and a hatred for Big Boss, not to mention Solid Snake as well. But that part isn't really relevant right now, so let's talk about that later on. One point to be noted is that Eli believes Big Boss is his father, but it isn't explained how and when he received this information. Suspicious of his resemblance to Big Boss, Ocelot and Miller run advanced DNA tests using PCR and fingerprinting techniques. The results are conclusive. 0% match. Eli is neither Big Boss's son nor his clone. While Ocelot admits Zero's cloning plans and Eli's age made him a convincing candidate, the analysis leaves no doubt. At Mother Base's command platform, tensions flare when one of the African soldiers casually calls Eli by name in Afrikaans. Eli takes offense, his temper erupting as nearby Diamond Dog soldiers try to calm him down. When another soldier tells him to put down what he's holding and calls him kid, Eli snaps, shouting that he's not a kid. Ocelot steps in, putting an end to the outburst. In short, sooner or later, Eli is going to be big trouble for Big Boss and Diamond Dogs. Kaz briefed Big Boss on a new mission. 2 civilian engineers, a man and a woman, had been dispatched to the region by an international health organization, only to vanish shortly after. Intel placed them at an observation post southwest of the Ngumba Industrial Zone, and Kaz wanted them extracted and safely out of the country. Big Boss infiltrated the post, secured both targets, and got them out alive. Back at Mother Base, Kaz found out that they hadn't been sent there for any humanitarian cause. Cypher had used them and would have disposed of them eventually. The engineers admitted that they'd been behind curtains at Ngumba, examining patients almost every day. They confirmed what Boss had seen. The victims were made to listen to recorded voices, but the male engineer added something strange. Among all the language they heard, English was never one of them. When Big Boss returns to Mother Base, he finds Quiet savagely beating one of the soldiers. He and nearby staff quickly subdue her, confused as to why she singled out that one man. Big Boss brushes it off and walks away, unaware that Quiet had sensed the soldier was carrying a deadly infection, one she intended to stop before it could spread. Not long after, everything unravels. A mysterious epidemic breaks out in Mother Base, with several soldiers dying alarmingly soon after becoming symptomatic. Big Boss orders all the infected soldiers to be quarantined. Kaz connects the symptoms to what they've seen before at the oil facility and the Devil's House, suggesting this is the biological weapon Cypher had been developing in Africa. Kaz then hands Boss a lead, a contract to eliminate the human trafficker who had sent Shabani to the Devil's House. This man might hold vital information about the disease, now threatening to bring Mother Base to its knees. Big Boss captures the human trafficker, and Kaz wastes no time relaying what they learned. The man was surprisingly talkative. He delivered his kidnapped victims to the factory at where Skullface was present. The trafficker also mentioned that the specimens came from deep in the forest. Whatever he meant by specimens, the symptoms those people showed matched the infection now spreading at Mother Base. Kaz contacts Big Boss with urgent news. One of the missing Intel team operatives has resurfaced, claiming to have a solid lead on the Mother Base epidemic. The catch? He's been captured by a PF and is being held at a guard post near a mine. Thanks to the quick rescue by Big Boss, the man is brought back, but he keeps repeating the same words: the pathogen and the old man, who knows how to treat the infection, someone called Code Talker. Even better, he provides the Code Talker's location. This eventually leads Big Boss to embark upon a mission to rescue and extract an elderly scientist named Code Talker, who is supposed to possess knowledge of this epidemic and is being forced to work for Skullface on something known as a vocal cord parasite. Big Boss makes his way to the mansion where the Code Talker is being held, but is ambushed on his way there by the camouflage unit. Only this time, they consist of a number of female snipers who have similar abilities as Quiet. Big Boss manages to fight them off and eventually sneaks into the mansion. Big Boss extracts Code Talker, who has the cure, from the mansion and gets on the chopper. Let's go ahead and pause here and talk about Code Talker and his research. Code Talker is a Navajo biologist whose work on parasites spans over a century, kept alive through a unique symbiosis with the very organisms he studies. His body is host to specialized parasites, which keeps him alive. This extraordinary condition began decades earlier, when his research reached a dead end until a shadowy foundation linked to Cold War research agencies offered him a preserved corpse, infected with a mysterious strain. Whose corpse? the sniper the End from the Cobra unit. The tissues were still metabolically active. Code Talker implanted the strain into himself. The experiment succeeded, giving him both longevity and a living laboratory inside his own body. Over time, he refined and engineered new parasite strains. But how did the parasite unit comprising of mist, camouflage, and armor unit come about? They were normal people, but were given new strains, modifying them for camouflage, metallic control, and other abilities. But his most infamous work came with the revival of the vocal cord parasites, ancient organisms assumed to have played a role in humanity's language. Through Skullface's resources, Code Talker was able to resurrect the species from DNA recovered in permafrost and adapt them into a lethal form that attacked the lungs. Skullface's goal was twofold: ethnic cleansing by language-targeted infection and accelerating the dominance of English to make global control easier. Although Code Talker's personal motive was to protect minority languages from extinction, his work was exploited into a weapon of mass destruction. His own history as a Navajo deeply shaped his perspective. As a child, he was taken from his family, forbidden to speak his native tongue, and punished for doing so. This erasure of language became, in his view, a form of cultural annihilation. The vocal cord parasites, capable of distinguishing between languages, became, in his mind, a potential deterrent against linguistic imperialism. Yet he never intended them to be deployed as Skullface envisioned. The weaponization of the parasites and the creation of ethnic cleansing strains became a source of guilt, especially as he recognized that parasites and humans historically coexisted in mutual benefit before being turned into tools of violence. And now back at the topic at hand. On their way back to Mother Base, Code Talker asks Big Boss whether they came across any convoy carrying Yellow Cake. As soon as he says that, the chopper is attacked by the armor unit, and they all crash. Big Boss has no other option but to take them down, and after a fierce battle, he Fultons the armor unit back to Mother Base and calls on a new chopper to make their way back to Mother Base, but this time joined by Ocelot. Code Talker informs them that Skullface has left Africa, and that the so-called nuclear test wasn't about detonation at all. It was the opposite. The real test, conducted years earlier in the southern Indian Ocean, proved his new concept: nuclear weapons that could be remotely controlled and even disabled by him alone. Instead of openly supplying fissile material, Skullface planned to export minerals laced with trace uranium, disguised within metallic archaea. Once delivered, the archaea would enrich the uranium on site, producing weapons ready to mount on the all-terrain bipedal machines. The result wouldn't be unprecedented. Even the smallest militant group could become a nuclear power. Huey's work provided the mobility platform, while Skullface's enrichment method bypassed the traditional detection. This wasn't just another black market arms deal. It was a way to replace the arms trade entirely with a nuclear marketplace that he controlled. To cement his dominance, Skullface had developed a second strain of metallic archaea that would instantly neutralize the weapon's core, a built-in failsafe triggered only by him. No matter who owned the weapon or intended to fire it, he could render it inactive at will. Such a system would make a nuclear deterrence universal, stripping traditional nukes of their political, military, and economic power. Kaz and Ocelot press Code Talker for answers on the outbreak, sweeping throughout Mother Base. After reviewing the symptoms and casualty reports, he identifies it as the Kikongan strain of the vocal cord parasite, a variant that activates when it detects the pronunciation of Kikongo words. It was a test version of this very parasite that targeted and killed members on Mother Base. Code Talker gives Snake a cure for that parasite. The solution, he explains, is a biological countermeasure: Wolbachia bacteria, introduced into the parasites to disrupt their reproduction. By turning male parasites into females, the bacteria prevents mating and the halt of the spread. Within 48 hours of returning to base, the outbreak is contained. Those already showing symptoms couldn't be saved, but every survivor is released from quarantine. For Kaz, it's another reason Skullface must pay for what he's done. Now, let's take a pause once again because there's a bit to explain here. What is metallic archaea? Metallic archaea were Code Talker's developments, extremophile microorganisms engineered to thrive on metals rather than organic material. Some strains could even metabolize uranium-235, producing weapons-grade material. Skullface seized on their potential, hiding them in Yellowcake and even trace uranium ores so that they could be smuggled past inspections. Once delivered, the archaea would slowly enrich the uranium, effectively providing clients with nuclear kits. Combined with his bipedal weapons, this system could turn even the smallest militant group into a nuclear power. To keep control, Skullface built in a cruel safety net. Detonators laced with corrosive archaea that would melt down the device if he did not authorize its use. So now let's put 2 and 2 together. Cypher Strike Force, XOF, ensured that PFs would have access to Walker Gears and Yellowcake with low uranium content, then used metallic archaea to enrich it to weapons grade. These would be mounted on Walker Gears, turning each into a mobile nuclear death machine. With that kind of mobility, even the smallest organization could become a nuclear power. And if anything went wrong, Skullface could simply engage the safety lock to disable them, giving him total control over every nuke in the world. As for what Skullface wants with the vocal cord parasites, well, he believes that Major Zero's plans of uniting the world under Cypher were essentially the same as wiping out the several different cultures of the world, and forcing his own version of an ideal culture down upon them. Skullface himself was ripped away from his own native culture and language in his violent childhood, and he resents Zero's plans because of this reason. He holds no personal grudge against Big Boss. Destroying MSF was simply his way of striking at Zero, making him feel the same pain. Skullface feels there is a better way to fulfill the vision the boss had for our world, which we will talk about shortly. Ocelot, Big Boss, and Miller question Huey about the Metal Gear, who eventually tells them that Skullface plans to activate Sahelanthropus. Determined to stop him before that happens, Big Boss travels to the OKB-0, where Sahelanthropus is housed.
Is north of the Soviet base. That's where Skullface is keeping Sahelanthropus before setting it loose in Afghanistan. There's a good chance he's got nukes too.
Boss, we need to figure out what Skullface is up to. If you make contact with him, get him to talk. The ethnic cleansing parasites, Sahelanthropus. Find out what his plans are.
He finds that the Soviets have been wiped out due to the Russian strain released by XOF. Big Boss comes face to face with Skullface, and after a captivating sequence where the latter explains his full plans and motivations to the former in great detail in the back of a Jeep, things finally come to a head. Skullface means to use the vocal cord parasite to target the English language and destroy it completely by killing anyone who speaks it, so that he can stop the dominance of any one culture and protect the several other cultural identities throughout the world. Since he believes that most of Cypher's workings are based on the English language, he will also be able to destroy them if his plans are successful. And most importantly, he supposedly has 3 vials containing the parasite. The second leg of his plan is to create and distribute nuclear-equipped Walker Gears to countries and organizations throughout the world, no matter how big or small, in order to create absolute nuclear deterrence. The supposed result for these 2 actions collectively should be to ensure that no one culture or nation is more powerful or more dominant than the other, thereby making the world whole again, his own version of the boss's will. However, there is a catch. Secretly, Skullface would retain control of any and all nukes he would sell, as we've already explained previously. Sahelanthropus was to be the symbol of this new age of liberation. The convoy reaches Sarek Power Plant, while Kaz and company arrive a short distance away in a chopper, ready to provide support if need be, with Eli and Huey also on board. As it turns out, Skullface has brought backup as well, and no points for guessing, the third boy and the man on fire. Skullface, it is revealed, uses the third boy's telekinetic powers to control Sahelanthropus, since he was unwilling to insert an AI pod into the machine, eager to avoid making the same mistakes Hot Coldman did with Peace Walker. The man on fire, on the other hand, functions only as his, quote, lust for revenge. More specifically, revenge against Big Boss. What his problem with Big Boss is and why he wants revenge against him is a mystery, which we'll talk about soon later. But what we know for sure is that he has only been able to survive death because of his deep hatred for and desire to get revenge against Big Boss. The third boy, who is attracted and fueled by his rage and thirst for revenge, is the one who keeps the man on fire alive, if he can even be called alive. However, the third boy senses a deeper anger and thirst for revenge in the vicinity. Eli, who is in the chopper nearby, harbors a deep hatred for Big Boss. This hatred causes the third boy to donate powers to Eli, who indirectly gains control of Sahelanthropus, while the man on fire gets crushed by the Metal Gear. XOF forces and Skullface retreat in haste as they realize they no longer have control over Sahelanthropus.
Wait! Who is doing this? Such a lust for revenge? Who?
In an intense battle, Sahelanthropus decimates every member of XOF present in the vicinity, with Skullface, who is in possession of the vocal cord parasite capsules, being the only remaining survivor. The machine then bears down on Big Boss, and after a harrowing fight, he's able to cripple Sahelanthropus. Big Boss, Miller, and Huey recover the parasite capsules, but are able to only find 2, with the other one being missing. Big Boss throws the 2 capsules into the fire, believing he's destroyed them. One of them is indeed destroyed, but unbeknownst to him and anyone else, the third boy salvages one of them and keeps it with himself. The third one, however, is missing. We are cryptically told it is, quote, very close to Big Boss. Big Boss and Miller find Skullface, who is crushed and crippled and about to die. They blow off one of his arms and one of his legs, replicating the injuries he indirectly caused to Miller while he was in captivity and leaving him to die, refusing to grant him the mercy of a quick death. However, in a bid to restore trust and faith in himself, Huey shoots Skullface in the head, killing him on the spot before claiming that Diamond Dogs finally had their revenge. They all return to Mother Base soon, with the mangled remains of Sahelanthropus in tow, showcasing their hard-earned victory against XOF to all the soldiers of Diamond Dogs and finally getting their revenge on Skullface, as Kaz wonders whether he'll be able to be whole again and the thirst of revenge will ever die.
Still, doesn't feel like this is over. And I'll never be whole again.
So what happened to Skullface's body? Well, given that he underwent parasite therapy himself, the only way to truly kill him was to burn both his body and the parasite sustaining it. But what did Skullface really want to do with the Sahelanthropus? Well, it was a calculated showpiece, a walking symbol to reignite the nuclear arms race. While the first half of the Phantom Pain has a very solid focus in terms of the story that it wants to tell, with a clear beginning and a concrete ending, the second half of the game is much more open-ended in nature. You see, it's mostly about tying up loose ends, about answering the several questions and mysteries that the game builds up over the course of its first 20 to 30 hours. Big Boss first takes on a mission where Diamond Dogs plans to bring the Man on Fire's body back to the base. Big Boss finds it, but it awakens all of a sudden, which is unexplained because the third child is nowhere in the picture, and he's able to subdue him in a much more permanent fashion. However, as soon as he sees Big Boss's face up close, he realizes that something is off about it, and all of a sudden, his thirst for vengeance is vanished. He shows off his real face and turns out to be none other than Volgin. Why this happens is something we'll tackle later on in this video. Moving on, Code Talker's stolen parasite research was recovered from Zero Risk Security, who were working for the last remnants of XOF. It was stored in multiple containers, and now they are in Diamond Dogs' hands, where they will use it for their own research. Soon after, Ocelot tasked Big Boss with retrieving a film canister hidden by a fallen informant in Smug May Keep. Big Boss is able to find it. Inside was crucial intel on two mysterious figures, the Man on Fire and a child known as the Third Boy. Originally from Czechoslovakia, the Third Boy was moved by the Soviets through a chain of research facilities, first toward Moscow, then planned for Leningrad, Siberia, and Novosibirsk. His psychic powers first awakened en route to Moscow when he was exposed to a powerful mental energy field from a certain individual, possibly Volgin, feeding on vengeful emotions like a virus. Once conscious of his abilities, he could parasitize a host, amplify their strengths, or turn others into puppets. The Man on Fire's powers and Sahelanthropus' movements were all traced back to this boy, acting as a conduit for someone else's rage. First Volgin, then Skullface's, and eventually Eli's. Eli's resentment towards adults was so intense it overshadowed even the Man on Fire and Skullface, creating a symbiotic bond with the Third Boy. This explained several past events, including the Devil's House incident and the strange interest he showed in Shabani. Remember the crash we spoke about right at the beginning of this recap? The report also revealed the likely spark for Volgin's awakening, the exact moment Big Boss awoke from his 9-year coma. At that time, the boy's transport plane was flying north of the Black Sea, directly opposite Cyprus, and his mind resonated with Big Boss's rage, igniting his abilities, crashing the plane. Moved later to a Soviet lab housing comatose Volgin, the boy bonded with his thirst for revenge. Both he and the boy were Cold War experiments, meant to weaponize psychic abilities for political assassinations or sabotage. In the end, the Third Boy was never truly in control, always a weapon for someone else's revenge, his life shaped by the anger of others, including Big Boss himself. Kaz Miller then contacts Big Boss, telling him that he doesn't trust Huey, and that he wants concrete evidence to prove his innocence. Or not, in the destruction of Mother Base 9 years ago, one way or another. As such, Big Boss takes on the mission to sneak back into the base where Huey had originally been working on Metal Gear Sahelanthropus for Skullface. Why? Well, because as it turns out, Huey had also kept the AI mammal pod that had housed the boss's AI during the Peace Walker incident in that base. Big Boss sneaks into the camp and brings the AI pod back to Mother Base, and when he, Ocelot, and Kaz open it, they find something that they did not expect: Dr. Strangelove's corpse. It is revealed, in part at that moment and in part later on, that Huey and Strangelove had been working on the secret Sahelanthropus project together for Skullface and XOF. Sahelanthropus couldn't be controlled manually because its cockpit had been designed in such a way that it was too small to fit a full-grown human. Skullface, on the other hand, refused to use an AI to control it, to avoid the mistakes made by Coldman with Peace Walker. As such, Huey wanted to use Hal Emmerich, his and Strangelove's son, as an experiment to put him into the cockpit and see if he could pilot it. To protect their son, Dr. Strangelove sent Hal to the USA. This apparently enraged Huey so much that he sealed her inside the AI pod, where she suffocated to death. And while that isn't the end of the depths of Huey's degeneracy, let's move away from Emmerich's for a while and, well, let's focus on something else. Because in its later half, the Phantom Pain answers a lot of other lingering questions. As Big Boss reached Mother Base from a mission, he saw the Mabele squad with Ocelot looking for Shabani's necklace that had fallen in a tank filled with chlorine gas. However, in a selfless act, Quiet jumps into the tank and procures the necklace, much to the shock of the Mabele squad. Quiet incurs several injuries, as a result of which several medical tests are conducted on her, including an MRI, and the results reveal that she is carrying a strain of a vocal cord parasite. This, as it turns out, is the third and final strain of the English parasite, the one that Skullface referred to before dying. Miller then allows his soldier to torture her mercilessly, much to the frustration of Ocelot, which leads to an epic exchange between the two.
What if she's a spy?
What if I'm a spy? Or you? Go on all day.
Big Boss steps in and asks to stop the interrogation. In the heat of the moment, Kaz pushes away Big Boss as he exits the door in anger. Quiet, speaking in Navajo, reveals to Code Talker that Skullface had infected her with the English strain and that she will never utter a word in that language as it could kill everyone at Diamond Dogs. But, as it turns out, the problems do not end there. Members of the Mabele squad would often run away from Mother Base, thereby forcing Big Boss to rescue them multiple times. But little did he know that it was all a distraction. Eli was working with Huey to repair the damaged Metal Gear, and guess what? They successfully repaired it while Diamond Dogs were busy with Mabele squad's antics. During an interrogation scene, Eli and the third boy take control of Sahelanthropus, and with the Mabele squad and a hostage pilot in tow, they fly away from Mother Base to a remote island in Africa. What's more, the third capsule of the parasite that the third boy had kept for himself is also with them. You don't need us to tell you why the entire thing is a massive storm. And if you think that was the end of it, well, you are not ready for this. Miller informs Big Boss that there has been another outbreak of the vocal cord parasites in the quarantine zone of Mother Base, and that the vaccine built by Code Talker is having zero effect on the disease this time around. In order to stop the virus from spreading further, Snake is forced to shoot and kill his own men. In a fantastic, moving scene, the deceased soldiers are cremated, with Big Boss and Miller mourning this tragic incident, and rather than pouring their ashes out in the sea, Big Boss decides to have diamonds made out of them, so that they could be a shining light even in death.
I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. I will always be with you. Plant your roots in me. You're all diamonds.
We're not burying them at sea. What then?
We'll make diamonds from their ashes. Take them into battle with us.
A shining light to our brothers in arms, even in death.
We are Diamond Dogs.
But how did the parasite break out once again? And why didn't Code Talker's cure have any effect? As it turns out, it's all because of Huey once again, who caused the parasite to mutate in such a way that the vaccine wouldn't be able to stop it. It's also revealed that Huey had been in contact with DARPA, an agency that is known to be connected to Cypher, and was attempting to sell them the parasite in exchange for protection. In light of everything that has been uncovered about Huey and his deeds, a trial is held to determine his guilt, with all of the Diamond Dogs in attendance. Huey is accused of mutating the virus, of killing his wife, and of having played a part in the destruction of MSF's mother base 9 years ago. And at the end of the trial, he's found guilty on all counts. The soldiers of Diamond Dogs demand to have him executed, but Big Boss decides that they do not have the authority or the responsibility to judge the actions of an enemy. As such, he decides to have him exiled.
He's responsible for all of this! Think of all the men! He didn't lose a damn thing! This is the enemy! And he's here on his knees!
Us? You are right, he is not one of us. But we are not responsible to judge an enemy. He leaves Mother Base, and that'll be the end of it.
Huey is later lowered onto a raft with some food and water and made to sail away from Mother Base, never to be seen again. And that is the last we hear of Huey Emmerich for a long, long time. We find out his eventual fate later on in the series, but we're not going to speak of that just yet. Miller soon contacts Big Boss, telling him that Quiet has disappeared and is nowhere to be found on Mother Base. The mutation to the virus caused by Huey means that Quiet's virus might become active even if she chooses to remain silent, which is why she chose to leave. Kaz has, however, managed to track her current location. Worried by how much Quiet knows about Diamond Dogs and Mother Base, and the fact that she also has a vocal cord parasite inside of her, Miller asks Big Boss to bring her back. Big Boss manages to track her down and finds that she's been taken captive. Her captors have been torturing her, but eventually, Quiet and Big Boss together manage to eliminate the soldiers, as well as an armored unit. However, Quiet is injured in this firefight, and as such, Snake has to carry her through a sandstorm to get to the landing zone where his chopper is waiting to take them both back to Mother Base. They soon come across another convoy. Big Boss lies down to rest, but when he does so, he's bitten by a venomous snake. Understandably, he then loses consciousness. The chopper tries contacting Big Boss, unable to pinpoint his exact location thanks to the sandstorm. Seeing Big Boss in the state that he is in, and realizing that he needs medical attention as quickly as possible, Quiet tries to contact the chopper's pilot, speaking in another language, which he doesn't understand. She is then forced to speak in English and direct him to their location. Since she spoke only a little, and with just one person in the close vicinity, it's understood that the outbreak didn't happen. When Big Boss comes to, he realizes that Quiet is gone, with no trace of her left behind and no way left to find out where she went. She does, however, leave behind a tape with a recorded message on it, in which she tells Big Boss that Skullface was the one who rescued and saved her life through parasite therapy after she was burnt in a hospital. Skullface wanted her to infiltrate Mother Base and release the parasite there, but that her gratitude for Big Boss stopped her from doing so, and she voluntarily chose to become permanently mute. Surprisingly enough, that is the last we see or hear of her. Her fate is not known, but it's likely she's dead. And that's not even it. Kaz receives intel on Eli's whereabouts. After escaping Mother Base, Eli and his group forced a helicopter pilot to fly them out to sea alongside Sahelanthropus. Once airborne, they split, the mech heading one way, the kids another. Eli's chopper made it roughly 50 miles inland in Africa before running out of fuel. Using vines and duct tape, the Mambele squad and their contacts tied the pilot to his seat and vanished, leaving him barely alive from dehydration when found. It was a deliberate move, a challenge for Big Boss to follow. Intel tracked their trail, but reports surfaced of strangers in nearby villages asking about a giant in the sky, signaling Cypher was already hunting Sahelanthropus. Worse still, Eli was infected with the English strain of the vocal cord parasite, making him more dangerous than ever. On a remote island, he drove out every adult, leaving Eli and his team to rule with Sahelanthropus as their symbol of power, with the whole place swarming with parasites. The mission became urgent: recover both Sahelanthropus and the Mambele squad before the infection could spread. Miller's plan was to retrieve them, then burn the island with napalm to eradicate the threat. But intercepted audio from Eli's departure revealed something more alarming. In conversation with Ocelot, Eli asked for his father and declared, quote, "They're back," his voice already beginning to deepen, a sign that his immunity to the parasite would soon end. If symptoms emerged, the English strain could spiral out of control, turning Eli into the epicenter of a catastrophic outbreak. Big Boss travels to the island, and a three-way fight between Diamond Dog soldiers, Eli, who is piloting Sahelanthropus, and XOF soldiers ensues, at the end of which Big Boss is finally able to destroy Sahelanthropus. Big Boss and Eli have a short chat, during which Eli openly displays his hatred for Big Boss. In the middle of their exchange, one of the medics realizes that Eli is infected with the vocal cord parasite and cannot be rescued. As a result, Big Boss decides to leave Eli behind, telling him to kill himself. This is a rather interesting scene to analyze because throughout the Phantom Pain, Big Boss is shown as someone who uses violence only as a last resort and generally has a big heart. He rescues hostages and even forgives someone like Huey. The way he leaves Eli to die intensifies his hatred towards Big Boss, a plotline that plays a major role later on in the series. Big Boss's followers leave the island, dropping a napalm bomb to purge the virus and eliminate any chance of it spreading further into this world. However, the third boy suddenly appears and, using his psychic powers, removes the vocal cord parasite strain from Eli's throat. The bombs fall, but only after Eli and the third boy make their escape. But that's still not it. Yes, we're saving the best or the worst for last, because there is one final twist, one final massive reveal in the Phantom Pain that we haven't spoken about just yet, but it looks like maybe it's finally time. The man who woke up in the hospital at the beginning of the Phantom Pain, the man whose story we follow all throughout the game, isn't really Big Boss at all. No, he's actually a body double of the legendary warrior, a phantom. Where is the real Big Boss? Well, remember that bandaged patient, Ishmael, the man who helped us escape from the hospital? That was the real Big Boss. The person who we're playing as was actually an MSF medic, the individual who removed the bomb from Paz's stomach. The real Big Boss, as it turns out, has been hiding during the events of the Phantom Pain. In fact, he even took the medic's real name and identity. While the Phantom Big Boss was building Diamond Dogs, he was working on building Outer Heaven, a nation without borders which could be free of personal profits and struggles for supremacy. While it would, when you really just get down to it, still only be an army, it would actually be so much more. A nation where flames of war never vanish. And while the real Big Boss is working towards his ultimate goal, the Phantom was supposed to help him accomplish that by carrying forward and expanding the Big Boss's legend. This is precisely why Volgan's thirst for revenge vanished, because he somehow realized that this man is not Big Boss, but instead a body double. The MSF medic was put through plastic surgery and hypnotherapy to turn him into a body double of Big Boss. The plan to turn him into Big Boss was extremely hush-hush, and very few people in the world knew about it. Ocelot and Big Boss themselves being two of them. With the Phantom's hypnotherapy wearing off, he begins remembering the truth. The scene then reverts back to the opening flashback scene. He receives an audio tape from the real Big Boss, who thanks him for saving his life and tells him that he is as much Big Boss as he is himself, that the two of them together form the legend of Big Boss. Miller gets to know about this deception during the events of the Phantom Pain and is left disgusted by this deception and grows disillusioned with the real Big Boss. He decides to continue playing his role in this ploy, but states that he is only doing so that he can help the Phantom and one of his sons, probably indicating to David, also known as Solid Snake, to become stronger than the real Big Boss himself, so that one day they can eventually beat him. Ocelot, on the other hand, would work with his other sons, probably indicating towards George and Eli, also known as Solidus Snake and Liquid Snake respectively. Ocelot warns him that the day might come where the sons would fight against both bosses and amongst themselves, and that when that happens, both Ocelot and Miller will have to take sides and end up killing the other.
What was it all for? If the boss has some plan, what is it?
The real Big Boss is working separately from us to create his new nation.
New nation?
A military nation above and apart from all. The true Outer Heaven. Something created to maintain world balance. independent of the struggles for supremacy, for personal profit, the cycles of revenge between countries. It'll be an army, all right, but more. Big Boss is building a nation. But until it's complete, we support the other Big Boss. The Phantom carries on his legend, his meme. That is Big Boss's plan.
So that's the way it is. 9 years ago, I thought everything had been taken from me. But now I really have lost it all. The boss, and the future we were building together.
One day, the age of Big Boss's sons will arrive. They'll likely want to settle the score with him. We have to shape that age. We'll each have roles to play, building the foundation for a revolution led by both Big Bosses, the True One and the Phantom.
No. Big Boss can go to hell. I'll make the Phantom and his son stronger to send him there. For that, I'll keep playing my role.
You know, sooner or later there will be only one boss. There's only room for one boss. His sons are fated to face each other someday too. If the day ever comes that you go back to Cypher, I'll aid the other son. And then you and I will be enemies too. One of us will have to kill the other.
Fine by me. I'll be ready for the new age. Until then, we'd better get used to coexisting.
There are, however, still a lot of important story threads that the Phantom Pain resolves. When Paz was in Skullface's captivity, she reveals that Zero was hiding in a top floor, windowless, unlisted room of a Cypher-controlled apartment building in Hell's Kitchen, 10th Avenue. The only way in was through a secret staircase from room 702, one floor below. The entire building was staffed by Cypher operatives disguised as ordinary tenants, with heavy surveillance, emergency escape routes, and a water conduit leading to the Hudson River. Paz revealed this location to Skullface after he promised it may save Big Boss. However, Skullface deceived her. He had no intention of acting for her benefit and instead used the information to move forward with his own plan against Zero. When Skullface finds out the location of Zero through Paz, he sent him a certain parcel as a gift. That parcel contained a sort of a pin badge, which was supposed to be some significance to the boss, and thus to Zero. The pin was infected with a certain parasite strain, and when Zero picked up the pin by mistake, he was immediately infected with that virus. Zero did not die, but his health degenerated rapidly over the next few months. In 1977, Zero visits the real Big Boss in the hospital while he's in a coma. During this one-sided conversation, Zero reveals the extent of his failing health, admitting that no treatment can save him. Surprisingly, he says that while he doesn't resent Skullface for what he's done to him personally, he will never forgive him for what he did to Big Boss during the events of Ground Zeroes. Zero explains that he never intended for Snake to be his enemy. In fact, he only wanted Big Boss on his side, as a friend, something that Big Boss will never know. In order to take revenge against Skullface and save the real Big Boss, Zero hinged on secrecy, misdirection, and the help of two unlikely allies, Ocelot and Eva. After the destruction of Mother Base, Zero launched a disinformation campaign to hide the fact that Big Boss had survived, relocating him to a secure military hospital in Dekelia, Cyprus. Eva oversaw the medical transfer, while Ocelot was tasked with keeping Big Boss hidden and safe for as long as necessary. Zero also revealed a backup plan, the Phantom of Big Boss, a mental copy who could operate in his place, giving the real Big Boss time to recover without the world knowing he was incapacitated. It was a rare moment of cooperation between Zero and Ocelot, both setting aside their differences for Big Boss's survival. With Miller, however, Zero played a more manipulative game. Knowing Kaz's loyalty to Big Boss, he kept his location secret, instead offering a trusted intermediary, who is Ocelot, to relay updates when the time came. He promised Miller he'd be the first to know when Big Boss awoke, using the code phrase, "V has come too." Zero insisted the worst actions had been carried out by unsupervised elements of his own organization. In reality, while Zero presented himself as Big Boss's protector, he was also controlling the flow of information, keeping Miller in the dark to maintain leverage and ensure his own plans remained unchanged. When the Phantom Big Boss was set to awaken, Zero and Ocelot agreed on the code phrase "V has come too," as the signal to mobilize everyone involved. Both the real Big Boss and his Phantom had been in comas for 9 years, but judging from his conversation with Ocelot, it was the real Big Boss who recovered first. From the start, Big Boss knew Zero was aiding him in a way, but didn't know he still considered him as a friend, but a friend with a massive ego. Ocelot laid everything out, explaining the plan to create a perfect double who would serve as Big Boss's public face. Through induced hypnagogia, the Phantom had been implanted with all of Big Boss's memories and experiences. This wasn't just to fool Cypher, it was to shield the real Big Boss until the time came for his resurgence. Ocelot committed to the deception so fully that even he would undergo self-hypnosis, erasing conscious knowledge of the truth. Amid this, Ocelot also briefed Big Boss on the L'Enfant Terrible project. Abandoned in 1976 after ATGC and DARPA closed the program, the project had produced 2 clones, David and Eli, while George, it seems, was kept a secret. While David remained in the United States, Eli had vanished from Zero's care after traveling through England and into Africa. Now around 11 or 12 years old, Eli had likely learned of his origins and fled. Big Boss, however, showed no paternal attachment, dismissing them as no sons of mine, and refusing to see them as extensions of himself. Looking back, Eli actually hated the wrong Big Boss, his Phantom, something he will never know throughout his lifespan. Coming back to Zero. Afterwards, knowing that his health is deteriorating and that he won't be around to ensure Cypher can always work towards its goal, Zero commissions Strangelove with creating a network of advanced artificial intelligences, each with a distinct role, but all working towards the same end. 4 core systems, codenamed AL, TR, TJ, and GW, would handle specialized global functions, while a 5th, JD, would sit above all of them as the central overseer. We will be talking about these 5 units a little later on. After Strangelove dies, Zero commissions David Anderson, aka Sigint, by now a key figure at DARPA, to eventually use his vast fortune and build a network of AIs that would continue Cypher's work, enact his interpretation of the boss's will, and secretly rule the world. The main purpose of the AIs was to control and filter information on a nearly unfathomable scale, controlling information and censoring it as the system saw fit in order to bring about complete unity and uniformity, but in the process also quash out any and all free will. Thanks to this AI, if things worked out the way that Zero wanted them to, people would believe what Cypher wanted them to believe, and would be none the wiser about any of it. By the time Skullface was dead, Cypher was being run almost entirely by AIs. But there was an unexpected twist. While dying inside the mammal pod, Strangelove's voice takes on a more personal tone. She begins speaking as if addressing both the boss and her own son, Hal. She reveals that she embedded something deep within the AI's core, a hidden safeguard she calls an egg. One day, when the right person discovers and cracks it, nothing will remain to stop the collapse of the Patriots' control. She hints that this egg is her final gift, her insurance against what she helped develop. Though she never names it, this buried program, and probably later known as Fox Alive, would one day serve as the key to dismantling the system entirely. The Phantom went on to carry out numerous missions as Big Boss, when he was still under the effects of hypnotherapy and unaware that he was merely a body double. Conditioned to believe he was the real Big Boss, he gradually began to follow the boss's will in his own interpretation. At some point, he started wearing the boss's iconic bandana, the very one Strangelove had repaired after salvaging it from Lake Nicaragua. Under his leadership, Diamond Dogs would eventually disarm several nuclear weapons, embracing a more philanthropic and peaceful approach to their operations, a callback to what the Phantom told Kaz, when he said that he wanted to work for the future. This was after the Phantom rescued him and brought him back to Mother Base.
I haven't forgotten what you've told me, boss. We have no tomorrow. But there's still hope for the future. In our struggle to survive the present, we push the future farther away. Will I see it in my lifetime? Probably not. Which means there's no time to waste. Someday the world will no longer need us. No need for the gun, or the hand to pull the trigger. I have to drive out this demon inside me. Build a better future. That's what we will leave as our legacy. Another mission, right, boss?
Slowly but surely, with the passage of time, the hypnotherapy on Phantom Big Boss begins to wear off. During this process, he starts seeing Paz alive and safe at Mother Base. He visits her alongside Ocelot and Kaz, who tells him that they managed to remove both bombs from her. Wanting to keep her happy, Big Boss collects her memoirs of the old Mother Base. When he finally gathers the last memoir and visits Paz again, she stands and tells him there is still a bomb inside of her. An explosion occurs, and the dream shatters. Venom wakes up realizing he was hallucinating all along. Paz had never survived. It was all his guilt as a medic, knowing he couldn't save his patient, that created the vision. When Venom's hypnotherapy is completely drained off, this is where the true ending of the Phantom Pain truly kicks in. The endings of the Phantom Pain showcase the following quote: "There are no facts, only interpretations. As such, moving forward, we are going to delve a little bit into the realm of interpretation, ambiguous and open-ended as this ending is." One of the scenes in the game which is open to interpretation more than most is the one after Venom Snake finds out that he's a body double of Big Boss and he's looking at himself in the mirror. It can be said that the scene doesn't play out exactly as it may seem, but that it's divided by a time leap, with the second half taking place years after the first. During the first half of the scene, Venom Snake listens to the tape left behind by Big Boss, in which the legendary warrior tells him that now they're both Big Boss.
Now do you remember who you are? What you were meant to do? I cheated death thanks to you. And thanks to you, I've left my mark. You have too. You've written your own history. You're your own man. I'm Big Boss. And you are too. No, he's the two of us together. Where we are today, we built it. This story, this legend, it's ours. We can change the world and with it the future. I am you and you are me. Carry that with you wherever you go. Thank you, my friend. From here on out, you're Big Boss.
In this scene, as Venom Snake looks in the mirror, the logo of the Diamond Dogs can clearly be seen in the background, indicating that it's still 1984. After accepting the title of Big Boss with a smile and remaining in cahoots with the real Big Boss, Venom would spend the next 11 years undertaking missions and spreading the legend of Big Boss, overseeing the absorption of Diamond Dogs into Outer Heaven, located 200 kilometers north of Galsburg, South Africa. The wreckage from Sahelanthropus would likely serve as a blueprint for future Metal Gear production. Parasite research and the remains of Vulcan, the Parasite unit, were all likely abandoned, and the fate of the mammal pod remains unknown, although it was likely taken back by Cypher for integrating into the Patriots' AI systems. Once Outer Heaven is complete, the real Big Boss would return to the United States and would set his plans in motion. This marks where the first interpretation of the ending concludes. The second ending begins with Venom flipping the cassette tape, revealing the words Operation Intrude N313 written on the back. This serves as a death notice, a clear signal that Venom's role as Big Boss has come to an end, and that it's now time for him to face Solid Snake. Realizing this, Venom becomes enraged, finally understanding that the real Big Boss had been using him all along. In a moment of anger, he smashes the mirror, after which the Diamond Dog's emblem morphs into an Outer Heaven logo. This transition suggests that several years have passed, bringing the timeline forward to 1995, the point where the events of the original Metal Gear unfold. During the pre-release period of the Phantom Pain, Hideo Kojima was hyping the game as a missing link between the original Metal Gear and how it showcases men turning into demons. The game does indeed show the downfall of Big Boss. Not in the way most Metal Gear fans expected, but it shows the degeneration of Big Boss's ideals in a rather indirect way. Just like Big Boss felt he was betrayed by his nation when he was manipulated into eliminating the boss during MGS3, he too took one of his best men and turned him into a pawn for himself. The world would never know the deeds and actions of the boss, and that is exactly what will happen with Venom Snake 2. Just like Skullface, whom history has forgotten, Venom 2 is a phantom. Everything he's done exists in a strange limbo, real in action but false in identity. His entire legend, every accomplishment, now belongs to the real Big Boss. In a way, the real Big Boss betrayed not just his best man, but us, the players, because as Kojima intended, we, the players, are Phantom Big Boss. Through this, the game mirrors Big Boss's own fall from grace, showing how he used his most trusted man in the same way he himself felt used during the events of Metal Gear Solid 3. By the end, the real Big Boss had become a demon, a man stripped of remorse, willing to sacrifice his best ally to serve his own vision. Kojima's vision for the Phantom Pain revolved around the theme of race, not just in the biological sense, but as a combination of factors that define and drive humanity. One of those factors was language, which became a major motif in the game. It explored how the loss of language could strip away one's identity, driving a man like Skullface into madness. The game was also a meditation on loss. Kazuhiro Miller would never be the same after losing his limbs and later learning the truth about Big Boss, a betrayal that was already seeded in Peace Walker when Kaz acted against him, though he did genuinely care for him in the years that followed. Skullface, for his part, is a man erased from history, destined never to be mentioned again in the series. But the greatest loss belongs to the medic. He lost his very identity, sacrificing himself to preserve the legend of Big Boss, unknowingly setting himself up to be used once more, played like a fiddle 11 years later. And that about wraps up the story of the Phantom Pain. While the Phantom Big Boss spreads the legend far and wide, and the real Big Boss is building Outer Heaven, the Patriots' AI won't remain silent. All of this sets the stage for the arrival of a legendary hero, Solid Snake. In Chapter 5 of our Metal Gear Saga recap, we explored the momentous events of the Phantom Pain and how they connect to the series' future. Now, in Chapter 6, we're jumping ahead 11 years to 1995, and time to meet the one and only legend himself, Solid Snake. Before we dive into the events of Metal Gear 1987, it is worth noting that stealth as a genre was virtually unheard of at the time, and the industry had never seen anything quite like Metal Gear before. As we discussed in Chapter 1, Kojima had to work hard to convince his team that such a game could succeed. However, the development of Metal Gear was far from straightforward. In an interview published by MSX Magazine on May 12, 2005, later transcribed by Tumblr user The Arkhound, Kojima revealed that he actually disliked the MSX, the very console the game was released on. Quote, "There are many developers who came from the MSX. Even in Konami, there are many people who would tell me that they joined the company because of Metal Gear. But the truth is that I actually hated the MSX when I joined Konami," Kojima stated. Quote, "Back in my college days, I thought about joining the games industry since I spent most of my free time at the video arcades, but the MSX hardly crossed my mind. When I joined Konami, I was only thinking of doing arcade and Famicom games, and I had many ideas for those platforms, but for some reason I was assigned to do MSX games instead. It was difficult working on the original MSX, since sprites would disappear when you line them up next to each other and the graphics were monochromatic. It was pretty painful," he further added. He also revealed the difficulties he faced while developing for that console. Quote, "Back then, I think you could only move in 6 directions. 6 directions was going to be impossible, but even reducing it to just 4 was too restricting. We had no choice but to make a game that could be done without enemies, and that's what allowed me to develop Metal Gear. In fact, he even faced difficulties integrating bullets into the game. Quote, "They wouldn't come out horizontally either. There were 5 function keys, so we thought about using each of them. The F4 key, for example, would bring up the transceiver. Simultaneously pressing one key and another was unthinkable on a controller," Kojima further added. Little did he know, those early struggles were setting the stage for a mission that would change everything. Operation Intrude in 313, the beginning of Solid Snake's journey in Metal Gear. The story of the Phantom Pain ends in the year 1984, with both Big Boss and his body double Venom Snake working in different capacities to make the dream of Outer Heaven a reality. The events of the first Metal Gear transpire in 1995, and a lot has happened in that time. Unfortunately, not much has been explained officially about what happened during those 11 years, but we can make some educated guesses based on hints from previous chronological entries. After the events of the Phantom Pain, Big Boss went into hiding under a new identity, slowly but surely building Outer Heaven. Venom, meanwhile, now carrying the title of Big Boss, focused on expanding Diamond Dogs and spreading the legend of Big Boss across the globe. At some point, Big Boss almost completed his work on Outer Heaven, and Venom's Diamond Dogs were absorbed into it. To stay hidden from Cypher, now known as the Patriots, fully controlled by an AI network, and to avoid arousing suspicion, Big Boss tricked them and returned to the United States. There, he somehow became a commander of Foxhound, the special unit he had originally formed after the events of Portable Ops. Big Boss's dream to turn Outer Heaven into a soldier's refuge has warped beyond recognition. After no longer believing in the boss's will, he is now a man transformed, a monster, to the point that he has now become a warmonger. By 1995, Outer Heaven is now an established, heavily fortified state, but no one in the world really knows who their legendary mercenary leader is. To the outside world, Big Boss is the leader of the reformed Foxhound unit. By this time, Solid Snake, one of the genetic super soldiers to come out of the L'Enfant Terrible project, has now become a member of the Foxhound unit. Interestingly, Snake, with an IQ of 180 and fluent in multiple languages, doesn't have much of a background story. As noted during the events of the Phantom Pain, he never actually left the United States when he was a teenager, and when he would grow up, he would be trained by 2 people. Big Boss, who would train him for CQC, and then under the tutelage of Kazuhira Miller, who Snake calls Master Miller. Miller served as Snake's drill instructor and has played the role of mentor to him, and the two share a close bond. Interestingly, it's assumed that Big Boss and Kaz eventually made peace, as Kaz went on to join the very unit commanded by Big Boss. Little did Kaz know, he was about to be played like a damn fiddle all over again. And we mustn't forget one very important character. After the events of Portable Ops, Frank Yeager was rescued once again by Big Boss, who then took him and his sister, Naomi Hunter, back to the United States. Interestingly, it's unclear whether this was the real Big Boss or Venom, but given that the former was in hiding at the time, it was most likely Venom who saved them. Frank would later join Foxhound and would be given the highest commendation, Fox, resulting in his codename, Gray Fox. Frank and Solid Snake would go on to become close allies, forging a strong friendship through their shared battle and experiences. Well, with all the major pieces in place, Big Boss sets his plan into motion. Western states receive intelligence that a weapon of mass destruction is being constructed in Outer Heaven, a nation in South Africa, 200 kilometers north of Garsberg. As such, to assess the situation and any potential threat, Foxhound agent Gray Fox is sent by Big Boss, commander of the Foxhound unit, to Outer Heaven. The mission, though, quickly goes off course. The US government loses contact with Gray Fox, who gets captured, and in his last transmission, which serves as a warning, he only communicates a message consisting of just 2 words: Metal Gear. It is at this point that rookie Foxhound operative Solid Snake is tapped for a follow-up mission by Big Boss, Operation Intrude in 313. His objectives? To locate and rescue Gray Fox, and to assess the meaning behind the words, Metal Gear. His only backup is support from Foxhound leader Big Boss, who remains in constant contact with him over the radio from his position in the United States. Once Snake is inserted into the site via underwater insertion, he manages to use supreme stealth skills and his wits, all in an attempt to glean as much information as he can about the base and the facilities there, and to learn of the whereabouts of Gray Fox. Snake at last manages to find the location of Gray Fox, thanks to the help of local resistance leader Kyle Schneider. Now, let's hold our horses for just a moment. Who exactly is Kyle Schneider? Schneider was once a member of Outer Heaven, serving as an architect and an engineer. However, as the organization became increasingly consumed by war and violence, he lost his family. Disillusioned, he went underground and eventually founded a resistance movement opposing Outer Heaven, rising to become its leader. Given his knowledge of Outer Heaven's layout, Schneider aided Snake by revealing a complicated plan. Snake would need to intentionally allow himself to be captured. Once that happened, Big Boss would contact him with instructions to break through a weakened wall, leading him to Gray Fox. Of course, Big Boss already knew all about Outer Heaven, unsurprisingly so. The Foxhound agent then reveals to him the meaning of his last cryptic message. Metal Gear, codenamed TX-55, is actually a bipedal walking tank, capable of launching a nuclear strike from any terrain and surface, anywhere in the world, making it a lethal weapon of mass destruction and far beyond the nuclear capabilities of most other international actors. It's crewed by a single pilot, and armed with twin Vulcan guns, a laser cannon, multiple missile launchers, and a blast furnace cannon. Its armor is reinforced with tungsten and a special heat-resistant ceramic for extra durability. When preparing to fire a missile, the TX-55 deploys a stabilizing leg at the rear to anchor itself, ensuring steady and accurate nuclear launches. Snake realizes the situation is more dire than imagined, and Gray Fox tells him that it is imperative that Metal Gear be destroyed before it's activated. Snake's instructed with tracking down Dr. Drago Petrovich Madnar, a Russian scientist and the developer of Metal Gear. The doctor and her daughter were abducted by Outer Heaven personnel while the duo were in the USA. He is the only person who would know how to destroy it, who should also be held prisoner somewhere in Outer Heaven. However, the path to the Doctor won't be easy, as Snake would need to take down the Outer Heaven's formidable boss unit comprising of Shotmaker and Machine Gun Kid, Fire Trooper, Dirty Duck, as well as fighting off some seemingly invincible cyberoids known as Bloody Brad and several armored vehicles such as Hind D, Bulldozer, and a tank. Although this unit doesn't have a lot of backstory, let's talk about what we do know about them. Shotmaker was once a Spetsnaz operative during the Soviet era before turning to mercenary work. Machine Gun Kid, a former member of the British Army's SAS Special Forces, followed a similar path into mercenary life. Fire Trooper, originally part of a German military unit, specialized in flamethrower combat. Dirty Duck was the leader of a group called Eggplant, while Bloody Brad, also known as Arnold, and designated TX-11 were two cybernoid units developed by Dr. Madnar. Snake defeats these foes at different points in the mission, but during the encounters, he notices something suspicious. His stuff has been planted with a transmitter, as if someone wanted to track his every move. Wasting no time, he disposes of it and presses on with his mission. When Snake finally reaches the location where Dr. Madnar is supposed to be held, he instead encounters a decoy posing as the scientist. It's a setup meant to trap him, but Snake sees through the ruse, evades the danger, and makes his escape. Later, Snake is contacted by Jennifer, a member of the Resistance and a former medical staff member of Outer Heaven, who reveals the location of the real Dr. Madnar. In exchange, Snake agrees to help her by rescuing her brother, who's held hostage within Outer Heaven. Snake finally meets the scientist, but Madnar does not prove to be cooperative, and he informs Snake that he will only share the details about Metal Gear and how the bipedal tank can be destroyed if Snake first rescues his daughter Ellen, who is also being held captive in Outer Heaven. With the help from Diane, a Resistance member and a skilled intel gatherer, Snake is able to track down and successfully rescue Ellen, who informs him that her father was being made to develop Metal Gear TX-55 under duress, with her being used as a hostage. With Ellen rescued, Dr. Madnar finally informs Snake of Metal Gear's location and the exact method of destroying it, placing plastic explosives on its feet. Snake begins to make his way to the hangar where Metal Gear is being kept, but he also starts to notice things are starting to go wrong. The enemies seem to be too informed of his movements, far more than they should be even when taking all of the surveillance on the facilities into account. Meanwhile, Big Boss, who's been in constant contact with him via radio, appears to be acting erratic and strange, at one point even asking Snake to abort the mission. Snake is then contacted by Schneider, who's about to reveal the true identity of the man behind Outer Heaven, but his connection drops. Outnumbered, outsmarted, and with no resources on his side, Snake nevertheless manages to make his way to where Metal Gear TX-55 is being kept, and manages to destroy the bipedal tank, neutralizing the threat. This, however, initiates Outer Heaven's self-destruct sequence, prompting Snake to hasten his escape, in the course of which he finds himself coming face to face with the leader of Outer Heaven's facility, who is finally revealed to be Big Boss himself. Big Boss informs Snake that the entire mission that he had been sent on had been a decoy, with Snake himself being sent to only create a distraction. Big Boss, however, seemingly underestimated Snake's resourcefulness and never expected him to have come as far as he had. Big Boss declares his dream of a haven for soldiers, a dream which had started with MSF and grown with Diamond Dogs, acting as one of the nuclear powers in the world, outstripping even the West and USSR, so that it can continue remaining defiant in the face of opposition. Faced with betrayal and the threat of geopolitical upheaval, Snake nonetheless manages to defeat the legendary soldier in a ruthless battle. It's also safe to assume that, before dying, Big Boss handed the boss's bandana to Solid Snake, something he had held onto ever since recovering it during the events of the Phantom Pain. He escapes and calls Foxhound, informing them that the threat is neutralized and that the Operation Intrude in 313 had been a success. It is unknown to him, however, that the Big Boss he defeated was not really Big Boss at all. The man who Snake defeated was actually a body double. Yes, it was none other than Venom Snake, who'd been acting on Big Boss's commands as the leader of Outer Heaven. He was a man who lived as a phantom of the legendary Big Boss, and has now died as one too. However, it's worth noting that, based on our interpretation of the Phantom Pain's ending, Venom was likely betrayed by Big Boss when Operation Intrude in 313's ending event was set into motion, essentially sending him into a life or death battle against Solid Snake. The real Big Boss, it turns out, is still alive, and he recognizes Snake as a viable threat. He isn't done with Snake, and his dream of creating the perfect soldier's refuge isn't over either. Outer Heaven was just one cog in his machinery, and served as a mere distraction for the Patriots, so that he can buy time and complete work on his own version of Outer Heaven. Big Boss leaves the USA and Foxhound and goes into hiding. Outer Heaven is ultimately destroyed by NATO, with the entire fortress reduced to rubble. Tragically, many innocent people lose their lives in that attack. Among the survivors, such as Gray Fox and Schneider, and others are rescued by the real Big Boss, setting the stage for the Zanzibar Land incident. Since this was the first Metal Gear game, Hideo Kojima didn't openly discuss its themes like he would with later major entries. However, based on the story, one theme stands out above all else: betrayal. The real Big Boss not only betrayed Solid Snake, but also his phantom, Venom Snake, setting the stage for his next major confrontation against the Patriots. By this point, he had become much like the very system that once used the boss and discarded her legend. In short, Big Boss has transformed into a monster, willing to do anything to achieve his vision of a world where the fires of war will never extinguish. At the same time, the Patriots' AI were quietly studying every detail and patterns of the Outer Heaven infiltration. Well, and with that, we are done with the story of Metal Gear. In Chapter 7, we will speak about how Solid Snake will face an even bigger challenge against the real Big Boss when we infiltrate Zanzibar Land. In Chapter 6 of our Metal Gear Saga recap, we examined how the real Big Boss betrayed both Solid Snake and his phantom, Venom Snake, only for his insurrection to end in failure. Chapter 7 picks up with Solid Snake stepping back into the fray, this time to confront a new threat. It's fascinating to look back at the origins of Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake, and even more so when we uncover rare historical material, like an interview from 1990. Transcribed by Tumblr user The Arkhound, this piece from the August 1990 issue of MSX magazine features an anonymous Konami employee discussing how the concept for Snake's second outing came to life. While the magazine never names the individual, the tone and depth of the responses suggest that it was very likely Hideo Kojima himself. Quote, "The reason why this game was made can be attributed to a certain employee within Konami around the time when SD Snatcher was in the end of its development. While I was taking the train ride home, he made a rather passionate request. Why aren't you making a Metal Gear sequel? If you made one, I would certainly buy it. Up to that point, I had no intention of developing a sequel to Metal Gear. By the time I got home, I already came up with the story and synopsis in my head." The employee also explained why cutscenes are important. Quote, "While working on the original Metal Gear, we had to delete all the cutscenes we prepared for the game since they went over the ROM capacity. It was a pretty painful experience. This time, we thought about the inclusion of cutscenes from the very beginning and managed to secure the required ROM size. Cutscenes are important since they play a key role as far as an experience games is concerned," the employee stated. Again, judging from later interviews, the responses line up almost exactly with how Kojima would speak about his work. Regardless of the mystery around the interviewee's identity, it's a fascinating glimpse into the game's birth. This employee already had the core story for Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake sketched out during a short train ride home. It's 1999, and by the end of the 20th century, the Cold War is beginning to thaw out. It looks like relations between the US and USSR are beginning to stabilize a bit, and that the threat of imminent nuclear proliferation may be a thing of the past. On the surface of it, things look to finally be taking a turn for the better. However, this is more like the calm before the storm. In this period, the world has hit an oil crisis, and efforts to develop an alternative source of energy are bearing no fruit. Amidst all of this, Czech scientist Dr. Kio Marv bioengineers a new species of algae known as oilix that may be the answer to these problems. On his way to a demonstration of the newly engineered strain algae in the United States, however, he goes missing. 2 years prior, Zanzibar Land emerged in Central Asia in 1997 as a powerful, self-declared democratic military regime. Its sudden rise began with an armed uprising that caught the attention of CIS, whose forces, centered around Russia, quickly mobilized to suppress it. However, Zanzibar Land proved to be no ordinary adversary. Recruiting elite mercenaries from across the globe, the regime fortified its territory into an impenetrable stronghold. The CIS army suffered repeated defeats, and before long, Zanzibar Land had declared full independence. This conflict, defined by the dominance of hired soldiers, became known as the Mercenaries' War, and the nation itself gained a fearsome reputation as an armed fortress state. NATO realizes that there may be a connection here. Zanzibar Land's leaders may have nuclear capabilities. Meanwhile, intelligence suggests that its leaders plan to hold the world hostage by controlling the supply of oil. How do they plan to do this? Well, it turns out that Dr. Marv was abducted by none other than the masterminds of Zanzibar Land. By controlling the oilix algae while simultaneously also holding the specter of looming nuclear war over everyone's heads, Zanzibar Land plans on truly becoming one of the greatest powers on the global stage. To address the situation, Colonel Roy Campbell, and yes, the same Campbell Big Boss encountered during the events of Portable Ops, who later served in Delta Ops and now commands the Foxhound unit, he calls Solid Snake out of retirement. Snake's mission this time is to rescue Dr. Kio Marv. Snake will, of course, be supported by Colonel Campbell, Master Miller, and yes, our very own Kaz, who has been brought on as a consultant for Snake's mission. George Kasler also serves as an advisor, providing Snake with intelligence briefings on his enemies in Zanzibar. With the mission codenamed Operation Intrude F-014, the operation is set into motion. When Snake is inserted into Zanzibar Land, he comes into contact with Holly White, an American freelance journalist who developed a passion for literature early in life. Beneath the surface, however, Holly led a double life. She's an undercover CIA operative posing as a journalist, who tells Snake she'll be providing support for him during the mission. As Snake makes his way towards Dr. Marv's location, he's attacked by a figure known only as Black Ninja. Black Ninja was part of a special forces unit consisting of technologically enhanced ninja-like soldiers secretly formed by NASA, who envisioned conflicts in outer space in the future. Absurd, yes, and a little over the top, but hey, that's a Metal Gear for you. Anyways, Black Ninja now functions as a mercenary whose allegiances lie with Zanzibar Land. It is then revealed that Black Ninja is none other than Kyle Schneider, who is the leader of the resistance against Big Boss's regime in Outer Heaven. When his true identity is revealed to Solid Snake, the former resistance leader reveals some startling facts. Unbeknownst to Solid Snake, when he left Outer Heaven after completing his mission 4 years ago, NATO launched a massive bombardment, including nuclear strikes against the fortified state, afraid of their potential for troublemaking in the future. Outer Heaven was completely wiped from the face of the earth, killing anyone that was still in the area, regardless of whether or not they had ties to Big Boss's regime, including many war orphans and resistance members. This incident was largely covered up and hidden from the media, and very few people know it even happened. Schneider reveals to Snake that the leader of Zanzibar Land is actually none other than Big Boss himself. Snake, who doesn't know that the man he defeated 4 years ago was actually Venom Snake, is, well, obviously shocked by this news. Big Boss accrued a huge number of allies over the past 4 years, using NATO's ruthless attacks against Outer Heaven as motivation for many of them, including Schneider, and established his foothold in Zanzibar Land to keep his dream of a soldier's refuge alive. Snake defeats Schneider in battle, but the encounter proves fatal for the latter. With his dying breath, Schneider gives Snake a crucial hint about the doctor's whereabouts. With this crucial new piece of information, he moves forward with his mission. He infiltrates a facility in Zanzibar Land where he finds himself reunited with yet another face from his past, Dr. Madnar, who's apparently been kidnapped again to work on a new Metal Gear, this time known as Metal Gear D. Metal Gear D is an 8.5 meter tall, single pilot, nuclear capable bipedal weapon, protected by powerful plates and heat resistant ceramic armor. It can reach speeds of 45 kilometers per hour with a sensor range of 12,500 meters and a 6,500 kilowatt power output. Its arsenal includes conventional guns, missile pods, and up to 6 short, 2 mid-range nuclear missiles. Madnar has also been conscripted to work on smaller, non-nuclear Metal Gear units called Metal Gear Gustav or Metal Gear G, similar to the Walker Gear units that Skullface had worked on over a decade ago now. However, production isn't completed yet. Madnar confirms to Snake that Big Boss is indeed still alive and well, and now heads Zanzibar Land. Madnar reveals the location of where Dr. Marv is being held and urges Snake to rescue him, warning that Marv is suffering from heart disease. Snake, faced with the prospect of trudging across a desert to save Marv, attempts to do so, but finds himself face to face with a number of challenges. He squares off against Zanzibar loyalists, Running Man, Four Horsemen, Jungle Evil, Night Fright, and Red Blaster. Red Blaster, an elite assassin with a penchant for explosives, is known for trapping his targets in tight kill zones before finishing them off with his ever-ready grenades. The Four Horsemen, a deadly assassination unit comprised of former SAS operatives, specialize in close-quarters combat and are feared for their lethal efficiency in enclosed spaces. Jungle Evil, once a skilled hunter with Rex Command, became a master of jungle warfare. Night Fright, the last surviving member of the legendary Whisper unit, uses advanced camouflage to remain invisible, striking from the shadows with unmatched precision. Running Man, a disgraced Olympic sprinter, turned his record-breaking speed into a weapon, joining a European group and becoming nearly impossible to catch. Snake takes them all down and, in a feat that defies the odds, brings down a Hind D gunship. With the help of Holly White and Master Miller, who's in contact with him over the radio, Snake manages to find the radio frequency of Dr. Marv. As it turns out, though, the man does not speak English. As such, Snake is faced with the prospect of having to find an agent named Gustava Hefner, who's also Marv's bodyguard and should be able to bridge that communication gap. Snake manages to meet Gustava, and along the way, the former manages to extract Madnar. Snake, Madgar, and Gustava make their way to the detention camp, where they run into Metal Gear D. What's more, the bipedal tank is piloted by none other than former Foxhound agent Gray Fox. He too was one of the people who was recruited by Big Boss in the aftermath of Operation Intrude in 313. A missile from Metal Gear D kills Gustava, and Madnar is taken captive once more. Piloting the mech, Gray Fox warns Snake to leave Zanzibar. Desperate to conclude the mission, and to ensure the safety of the world, Snake fights through the facility to make it to Dr. Marv's cell. When he finally makes it to the location where Dr. Marv is supposedly being held captive, he realizes that he's just too late. Dr. Marv, already weakened by heart disease, could not endure the repeated torture sessions and now lies dead. Snake gets to work to retrieve the formula of Oilix, when a transmission from Holly informs Snake that Madnar was not really captured, but voluntarily recruited by Zanzibar Land. Madnar admits that he did in fact cause the death of Dr. Marv and led Gustava to a trap and attempts to attack Snake, but is dispatched of quickly. Battered and disillusioned, Snake nevertheless manages to retrieve the Oilix formula from the facilities before he's confronted by Madnar again. A repentant Madnar tells him of Metal Gear D's weakness, right before Snake finds himself engaged in another battle with the bipedal tank, piloted once again by Gray Fox. Snake manages to use his newfound knowledge to take the Metal Gear down, but while he is distracted, Gray Fox extracts the Oilix formula from him and attempts an escape. While Snake confronts Big Boss, Madnar seizes the moment to slip away from the fortress. Snake follows in pursuit, traversing a deadly minefield. Snake also learns that he was once engaged to Gustava. Gray Fox and Snake engage in an intense, thrilling battle. This is one of the most epic scenes in the entire Metal Gear history, where two best friends were forced to fight off against each other due to a changing times and situations. Eventually, Snake is successful in defeating Fox and retrieving the Oilix formula. Gray Fox seemingly dies, and as he does, Snake comforts him in his final moments, telling him that Gustava is waiting for him on the other side. By now, you probably know better than to expect a clean ending. This is Metal Gear after all. Just when Snake thinks that the mission is finally over, a chillingly familiar voice cuts through the air, and it's none other than Big Boss. Snake finally comes face to face with his former commander, Big Boss. As the tension rises, Miller calls in over the radio, warning Snake that Big Boss is a monster. Hardly a revelation given Kaz's awareness of his history of betrayal and, well, the double dealing. Big Boss responds with a quiet, almost reflective tone, telling Snake that such nightmares never truly fade. Big Boss tells Snake that soldiers can never truly find peace or live ordinary lives. The battlefield is the only place they truly belong. He knows this better than anyone, which is why he's devoted himself entirely to building a perfect refuge for warriors. Quote, "It doesn't matter who wins here. Our fight will continue. The loser will be liberated from the battlefield, and the survivor will live out the rest of his days as a soldier," he said. In a thrilling, climactic battle, Snake manages to defeat Big Boss, apparently finally killing him with a makeshift flamethrower. Him and Holly White fight their way through the facility to their extraction point, where they finally leave Zanzibar Land, leaving behind the burning wreckage of Big Boss's dreams and the deactivation of the Metal Gear G project. After the mission concludes and the Oilix formula is confirmed to be authentic, Colonel Campbell offers Snake to rejoin Foxhound. Snake refuses and goes to Alaska, not to be heard from for many years to come. It's worth noting that sometime after the Zanzibar Land disturbance, or around the time Snake confronts Big Boss, it's revealed that Big Boss is Snake's father. The exact moment of this revelation is unclear, but it seemingly plays a pivotal role in Snake's decision to abandon everything and retreat into a life of solitude. In the aftermath, Master Miller relocates to Alaska, while the Patriots secure the bodies of both Big Boss and Gray Fox from Zanzibar Land. Behind the scenes, they begin meticulously recording the events of Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, information they intend to use to shape future operations and counter anything or anyone that might move against them. So what was the real Big Boss's goal behind launching two uprisings? One near South Africa through his Phantom in Metal Gear, and the other in Zanzibar Land during Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. Well, the former acted as a distraction, but both were rooted in his war against the Patriots. He sought to free the world from their control, but his vision was deeply flawed. Rather than pursuing true peace, Big Boss aimed to create a system where war would never end, where constant conflict and the fires of war would sustain an endless cycle of violence. In his mind, this perpetual battlefield would give soldiers a place to belong, but in reality, it meant replacing one oppressive system with another equally destructive one. As Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake came out before Kojima began assigning explicit thematic titles to his games, we can nonetheless deduce its central theme as war. The story portrays how Big Boss's ego-driven battle against the Patriots and pursuit of absolute freedom from the system made him a warmonger, only to be brought down by his own son. For Solid Snake, the ordeal was deeply scarring. Confronting and killing Big Boss left him devastated, bordering on PTSD. Though he claimed to have freed himself from his nightmares by the game's end, the truth was far harsher. War was not done with him, and it would soon consume him once more. And that wraps up Chapter 7. In the next chapter, Solid Snake will face his arch-nemesis, his own brother Liquid Snake. Things are about to heat up, so buckle in. In Chapter 7 of our recap of the Metal Gear Saga, we looked at Solid Snake's confrontation with Big Boss in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, and how the events in that game led him into retirement. In Chapter 8, we will talk about how he's pulled back into the action once again, and the beginning of the long-running conflict between him and his brother Liquid Snake. Before we dive into the main story, let's look at how Kojima came to develop Metal Gear Solid. In an interview with Weekly Famitsu number 403, September 6, 1996, transcribed by Tumblr user The Arkhound, he explained his reasons for reviving the Metal Gear series, which had last appeared in 1990 with Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. Quote, "The truth is that Metal Gear was actually the first game that I've made when I've joined Konami. There's that emotional attachment, as well as a feeling of tension of being seen or not by the enemy that was characteristic of Metal Gear that I wanted to explore further. For example, let's say your character hides under a desk. When that happens, the point of view changes to under the desk, and the nearby soldiers will walk around making noises. Or you hear the footsteps of a soldier, so you quickly hide in a locker to avoid making noises. I wanted to express that kind of tension. I had the same concept with the original Metal Gear, but I wasn't able to express it with the hardware available at the time. However, we finally have a 32-bit console capable of using many polygons, so I can finally do what I wanted to do," Kojima explained. In his interview with Gamers Today, Kojima also explained that the word "solid" was more than just a nod to Snake's codename, or the title of the second MSX2 game. It symbolized the series entering its third chapter, while also marking a dramatic shift, evolving from the flat world of 2D into the depth and realism of 3D graphics. With that vision established, Kojima set the stage for a new kind of cinematic stealth adventure, one that would redefine the series as Metal Gear Solid and introduce players to its unforgettable story. It's 2005. 6 years since the fateful events that took place in Zanzibar Land, where Solid Snake faced off against his mentor and father, Big Boss, and came out victorious. You could be forgiven for thinking that with Big Boss out of the picture, at least for now, things are only going to get better. That, however, could not be further from the truth. Even though Solid Snake fought and won against the fallen legend, the worst is still to come, and things are definitely not going to get better. Metal Gear Solid takes place on an island near Alaska, one of the United States' most critical sites because it secretly houses a massive nuclear weapons development facility. In 2005, word reached US leadership that the island had been seized by a group calling itself the Sons of Big Boss, led by Liquid Snake, Eli, who after the Phantom Pain served with the SAS before disappearing. Foxhound has gone rogue. With the support of Psycho Mantis, Sniper Wolf, Decoy Octopus, Revolver Ocelot, Vulcan Raven, and an army of genome soldiers genetically enhanced with Big Boss's DNA, Liquid now holds the island firmly under his control. His demands are simple, and a bit hard to swallow. The Sons of Big Boss inform the US government that it has 24 hours to cough up a ransom of $1 billion, as well as the remains of Big Boss himself. If the demands are not met, they will launch a nuclear attack. Thanks to the sensitive nature of the mission, the fact that genetic experiments on genome soldiers were a state secret, and the fact that the DNA in Big Boss's remains is extremely valuable, the government decides that it cannot give in to these demands. What's more, the START 3 Accords are to be signed by several nations, including the US, in just a day, and they cannot risk their non-compliance with non-proliferation becoming public knowledge just before that happens. And as such, Colonel Roy Campbell is asked by Jim Houseman, the United States Secretary of Defense, to convince the now legendary soldier Solid Snake to come out of retirement in order to deal with this new threat. The Colonel is somehow able to convince Snake, while also telling him that he's involved in this mission for his own personal reasons. His niece, rookie soldier Meryl Silverberg, is also among the hostages on the island. Former Foxhound Medical Chief Naomi Hunter injects Snake with what are known as nanomachines to increase his combat capabilities, and without further ado, Snake is inserted on site. So, what are nanomachines? Nanomachines exist in the saga to network the soldier, turning a person's body into a readable, regulatable node on a battlefield grid. They justify the series' diegetic systems, codec, mission tracking, vital monitoring, while enabling permissions and control, ID-locked weapons, trigger locks, behavioral gates, and biological exploits like FoxDie, which we'll talk about later on. In the future, they will scale into an infrastructure that lets organizations meter, monetize, and micromanage war, collapsing logistics, communications, and compliance into the bloodstream. But let's not talk about that just yet. Before we move ahead though, it's critical to explain what the Genome Project is. It was essentially the Patriots' attempt to bottle the essence of Big Boss and mass produce it. After Ocelot referenced the research in portable ops, the data became the foundation for Dr. Clark's Genome Soldier program. Using Big Boss's DNA from his supposed dead body, scientists isolated more than 60 genetic traits, ranging from heightened reflexes and combat awareness to raw tactical instinct, that were believed to make him the ultimate soldier. These traits were then grafted onto members of the Next Generation Special Forces, a unit originally created to counter threats involving nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. At first, they were a specialized anti-terrorism team, built out of technical and biochemical experts. But when they were added, the mercenaries who once served under Big Boss in Outer Heaven, the unit changed entirely. The military had simply bought out the contracts of his former private guard and merged them with VR-trained recruits, transforming them into something more dangerous. What emerged was a brotherhood of genetically enhanced soldiers. On the surface, they looked like disciplined professionals. Their files showed perfect psychological evaluations, and they were treated as model troops. But beneath that was a shared identity. They were sons of Big Boss, bonded by the gene therapy that made them all more alike than brothers. The rogue Foxhound unit was no ordinary terrorist cell. It was a collection of operatives whose abilities bordered on the supernatural. Raven was said to be Athapascan, descended from the same people as the Apaches and the Navajos of New Mexico. Beyond lineage, Raven was a man of endurance, one who had proven his toughness in grueling contests like ear-pulling trials. Psycho Mantis, also known as the Third Boy, well, after the events of the Phantom Pain, joined the KGB as a psychic with powerful telepathic abilities. After the Soviet Union collapsed, he moved to America and even worked for the FBI as a psychic profiler. But during one case, he went too deep into a serial killer's mind and was changed forever, taking on the same twisted thoughts. After that, he became a psychic mercenary, selling his abilities to the highest bidder until Foxhound and Liquid recruited him. Sniper Wolf was a Kurd, and sometime later in her life she would be rescued by Big Boss and possibly Venom Snake. To Wolf, he was a hero who saved her from that endless cycle of misery and gave her a new path. Under his influence, she became a sniper, an observer of war rather than just another victim of it. After the events of the Phantom Pain, Ocelot joined the Soviet Special Forces, Spetsnaz, where he sharpened his skills in combat and interrogation. When the Soviet Union collapsed, he drifted through other elite organizations, first with the SWAT unit and later with the SVR, the successor to the KGB's Foreign Intelligence Branch. But Ocelot was never built for bureaucracy. The rigid systems of Russian intelligence frustrated him, and he eventually broke away. That was when Foxhound brought him in, giving him the freedom that he craved. By the time of the Alaska incident, he was already aligned with Liquid Snake, a partnership foreshadowed back in the Phantom Pain, and would adopt the codename Revolver. And lastly, Decoy Octopus, who was a master of deception, able to become his target in every detail. He even went as far as transfusing their blood to copy them down to the DNA. Snake's missions are aplenty and equally difficult. Learn about the nuclear launch capabilities of the Sons of Big Boss, stop them if necessary, and lastly, to rescue two extremely high-value hostages, DARPA Chief Donald Anderson, codenamed Sigint, yes, the very same, and the president of the company Arms Tech, Kenneth Baker. Anderson and Baker were in the facility for a classified secret exercise before they were abducted, and the coup was led by Liquid Snake, Foxhound members, and the on-site Genome soldiers. For this mission, Snake would be receiving radio support from not just Colonel Campbell and Naomi Hunter, but also from data analyst Mei Ling, military analyst Natasha Romanenko, and from Snake's very own old mentor, Master Katsuhira Miller, who is now living in Alaska after the Zanzibar incident. Naomi Hunter, Foxhound's chief medical officer, was an expert in gene therapy who once worked alongside Dr. Clark on the Genome Project. Though she later walked away from that research, her past ties and hidden motives would soon play a pivotal role. Mei Ling served as Foxhound's data and communications specialist, the genius who created Snake's codec and Soliton radar systems. A graduate of MIT, she pursued applied physics to build technology that could help people, but her ideals left her conflicted, questioning whether engineers like her only end up creating tools of war. And finally, Natasha Romanenko, Foxhound's weapons analyst, was born in Pripyat, Ukraine. Her life was forever changed by the Chernobyl disaster, which she experienced as a child living just 3 kilometers away. Before the mission begins, Colonel Campbell hands Snake a photo of Liquid. He admits he doesn't know Liquid's real name. It's classified even beyond his clearance. But what shocks Snake is the resemblance. Aside from a slightly different skin tone, Liquid looks almost identical to him. At this point, he isn't aware that Liquid is his brother, although he wonders whether he is his twin.
I'm going to swat down a couple of bothersome flies.
Snake infiltrates via the Discovery and reaches the facility. After sneaking past a number of Genome soldiers, coming across a soldier called Johnny who has stomach problems, and getting the information of the DARPA chief through a couple of soldiers, Snake manages to find the cell where the DARPA chief Donald Anderson is being held, who tells Snake just what the terrorist nuclear launch capabilities exactly are. When the Sons of Big Boss took over the facility, they also took over a new Metal Gear that was being developed on the island, Metal Gear Rex, equipped with a Vulcan cannon, laser, and a railgun. Metal Gear Rex is protected by advanced composite armor and armed with knee-mounted laser-guided anti-tank missiles tipped with heat rounds. Its one weakness is the radome on its left arm. Destroying it forces the cockpit to open, exposing the pilot to attack. The DARPA chief informs Snake that the terrorists are not far away from being able to activate Metal Gear Rex. Activation requires 2 passwords. One from the chief, which he already gave to Liquid through Psychomantis, and the other is held by Baker. However, there is a way to deactivate Metal Gear. Snake will need 3 PAL keycards if he wants to stop that from happening. And only Arms Tech President Kenneth Baker knows where they're being kept. Before Snake can find out anything else or make any efforts to rescue Anderson though, the chief has a sudden heart attack and falls dead before Snake's very own eyes. The timing and nature of this death are obviously very suspicious, and as you will learn in the future, Donald Anderson's death is more significant than you could imagine. We won't tell you the full story just yet, but that'll happen later on in this series. Before dying, the DARPA chief tells Snake where Baker is likely being held. As soon as he leaves the cell, he's interrupted by Meryl Silverberg, the colonel's niece. During a weapons test on the island, Meryl was drafted into Foxhound as an emergency replacement after several soldiers vanished. But almost immediately, Foxhound went rogue, leaving her trapped in the uprising and taken hostage. Snake sneaks his way through more of the facility and manages to reach Baker's location. When he does though, he's met by a precarious situation. Baker is still alive and well, but Snake sees that he's tied to a pillar and rigged with C4, ready to be blown apart at the slightest misstep. And as Snake starts thinking about how to get out of this mess, well, things get even worse. In walks another Foxhound agent, and we're betting you'll all recognize this one, Revolver Ocelot. Well, remember him? Of course you do. And remember his promise to Kaz Miller way back during the incidents of the Phantom Pain, about how they would be on opposing sides if the sons of Big Boss ever fought against each other. Well, he made good on that promise.
Right. Touch that wire and the C4 will blow up along with the old man. So you're the one that the boss keeps talking about.
And you?
Special Operations Foxhound. Revolver Ocelot. I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake. Now we'll see if the man can live up to the legend. This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt Single Action Army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves. Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver.
Solid Snake and Ocelot engage each other in a thrilling, gunslinger-esque battle. It is, however, cut short. Something that can only be described as a cyborg ninja intervenes. The ninja cuts Baker free, slices off one of Ocelot's hands, and skedaddles. Ocelot, injured and humiliated, picks up his severed hand and flees as well. Kenneth Baker then gives Snake the lay of the land. He's been working with the DARPA chief for years to work on Metal Gear Rex. Arms Tech has been on the brink of bankruptcy, and Metal Gear was their way out. So Baker had been colluding with Anderson to develop Rex with the help of the government's so-called black budget. Baker reveals that he's already revealed his password and Liquid has everything he needs to launch his revolution. However, he goes on to give Snake information on Meryl, telling him that she has the keycards required to override Rex's activation. He also hands Snake an optical disc that contains a great deal of valuable information on the Metal Gear Rex project. Before he can tell Snake anything else though, something very strange happens. Baker starts having a heart attack and dies in a situation that is eerily similar to what just happened to the DARPA chief. A confused Snake then contacts Meryl, seeking cooperation from her, but she's not ready to trust him just yet. She tells him to first locate and rescue a certain scientist who's worked on the development of Metal Gear Rex. And who is this scientist? Well, it's none other than Dr. Hal Otacon Emmerich, Huey Emmerich's son. Snake agrees and sets off towards his location. After the events of the Phantom Pain, Huey found his son, married and had a daughter named Emma, whom we'll talk about in the next chapter. Hal fled home and educated himself online, eventually earning advanced degrees from MIT and Princeton. His brilliance caught the FBI's eye, but after being exposed for hacking their own systems, he was forced out. From there, he found work with Arms Tech, unknowingly stepping into the shadow of Metal Gear. He would take on the codename Otacon, reflecting his appreciation for anime. Along the way, Snake fights off several challenges, such as an intense battle with Foxhound member Vulcan Raven, and another encounter with Cyborg Ninja. In this battle with the ninja, Snake realizes that he recognizes the man's fighting style, and also that the ninja himself seems to know who Snake is. He disappears once Snake defeats him in a one-on-one battle, and when he does, Snake realizes he knows who this man is. It's none other than Gray Fox, who had seemingly died at the hands of Snake himself in Zanzibar Land.
I felt that, Snake. Do you remember me now?
Can't be. You were killed in Zanzibar.
What? Not again.
What's happening?
I'm losing myself.
Is it over?
When Snake contacts Colonel Campbell and Naomi Hunter and tells them about this, Naomi tells him that Gray Fox's body had been recovered after the Zanzibar incident by Dr. Clark, who used to be the former chief of medical staff for Foxhound. Incidentally, she also worked with Big Boss and Major Zero during Operation Snake Eater, back when she went by the codename of Paramedic. Sensing a pattern here? Well, you should. Gray Fox, as it turns out, was revived by Dr. Clark and experimented upon through gene therapy. Thanks to this, he now has an exoskeleton and the heightened abilities of a ninja in typical Metal Gear ridiculous and awesome fashion. These very experiments, by the way, are also what led to the creation of the Genome Soldiers. Gray Fox, however, is still officially supposed to be dead. Naomi tells Snake that he supposedly died in a lab explosion 2 years ago, the very same explosion that also killed Dr. Clark herself. Not sure what to do with this new information, Snake moves forward and finds Hal Emmerich. Otacon, who looks a lot like his father but is a much better person than he was, volunteers to help Snake during his mission however he can. Having gotten that out of the way, Snake finally finds Meryl and procures one of 3 keycards. Do note that they are still clueless as to where the other 2 cards are located. The 2 of them head towards the location of Metal Gear Rex, but before they can get there, they're ambushed by another Foxhound agent, who is another person who you will probably recognize. Psycho Mantis, the telekinetic wonder named Tretij Revenok, who was known as the 3rd boy in the Phantom Pain, takes over Meryl's mind. Snake incapacitates her, and after a grueling battle, he is able to defeat Mantis. As Psycho Mantis lay dying, he revealed the torment behind his mask. From childhood, he had been cursed by his gift, forced to see only hatred, obsession, and misery in the minds of others. His own father despised him for his mother's death, and in despair, Mantis set his village ablaze, erasing both his past and his future. He admitted to Snake that he never cared for Liquid's revolution, only using it as cover for killing. Yet in Snake, he saw someone who shared his pain, someone who made the world more interesting. In his final moments, Mantis asked Snake to return his mask so that he could die in solitude, free from the endless voices in his head. For the first time in life, he used his powers to help, not harm, opening the way forward for Snake. After encountering and slipping past another Foxhound member, the female sniper called Sniper Wolf, Snake and Meryl get separated with the latter getting injured, and Snake ends up getting captured by Ocelot and Liquid. Ocelot takes the optical disc containing data on Metal Gear Rex from Snake, unbeknownst to Liquid, and proceeds to torture him. While locked away, Snake is horrified to find Anderson's corpse in the cell, his body drained of blood and decayed for days, which was unusual since the chief died just a few hours ago. During this stretch, an intense exchange between Snake, Colonel, and Naomi drops a bombshell. Snake already knew Big Boss was his father. He also admits that he was the one who killed him, carrying the weight of that truth into the mission.
That's not a happy topic for me.
I don't have any family. No. Wait. There was a man who said he was my father.
Where is he?
Dead. By my own hand. Big Boss.
What? Big Boss? I had no idea.
There was no way you could. It happened in Zanzibar 6 years ago. Only Snake and I know the real truth of what happened there.
So, is it true? Was Big Boss really your father?
That's what he said. That's all I know.
And you were able to kill him, knowing that?
Yup.
How?
He wanted it. Besides, some people just need killing.
That's patricide.
Yup. That's the trauma that Mantis was talking about. The one we share in common.
Is that why you left Foxhound?
Let's just say that I needed to be alone for a while, and Alaska was the perfect place.
Snake.
Anyways, seizing a chance to escape, Snake slips free, noticing the guard Johnny still battling his ever-present stomach troubles. After surviving a grueling fight against a Hind D helicopter being piloted by Liquid, he comes face to face with Sniper Wolf once again. The two engage in a battle, and Snake manages to beat her once more. As she's lying on the ground and inching closer to her death, she tells Snake about her past and how she met Big Boss while she was just a child. Otacon arrives on the scene and tells Snake that he appreciated Sniper Wolf while he had been a prisoner of the Sons of Big Boss. Snake shoots and kills Sniper Wolf to ease her passing, and the two move towards the location of Metal Gear Rex. After defeating Vulcan Raven once again, Snake gets contacted by Kaz Miller over the radio and receives some startling information. Kaz tells Snake that Naomi Hunter is not who she says she is, and that she is most likely a spy. When Miller urges Campbell to arrest her, the latter resists, making Snake realize that the Colonel has not been completely honest with him and has been hiding vital information. While he is much less trusting of Colonel now, Snake still knows that he has other, more important issues to deal with. He moves forward with his mission to deal with Metal Gear Rex one way or another. While he's doing so, he manages to overhear a conversation between Liquid and Ocelot, and realizes what Liquid is planning to do. Firstly, Snake learns that Liquid plans on adding another demand to the White House, namely the vaccine to something called FoxDie, which will help the Genome Army to get cured from some disease. Liquid also mentions that with Metal Gear Rex in his possession, he plans on joining the forces of the Sons of Big Boss with those of a Russian mercenary known as Sergei Gurlukovich, whom we'll talk about in the next chapter, and calls this facility Outer Heaven. But wait, there is more. He wants to activate Rex and fire a nuke at a Chinese nuclear testing site. The Chinese will obviously plan to retaliate, and this will push the US to reveal some of its secrets regarding this project with superpowers all over the world. At this point, these superpowers would become interested in buying information on both Metal Gear and the Genome Soldiers, which Liquid would then sell to the highest bidder. Liquid's motivations for doing this go far beyond a matter as simple as money. With a load of frightening and formidable resources at his disposal, Liquid plans to bring about World War III, and thus fulfill Big Boss's dream of a world that always has a place for soldiers, essentially turning the entire world into Outer Heaven, a refuge for soldiers. Snake is then contacted privately by Master Miller, who drops a bombshell. The mysterious deaths were not accidents. They were caused by FoxDie, a man-made virus designed to simulate heart attacks in targeted victims. Miller suggests Naomi may have been the one to inject Snake with it, hidden under the guise of his nanomachine treatment. After a while, Naomi contacts Snake as well. She admits to him that she is indeed a spy, and tells him that she is actually the adoptive sister of Frank Yeager, better known as Gray Fox. She tells Snake that after he nearly killed her brother during the events of Zanzibar Land, she was filled with hate for him and had been plotting her revenge for a long time. When she injected nanomachines into him, she also injected him with a virus known as FoxDie, which has the ability to target and kill specific people by inducing heart attacks in them. In this case, these targets were Kenneth Baker, Donald Anderson, members of the Foxhound unit, and the Genome Soldiers. However, Naomi modified the strain of FoxDie so that it targeted Snake as well. Naomi admits to Snake that after hearing his side, she no longer hates him. To Snake, he and Gray Fox were simply soldiers, friends caught on opposite sides, with no real hatred between them. Naomi admits he was injected as part of the mission, though she insists she didn't make that choice. Before she can reveal more, the Colonel cuts her off, places her under arrest, and refuses to let Snake speak to her again. It's later revealed that it was the Pentagon who ordered Naomi to get Snake infected so that anyone involved in the mission would die too. But, well, that's not going to help him much, is it? The FoxDie virus is in him, and sooner or later, he will die because of it. Still, Snake presses on with his mission, and Otacon reveals critical information. Otacon reveals that ArmsTech president Kenneth Baker had hidden secret files about Metal Gear's deactivation system. Those files explain that the PAL card Snake carries is actually a single key made of shape memory alloy, designed to change form at different temperatures. By heating or cooling the card, it transforms into 3 separate keys. To activate the system, Snake must insert each version into the control room terminals. Once all 3 inputs are registered, the emergency code is complete. But the files also warn that the system was designed for one-time use only, meaning Snake had just a single chance to stop Metal Gear. Snake finally uses the keycard by increasing, decreasing, and normalizing its temperature. He realizes that Metal Gear Rex has been activated. Yes, he's been tricked into inadvertently activating the weapon itself. And that's not even the worst of it. Colonel Campbell contacts Snake and tells him that the Kazuhira Miller he's been speaking with over the radio is not the real Miller.
Who are you anyway? I'll tell you everything you want to know. If you come where I am, that is. Where are you? Very close by.
Snake! That's not Master Miller!
Campbell! You're too late.
Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. He's been dead for at least 3 days. I didn't know because my codec link with Master was cut off. But Mei Ling said his transmission signal was coming from inside the base.
So who is it?
Snake, you've been talking to...
me, dear brother. Liquid, how the... You've served your purpose. You may die now.
Campbell tells Snake that Kaz Miller has been found dead, and has been dead for 3 days. While the game never explicitly says it, it's been strongly implied that it was Ocelot who killed him, as he said he would at the end of the Phantom Pain. Liquid steps in and blows Snake's brain apart. The DARPA chief in the cell was never real, but decoy octopus in disguise, hoping Snake carried one of the launch passwords. Octopus died from FoxDie before they got anything, while the real chief had already perished, his blood rotting after Ocelot accidentally killed him during interrogation. Even Mantis's psychic powers couldn't recover the code from him since the chief underwent mental hypnotherapy. With the real DARPA chief dead, Liquid revised his plan and decided to use Snake himself to activate Metal Gear. When Snake confronted Baker, the ArmsTech president believed the weapon was already armed and revealed details about the PAL card. What he didn't realize was that the system was inactive at the time, and because the key was a one-time use, Snake unknowingly ended up activating Metal Gear instead. Liquid comes face to face with Snake, and as the two prepare for what might be the climactic confrontation between the two of them, Liquid tells Snake his motivations for doing what he's doing. While in fact, Liquid Snake is the twin with the superior or dominant genes from Big Boss among the twins, he doesn't really know that. Not a lot of people do. As such, he's always been brought up with the belief that he is the inferior child. He has, as we saw during the events of the Phantom Pain, always harbored a deep hate and resentment towards Big Boss. His motivation for fulfilling Big Boss's dream of a world where soldiers are always needed and for wanting to turn the facility into outer heaven are not some sort of respect towards Big Boss, but are actually quite the opposite. By doing so, Liquid wants to outdo and surpass Big Boss himself, and as a result, destroy his legend. His resentment towards Big Boss was already clear in the Phantom Pain, yet ironically, he never learned that the man he hated wasn't his real father at all, but instead Venom Snake. Killing Solid Snake, who he believes to be the superior twin, is only going to be the icing on the cake for him. Liquid lashes out at Snake, revealing that Snake's mission was never about stopping terrorists, but about letting the Pentagon reclaim Metal Gear intact and recover the Genome soldiers' bodies, and FoxDie made Snake their unwitting weapon.
Yeah.
Snake, your blood will be the first to be spilled by this glorious new weapon.
is an honor, a gift from your brother. Now I'll show you the power of the weapon that will lead us in the 21st century.
It's moving. How do I stop it?
Liquid then climbs aboard Metal Gear Rex, and Snake proceeds to engage him in battle. However, seeing as Liquid is inside an armored nuclear tank and Snake is, well, a human being, the battle turns sour for Snake fairly quickly. He realizes that he is doing very little damage to Rex, and that he won't survive much longer if he doesn't receive some sort of help sooner rather than later. And, well, what do you know? He does receive help, from Gray Fox no less. In a final conversation with Snake, Gray Fox admits the truth he'd been hiding all along. He was the one who killed Naomi's parents during the Rhodesian Civil War. However, he took her in and raised her as his sister, all while living with crushing guilt. Every time he looked at her, he saw the eyes of her parents that he had slain. Fox asks Snake to deliver his confession to Naomi, freeing her from her misplaced hatred and exposing the painful bond that had tied them together.
Fox, why? What do you want from me?
I'm a prisoner of death. Only you can free me.
Fox, stay out of this. What about Naomi? She's hell-bent on taking revenge for you.
Naomi?
You're the only one who can stop her.
No, I can't.
Why?
Because I'm the one who killed her parents. I was young then, and couldn't bring myself to kill her too. I felt so bad that I decided to take her with me. I raised her like she was my own blood to soothe my guilty conscience. Even now she thinks of me as her brother.
Fox.
From the outside, we might have seemed like a happy brother and sister, but every time I looked at her, I saw her parents' eyes staring back at me. Tell her for me. Tell her that I was the one who did it.
The cyborg ninja intervenes in the battle and deals a number of crushing blows to Rex, heroically damaging some vital components. Liquid furiously turns his attention to Gray Fox and crushes him under one of Rex's legs, finally killing Frank Yeager once and for all.
We're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at. But at least I always fought for what I believed in. Snake, farewell.
However, thanks to Gray Fox, Rex is now much more vulnerable than it previously was, allowing Snake to attack it with renewed vigor. Snake eventually manages to destroy Rex, but the resulting explosion knocks him out. When he comes to, he sees that he's atop the destroyed Rex, with Meryl's unconscious body next to him and Liquid Snake standing over both of them.
Sleeping late as usual. A snake. Liquid, you're still alive.
I won't die as long as you still live.
Too bad. It looks like your revolution was a failure.
Just because you've destroyed Metal Gear doesn't mean I'm done fighting.
Liquid reveals that he wants to create a world where soldiers like him are valued again, carrying on Big Boss's dying wish. He explains that he and Snake were products of the L'Enfant Terrible project, with 6 of their brothers sacrificed before birth. Liquid insists Snake received all of the dominant genes while he was left with the recessives, fueling his resentment. He also explains the genome soldiers are their genetic brothers, enhanced using Big Boss's DNA, but flawed that leaves them doomed to an early death. To save them and himself from a specific disease, he seeks Big Boss's genetic data. The disease we spoke about earlier is perhaps accelerated aging. Yet beneath it all, his true obsession is personal. Snake stole his birthright, his chance for revenge, and only Snake's death can restore what was, well, taken from him. He informs Snake that the three of them are running out of time, because thanks to the destruction of Metal Gear Rex and Naomi's tampering with the FoxDie virus, the Pentagon has been put on alert. Colonel Campbell contacts Snake and confirms all of this, telling him that the US government is about to launch bombs to wipe out the island. The Colonel, however, intends to delay this as much as possible in order to give Snake and Meryl time to escape. As it turns out, however, he's unable to do so. Jim Hausman, the Secretary of Defense, arrests Colonel Campbell and assumes command of the mission. He informs Snake that the missiles will indeed be launched against the facility, and that he wants to make sure that the Twin Snakes, who he believes to be an embarrassment from the 1970s, are also caught in the explosion. When Hausman signs off, Liquid challenges Snake to a decisive one-on-one duel with him, and seeing as Snake doesn't have any other options, well, he agrees to it. The two fight in an intense, thrilling standoff, which ends as Snake pushes Liquid off of Rex's body and to a long fall to the ground below. Snake and Meryl quickly commandeer a jeep and rush through the island in an effort to escape before it's blown to hell and back, while Liquid, who somehow still hasn't died, follows in his own jeep. After an action-packed chase sequence, the two jeeps reach the end of a tunnel and crash into each other. Snake and Meryl are trapped under the overturned vehicle, and Liquid approaches to finish them both off. However, as he prepares to shoot Snake and kill his brother once and for all, the effects of FoxDie are triggered. Liquid suffers a heart attack and crashes to the ground, and finally, he dies. Snake once again receives a call from Colonel Campbell, who tells him that Jim Hausman has been acting alone. When the president found out about his actions, Hausman was promptly detained. As such, the airstrike against the island has been called off. And what's more, the Colonel informs Snake that both he and Meryl will be officially declared dead, the story being that their jeep crashed into the ocean, meaning that the two of them can live a peaceful life from this point forth. And yeah, right. Campbell confesses that Meryl is his daughter, and that the Pentagon deliberately stationed her at the facility the very day Foxhound went rogue, blackmailing him into hiding key information from Snake. Understanding Campbell's duress, Snake chooses to not hold it against him and continues to see him as a friend. Snake, however, remains solemn, thanks to the fact that FoxDie will kill him sooner or later, regardless of everything else. Snake contacts Naomi, who tells him that even she doesn't know when the virus will complete its job. It will kill him after, quote, an indeterminable amount of time, she says. She tells him to live the remainder of his life as he would, without worrying about FoxDie, because death at its hands is inevitable for him either way. Snake and Meryl hop aboard a snowmobile and ride off into the Alaskan wilderness together. That, of course, is not the end. This is a Metal Gear game after all, which means there's at least one massive twist still to come. A regular run-of-the-mill, the bad guys lost ending just doesn't work for this series. Revolver Ocelot, as it turns out, is still alive. Why did the FoxDie virus not kill him? Well, that isn't explained in Metal Gear Solid itself, but it's something we will discuss later on in the series. That isn't really important though right now. What is important is that he's alive and well, and in true Ocelot fashion, he was working as a double agent all of this time, and his actual objective was to retrieve the optical disc that contained all the data on Metal Gear Rex. While on the face of it, Ocelot's allegiances lay with Liquid Snake and his Foxhound unit, he's actually been working in the shadows with the President of the United States on something completely different and off the books. And who is the President? He is Solidus Snake, the secret third brother of Solid and Liquid Snake, and the perfect clone of Big Boss himself. Just as with Outer Heaven and Zanzibar incidents, the Patriots AI was secretly recording everything during Liquid's revolution, laying the groundwork for the series' biggest twist, which we'll uncover in Chapter 9. As with many entries in the saga, Kojima assigned a central theme to Metal Gear Solid, this time Gene. The story explores how one of Big Boss's clones, Liquid, grew to resent his brother Solid under the false belief that he'd been given inferior genes. In reality, Snake carried the recessive traits while Liquid possessed the dominant ones. Ultimately, the game drives home the idea that victory isn't decided by genetics, but by willpower and determination. And that's it for Chapter 8. we now jump into the events of the tanker and the Big Shell incident, both of which form the combined story of Metal Gear Solid 2. In Chapter 8 of our recap of the Metal Gear series, we spoke about the beginning of the long-running conflict between brothers Solid and Liquid Snake. In Chapter 9, we will take a look at the emergence of Solidus Snake and his motives in Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty. Although it was difficult to track down any pre-release interviews with Kojima about MGS2, given the secrecy surrounding the project when it first stunned audiences at E3 2000, I did find this quote from his interview with EGM, October 2001 edition. We asked if he could give any hints about MGS2's story. Kojima replied that the game would, quote, betray and fool you, but in a pleasant way. Quote, I created the E3 trailer to give everyone an opportunity to imagine what the final game will be like. All rumors could be correct. All rumors could be wrong. One thing is for sure. I think I'll be able to fool and betray all of you in a pleasant way, he said. And what a betrayal it turned out to be. You don't even play as Snake for most of the game. Instead, you're cast as a controlled puppet, a role that becomes clearer as this story unfolds. Well, with that settled, let's turn our attention back to the story of Sons of Liberty. Solidus Snake, born George Sears, was the third clone of Big Boss and the most balanced of the three, embodying the closest likeness to the original. Like Liquid and Solid, he suffered from accelerated aging, a failsafe built into all clones by the Patriots, though its onset varied for each. As a young man, George fought in the Liberian Civil Wars of the 1980s, before rising to power as President of the United States. In office, he forced through the National Missile Defense, NMD, program, a project that many saw as less about security and more about channeling its $100 billion budget. At the same time, he sought to reduce the nuclear arsenal, lowering START 3's limits on tactical weapons to win Russia's support for revising the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. Metal Gear Solid 2's story begins in 2007, some 2 years after the conclusion of the Metal Gear Solid 1 and the apparent death of Liquid Snake. In the 2 years that have passed, a lot of things have happened, the most important of them being that all the information on Metal Gear Rex's project has been leaked for all in the world to see and do with as they please. Remember the optical disc Ocelot stole from Snake? Yeah, it's no surprise that he was, once again, the chief troublemaker here, and that it was him who sold the data onto the black market. And since details of the events of MGS1, including everything about Metal Gear and the violation of nuclear non-proliferation measures, have become public knowledge thanks to Natasha Romanenko's efforts to bring the truth of Metal Gear Solid 1's events to the world through her book. As a side effect, George Sears has been removed from the presidential office, replaced by one James Johnson. In truth, Solidus was the one pulling the strings behind the events of Metal Gear Solid 1. Once the Patriots uncovered his role, they ousted him from power and marked him for elimination, forcing Solidus to vanish into the shadows. That's not it though. With knowledge and details about Metal Gear Rex having entered the public domain, organizations have started working on their own Metal Gear projects, including the United States Marine Corps. It's this very project, dubbed Metal Gear Ray, that is the central focus of the first leg of Metal Gear Solid 2's story. And yes, it is Solid Snake once again who's going to be the center of our attention. Well, at least for now. The man just doesn't know how to retire. So what exactly is Metal Gear Ray? Well, let's clear one thing up first. We're talking about the manned version of Ray, developed under the Pentagon and the US Marine Corps at the order of General Scott Dolph. Born out of rivalry between the Marines and the US Army, Ray was never designed to carry nuclear weapons. Instead, its role was to hunt down and destroy other Metal Gears, acting as a deterrent against the spread of nuclear-capable models. Though technically an anti-Metal Gear weapon, it was still classified under the same name. And to top it off, Ray was amphibious, making it a formidable force both on land and at sea. Solid Snake has now become a hero to the public, thanks to his actions during MGS1. The cover-up story regarding his death was short-lived, and it turns out Snake himself couldn't stay away from the action for too long either. He soon lost contact with Meryl, and when information on Metal Gear Rex became public knowledge, he formed a two-man NGO named Philanthropy with Hal, Otacon, Emmerich, who had escaped the nuclear facility after the events of MGS-1. Officially recognized by the United Nations, his only goal now is to hunt down and eradicate all traces of Metal Gear technology. When Otacon hears about the Metal Gear Ray project through a tip from his sister, Emma, Snake assigns himself another mission, one which proves to be much more eventful than he thought it would be. He plans to sneak onto the USMC ship USS Discovery, which has been disguised as an oil tanker but is actually housing and transporting a new Metal Gear Ray unit. Snake bungee jumps onto the tanker from atop the George Washington Bridge, successfully completing the first step in an arduous mission. His objective is to infiltrate the ship and find the Metal Gear Ray unit, which is probably being kept below deck, and take pictures of it in order to confirm its existence. These pictures would then be released online by Philanthropy, exposing the project to the public. As soon as Snake makes it onto the ship though, well, you can probably guess, everything hits the fan, the usual. A group of Russian mercenaries infiltrates the ship and proceeds to kill every single one of the Marines on board, completing a hostile takeover of the ship. Well, and who's leading them? A certain someone known as Sergei Gurlukovich. Do you remember him? We briefly talked about him in the previous part, and how Liquid Snake had planned to join the forces of the Sons of Big Boss with Sergei Gurlukovich mercenaries. Sergei Gurlukovich, once head of the Soviet Spetsnaz, was a staunch soldier determined to restore Russia's lost glory. A close ally of Revolver Ocelot, and also connected to Boris Yacheslavovich Popov, someone we'll talk about much later. He formed his own unit after the Soviet collapse, with plans to seize Metal Gear Ray for his cause. His ties to Metal Gears went back to MGS-1, where he aided Liquid by supplying him the Hind D, only for it to be destroyed by Solid Snake. Snake manages to remain undetected, sneaking past a number of the Russian mercenaries. Unsure of what to make of these new developments, he decides to remain focused on his mission, that of finding Metal Gear Ray and clicking some pictures of it. While in the process of doing so, Snake comes across Olga Gurlukovich, Sergei Gurlukovich's daughter. He overhears her talking to her father, who orders her to evacuate the ship immediately, on account of her being pregnant. Before she can do that though, she engages Snake in a tense fight. Snake obviously manages to defeat her and knock her out. When he does though, he spots a US Army operated drone, which promptly takes pictures of him. Confused as to how the Army is involved, Snake proceeds forward with his mission. Eventually, Snake manages to enter the hold where Metal Gear Ray is being kept. The hold, however, is also currently occupied by Marines Scott Dolph, who is giving a speech regarding the amphibian Metal Gear to a bunch of onlooking soldiers. They're all apparently oblivious to the fact that a bunch of Russian mercenaries have killed their compatriots above the deck and have taken over the vessel. Snake manages to sneak past the large group of Marines and successfully clicks photos of Ray. He sends them over to Otacon, and just when we, the players, start thinking that maybe for once in Solid Snake's life, things are going smoothly, well, everything descends into chaos.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the?
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. And of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
Revolver Ocelot enters the stage. You weren't expecting him to sit this one out, were you? And to make things even stranger, he now sports a new arm. Not only did he manage to survive the FoxDie virus, which we'll talk about later on in the series, he also has a new arm and has managed to kick another elaborate plan into motion. We have to admit, Ocelot, you're pretty good. Sergei Gurlukovich appears as well, holding Dolph at gunpoint, and it's revealed that he and Ocelot have been working together. Gurlukovich declares that he and his soldiers are going to steal Ray and take it back to Russia, with the objective of returning the nation to its former glory. Ocelot, however, well, he's got plans of his own. He tells Gurlukovich that he has no intentions of letting that happen, while revealing that his true allegiances have been with the Patriots all along. Ocelot shoots and kills Gurlukovich, Scott Dolph, and a bunch of the other soldiers, and then proceeds to detonate a bunch of bombs he's planted throughout the ship. The tanker starts sinking into the ocean, and Ocelot quickly hijacks Metal Gear Ray, and as soon as he does though, his brand new arm starts to spasm, and the voice and words of Liquid Snake start coming out of his mouth, directed at the onlooking Solid Snake.
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother.
It is then revealed that after the events of Metal Gear Solid 1, Ocelot, with funding from Solidus, transplanted the arm of the dead Liquid Snake to replace the one that he had lost in his encounter with Gray Fox. And that somehow, as a result of this, Liquid has managed to survive death. He often possesses Ocelot, and his personality and spirit, well, they've survived, even though his body hasn't, thanks to this arm transplant. It's later revealed that this possession only happens whenever Solid Snake is in Ocelot's vicinity. And yes, we know, it is a bit too much to take, but this is, after all, Metal Gear Solid, so we should all be used to ridiculous and over-the-top things happening by now. Liquid, or Ocelot, escapes the submerging tanker aboard Metal Gear Ray. The tanker sinks completely, resulting in the deaths of everyone on board, including, it is assumed, that of Solid Snake. Additionally, thanks to the images of Solid Snake clicked by the US Army drone, Snake is held publicly responsible for this attack and the deaths of everyone present on the tanker. 2 years have passed. It's now 2009. Solid Snake is dead, and the whereabouts of Otacon are unknown. The rest of Metal Gear Solid 2 takes place in an offshore cleanup facility known as Big Shell. Well, what exactly is Big Shell though, and what is its purpose? Well, the official story is that when the USS Discovery exploded and sank, it spilled thousands of gallons of crude oil into the New York harbor. The purpose of Big Shell was to decontaminate the water from this oil spill. In 2009, though, when US President James Johnson and some of his staff were on an inspection tour of the Big Shell, a terrorist group calling itself the Sons of Liberty seized control of the facility, taking 30 people, including the president, hostage. And here's the twist. The Sons of Liberty are being led by someone claiming to be Solid Snake. But wait, wasn't Solid Snake supposed to have died 2 years ago? The Sons of Liberty consist of a former Special Forces unit called Dead Cell, as well as a number of Russian mercenaries. They demand $30 billion from the US government, threatening to blow up the entire Big Shell facility. This would not only kill the US president and all of the hostages, but the destruction of the Big Shell would also ignite the crude oil in the Manhattan harbor, causing what would be the worst environmental disaster in recorded history. If all of this seems a little familiar to you, in that it's rather reminiscent of the events that took place during MGS1's incident, it's supposed to. We'll talk about this in greater detail later on. It's at this point that rookie Foxhound agent Raiden is inserted into the Big Shell facility. Not much is known about Raiden. He's basically a clean slate of sorts. His missions are to rescue the president along with the other hostages from the Sons of Liberty and make sure that they do not destroy the Big Shell facility. For this mission, he receives radio support from Colonel Campbell, as well as his systems analyst, Rose. Raiden, by the way, is none too happy about her involvement in this mission. While Raiden is on his own mission as a representative for Foxhound, his actions are obviously off the books, meaning that SEAL Team 10 is also on site. They're divided on the Big Shell in two groups, with one team being responsible for rescuing the president, and the other responsible for making sure that the bombs planted throughout the facility are defused before they can be detonated by the Sons of Liberty. Raiden, it should be noted, is very different from the kinds of protagonists Metal Gear fans are used to. He's childish in his own way, a little naive at times, and his actions rarely have the kind of grit and determination that you would see in someone like Solid Snake or Big Boss or Venom Snake. He's never received on-field training. All he's ever been put through is VR simulations. That said, he has had a particularly hellish childhood, which we will talk about later. As Raiden moves through the Big Shell, he encounters trouble very quickly. He witnesses as the Alpha team of SEAL Team 10 manages to locate the president, but before they can move forward with the rescue, they're ambushed and attacked by a terrifying vampire-like entity, the imaginatively named Vamp, who is also a member of the Dead Cell unit, whom we'll talk about shortly. Vamp slaughters all members of SEAL Team 10's Alpha team, and is about to turn his full attention to Raiden when he's attacked by the sole survivor of Alpha team, a certain Iroquois Pliskin, who, by the way, bears a striking resemblance to Solid Snake.
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp senses something is wrong with the soldier and flees, while Pliskin and Raiden get acquainted. When Raiden tells Pliskin that he's with Foxhound, the soldier is visibly baffled. He tells Raiden that Foxhound, the unit, was disbanded 4 years ago after the events of MGS1. Raiden is not sure what to make of this, so he ignores this snippet of information and decides to proceed with the mission. Pliskin agrees to help him however he can. Pliskin tells Raiden that Dead Cell was a special forces unit created by the former President George Sears. Originally, its purpose was to act as an anti-terrorist squad, launching surprise assaults on government complexes to train VR soldiers against realistic scenarios. But after their original commander, Colonel Jackson, died in prison, the unit began to spiral out of control. Always close to the edge, they became even more extreme, turning on US allies and even civilians, causing over 100 deaths in staged accidents. 6 months before the Big Shell incident, the group collapsed, leaving only 3 members behind. The first was Vamp, a Romanian knife specialist whose name came not just from his abilities, but from his horrifying past. As a young man, he survived a bombing by drinking the blood of his dead family while trapped under rubble for 2 days. Then there was Fortune, real name Helena Dolph Jackson, daughter of Marine Commander Scott Dolph and widow of Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. In less than half a year, she lost her father, her mother, her unborn child, and her husband, and yet she emerged seemingly untouchable in battle. The last surviving member was Fat Man, a vain but brilliant explosives expert whose obsession with bombs was matched only by his fixation on his delicate, manicured hands. Together, these three made up the fractured remains of Dead Cell, a once legitimate unit now defined by tragedy, obsession, and madness. As Raiden moves further through the Big Shell facility, he encounters another face-off between SEAL Team 10, this time their Team B, and a member of the Dead Cell unit. This time deciding to remain hidden, he watches from the shadows as Brava Team surrounds Dead Cell member Fortune, who also incidentally has the President in her grasp. As Bravo Team opens fire on Fortune, her unique abilities surface. Bullets simply graze past her, changing their trajectory mid-air. Even grenades simply fail to detonate around her. She has no idea why she has these supernatural abilities, but whatever their origin is, she knows that she cannot be killed. Fortune proceeds to slaughter all members of Bravo Team, making sure that every single member of SEAL Team 10 who entered the Big Shell is now dead, with the exception of Pliskin, and she retreats with the President still in her grasp. Soon, Raiden is contacted by Colonel Campbell, who tells him that rescuing the President will have to take a back seat for now. There's more pressing matters at hand. There's C4 planted throughout the Big Shell facility, and with SEAL Team 10 now completely slaughtered, there's no one left to defuse the bombs. And if they're not defused, there's nothing that will be able to stop the Sons of Liberty from destroying the Big Shell facility, should they choose to do so. As such, Colonel tells Raiden to rendezvous with the bomb defusal expert, Peter Stillman, who's been inserted into the Big Shell along with SEAL Team 10. Raiden and Pliskin together find Peter Stillman, who tells them that there are bombs planted throughout both sections of the Big Shell facility. So, who exactly is Peter Stillman? Simply put, he's one of the foremost experts on bomb disposal in the United States. A former lecturer at NSEOD in Indian Head and a consultant to the NYPD bomb squad. His name is practically stamped on every explosives disposal manual ever written. But despite his reputation, Stillman carries a heavy burden. In a past incident, he failed to prevent a bomb from detonating, an explosion that cost him his leg and left him haunted by guilt ever since. As he tells Raiden, his presence at the Big Shell wasn't a coincidence. Among the terrorists was one of his former students, Fat Man, a prodigy who built an atomic bomb at just 10 years old. Fat Man was once trained by Stillman himself, a fact that makes the confrontation all the more personal. Interestingly, Stillman also points out that an engineer accompanied them when they landed on Big Shell, someone who, oddly enough, bears a striking resemblance to Otacon. At the same time, he shows a certain unease towards Pliskin, hinting that the man might not be who he claims to be. He then proceeds to tell Snake and Raiden that the bombs on Big Shell were all made by Fat Man. Deciding to waste no more time and based on Stillman's intel, Pliskin and Raiden decide to divide the work, with both of them taking responsibility of defusing the bombs on one of the two sections each. Stillman, on the other hand, breaks down and reveals the truth. For years, he had lived a lie, claiming to have lost his leg in a bombing incident. In reality, he had escaped unscathed, while innocent people nearby were killed because of his failure. Consumed by shame and guilt, he faked his injury to hide from public outrage. Finally confronting his guilt, Stillman admits what he had long denied. He was not the victim, but the coward who ran from the consequences of his own mistake. Determined to make amends, Stillman takes matters into his own hands and searches for additional bombs hidden in Strut H. He managed to locate one, but discovers that its detonator hasn't been activated. Raiden makes his way throughout an entire portion of the Big Shell, sneaking past soldiers and drones and more, and finally managed to locate and defuse all the bombs that he can find. When he does though, he learns something shocking. The bombs that he and Pliskin have been defusing, it turns out, were nothing but baby bombs. They wouldn't be enough to destroy the Big Shell on their own, Stillman informs them, and that they're actually functioning as a trigger for the real bombs themselves. When all the baby bombs in both the shells are defused, they'll activate the real bombs in their respective shells. Raiden hurries to defuse the real bomb in his section of the Big Shell, while Pliskin hurries towards his batch of bombs in Strut H. While Raiden and Pliskin are both able to defuse the bombs, it activates the bomb near Stillman, due to which a section of Shell 2 of the Big Shell explodes and is destroyed, with Pliskin barely managing to escape, though Peter Stillman dies in that explosion. Raiden then receives word from the Colonel that Fat Man has sent out a message to him, challenging him to meet him in a one-on-one duel, threatening to explode another bomb that would destroy the entire facility. However, once he makes his way out, he comes face to face with Fortune, who originally was searching for Solid Snake. The two of them go head to head, with Raiden somehow surviving Fortune's assault. Once things calm down though, Vamp comes into the scene, and taking advantage of the situation, Raiden shoots him right in the forehead. Vamp apparently dies, which makes Fortune cry over his dead body. Raiden makes his way out, however it's revealed that Vamp too cannot die, just like Fortune. Raiden meets with Fat Man, and when he does, some startling revelations begin unraveling themselves, even though to Raiden none of it really makes any sense. Fat Man, Raiden notices when he speaks with him, doesn't care about the demands and the goals of the Sons of Liberty. His only goal was to kill his former teacher, Peter Stillman, which he succeeded in doing, and to become the most famous and well-known bomber in recorded history, which he intends to do so by blowing up the Big Shell. Additionally, when Raiden mentions the ransom demand, Fat Man essentially tells him that he has no idea what he's talking about. Eventually though, the two do stop talking and start fighting, and after an intense, thrilling fight, Raiden is able to defeat Fat Man. Fat Man dies, and Raiden defuses the final bomb, making sure that the facility is not destroyed.
You passed with flying colors.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you. I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
If you like.
Having dealt with the bomb threat, Raiden turns his attention back to rescuing the president. As he is about to move forward with his original mission, he's confronted by a cyborg ninja, encased in an exoskeleton and armed with a sword, who looks almost exactly like Gray Fox did in MGS1. We know what you're thinking. Well, Gray Fox is dead. And he is. Very conclusively, Gray Fox is dead. So who is this brand new cyborg ninja then? Well, we'll get to that later. Anyway, the ninja, it turns out, is actually here to help Raiden, and tells him that a Secret Service agent known as Richard Ames, who is among the hostages here at Big Shell, knows where the president is being held hostage, and that Raiden should look for him if he wants to find out where that is. And then the ninja drops the biggest bombshell of the conversation, telling Raiden what the true nature of the Big Shell really is. The Sons of Liberty have nukes at their disposal, because the so-called football, the nuclear launch case, is already here. You see, the Big Shell is not actually a decontamination facility as it's officially presented to be. No, it is all a ruse, built for one purpose alone, to secretly house Metal Gear Ray. Shocked with this new discovery, but ultimately unsure what to do about it, Raiden sets out about locating Ames. And after managing to get past a number of security measures through a disguise, and thanks to information provided by the ninja, he manages to locate him. Ames tells him that he's working for the Patriots, the same as Raiden. Raiden, however, has no idea who the Patriots are, ignores this, and then proceeds further with a number of questions for Ames. Well, we know what the Patriots are, and this is where Ames' backstory comes into picture. Ames was one of the key figures behind the FoxDie program. He pushed Natasha Romanenko to join Snake's support team during MGS1, forced Roy Campbell into the operation, and even ensured that Meryl was stationed at the nuclear facility so that she could be taken hostage, thereby tightening Campbell's leash. He was also the one who uncovered the truth about Miller's death, sending an agent to investigate, and he indirectly prevented the nuclear facility's destruction after Hausman ordered a strike. So how did Ames end up on the Big Shell? He had been planted there by the Patriots to keep a close watch on President Johnson. In short, he was working both within and outside official channels, serving the hidden agenda of the mysterious Patriot AI systems. Ames confirms to Raiden that the president was being held in the core of Shell 2, though his current status was uncertain. He explains why the terrorists wouldn't dare kill him. The football, the nuclear launch case, can only be activated with the president's unique physiological data. His nanomachines constantly monitor his vital signs, heartbeats, brainwaves, blood pressure, and DNA, all of which must register within normal parameters for authentication. In short, the system requires the president's free will, reconfirmed every hour, making coercion impossible. Ames then delivers another revelation, something that baffles Raiden greatly. He tells him that the tanker incident from 2 years ago was all planned, and that the purpose of the big shell all along had been to house and to aid in the development of Metal Gear Ray, which is now being produced in numbers and at a much larger scale here in the facility. At this time, Raiden notices Ocelot and the leader of the Sons of Liberty, presumed to be Solid Snake, a distance away. Using a directional microphone, Raiden manages to eavesdrop on their conversation and learns that the man calling himself Solid Snake plans on establishing a new outer heaven. Raiden overhears that the password input for the black case was completed, which shocks him since Ames had said it could only be done with the president's willing cooperation. Ames confirms this, explaining that the president must have chosen to go along with the terrorists, likely out of frustration at being nothing more than a puppet of the Patriots. It's also revealed that the Sons of Liberty have made no ransom demands. It is apparently a lie that has been fed to Raiden. The Sons of Liberty have had one objective all along, which is to detonate a nuclear bomb in the skies over Manhattan, thus causing an EMP pulse and basically severing all online and electronic connections, which would allow it to be liberated. Before Ames can say anything else though, he suffers a heart attack and dies abruptly, mirroring the fate of a number of people during MGS-1. Raiden, who now knows where the president is being held, proceeds further with his mission. Before he can get to the president though, he's ambushed by what turns out to be his biggest challenge in the duration of his mission up until that point. The leader of the Sons of Liberty intercepts him. The leader calls himself Solid Snake while saying that he recognizes Raiden from somewhere.
What a pleasant surprise, brother. Save it. You work of mine. Don't say you've forgotten me, Snake.
Snake?
Right, take cover. Stop impersonating him. Brother, I'm a whole different game from Liquid.
Pliskin arrives on the scene at this very moment. He too is in a helicopter, which is being piloted by none other than Hal Otacon Emmerich. Pliskin reveals that he is the real Solid Snake. Raiden takes on the Harrier piloted by Vamp and Solidus Snake, and manages to shoot it down with the help of Snake. During the fight, Solidus also loses one of his eyes, just like Big Boss, an interesting coincidence. So who is the leader of this terrorist cell then? Well, as you may have probably guessed by now, it is Solidus Snake, the third brother and the final clone of Big Boss, and also the one with the most perfect, most dominant genes of the legendary warrior, more so even than Liquid Snake. Whew, this is getting pretty intense, so will the real Solid Snake please stand up? Well, he has. 2 years ago, when the oil tanker exploded in the Hudson River, Otacon rescued Snake, who faked his own death by planting Liquid Snake's body by stealing his frozen body through some organization. The people who recovered his body would run tests on him, and thanks to the DNA they found, they would automatically assume it was Solid Snake. Snake and Otacon, it turns out, have continued their work for philanthropy over the last 2 years, and are here at the Big Shell to continue their anti-Metal Gear work. Otacon, though, has personal stakes in this mission as well. His estranged stepsister and expert hacker, Emma Emmerich, with whom he hasn't been in contact for years, is among the hostages at Big Shell. The Patriots targeted Snake because after MGS-1, he had become a hero in the public eye. That kind of reputation made him dangerous, an uncontrollable figure who could inspire resistance. To neutralize that image, they launched a smear campaign. Photos from the Cypher drone on the tanker were leaked, framing Snake and Otacon as environmental terrorists and making them the most wanted men in the world. But discrediting Snake wasn't their only goal. The Patriots also wanted Metal Gear Ray out of the way, since the Marines' project under Commander Scott Dolph was a rival to the Navy's Arsenal Gear initiative. The Patriots considered Metal Gear Ray problematic, probably given its anti-Metal Gear nature. By staging the tanker incident, stealing Ray through Ocelot, and then sinking a fully loaded tanker at the same site, they created the oil spill cover story. This gave them the perfect excuse to construct the big shell, supposedly as a cleanup facility, but in reality, a camouflage for Arsenal gear. But while all this new information is quite significant in its own way, nothing's really changed. The president is still being held captive, and his life is in danger. With that in mind, Raiden proceeds with his mission, and ultimately he manages to locate President Johnson. What James Johnson proceeds to tell him, though, is far beyond his wildest imaginations. Both Raiden and us, the player, finally find out what and who the Patriots are. They are a mysterious secret organization that runs the United States of America from behind the scenes and has complete control over the nation. All key decisions, all major steps taken by anyone of importance in the USA are orchestrated, either directly or indirectly by the Patriots. Their control extends to all walks of life, and the extent of all their powers and reach is really unimaginable. Hell, they even decide who the presidents of the country are going to be. The elections, they're all rigged and are basically shams that are served on platters to the masses so that they can be kept in the dark about the existence and the nature of the Patriots, and just how much control they have over, well, basically everything. They control information, they control growth, they control the economy. They control everything so that they can shape the world as they see fit. Johnson tells Raiden that the presidents of the United States, including himself, have been working for the Patriots under their direct orders. In spite of this, however, no one knows who they really are, only that every key decision is made by a committee of 12 people. This committee, Johnson tells Raiden, is called the Wise Men's Committee. Johnson then tells Raiden that the leader of the Sons of Liberty is Solidus Snake, who is actually the previous United States President, George Sears. Unlike Johnson, who was more than happy to follow the Patriots' orders and thus remain in power, Solidus grew tired of their control and tried to free himself from their clutches. It turns out the incident during MGS1 had been orchestrated by Solidus Snake, who had ordered his agent, Revolver Ocelot, to convince Liquid Snake to do the things that he did. His objective all along had been to have Ocelot steal the data on Rex, as well as all the nuclear warheads on the island, so that he could then use both as a tool and a weapon against the Patriots. When the Patriots learned of this, Solidus was then removed from power. Johnson then went on to drop one more revelation on top of Raiden, who, along with us, the players, is already pretty shaken up at this point, understandably enough. Big Shell was a cover-up for the construction of Metal Gear, all right, but it's still not what you think. All of Big Shell is a new Metal Gear unit called Arsenal Gear. It is a gigantic, mobile fortress that houses mass-produced Ray units for its defense and has the ability to fire nukes. Obviously. That's all pretty basic though. I mean, what sort of a pedestrian Metal Gear unit can't even fire nukes, right? So what makes Arsenal Gear more powerful and more frightening than any other Metal Gear anyone has ever seen is the fact that it has access to, among other things, the military's tactical network. So what does that mean? Basically, it has control over the nation's armed forces, and over its nuclear capabilities as well. And what is Arsenal Gear's real purpose? It is to filter information and control information on the internet and all other forms of digital media and communication, to rewrite history and shape the world as they see fit. How is this to be done? Through an all-encompassing AI called GW, which was, incidentally, engineered by none other than Emma Emmerich, who did it because of the bitterness she bears towards her stepbrother for abandoning her in their childhood, which we'll speak more about here in a bit. Johnson hands Raiden a disk containing a computer virus that can eradicate the GW AI, and asks him to locate Emma and have her do exactly that. He then grabs Raiden's hand, forcing him to point the gun at him and asks him to shoot him. Raiden resists, and before anything else can happen, Ocelot walks in and shoots the president himself, killing him. Interestingly enough, he simply walks away once he kills Johnson, leaving Raiden to his own devices. Raiden sets out to locate and rescue Emma, once again encountering and defeating Vamp. Soon, he finds Emma. Emma Emmerich, often called EE, is Hal Emmerich's younger stepsister and a gifted computer prodigy, specializing in neural AI and advanced data analysts. Emma's mother took her to England, where she adopted her mother's maiden name, Danziger, though she still preferred to go by Emmerich. When she was 6, a tragic pool accident left her father Huey dead, while she survived. Not long after, Hal abandoned their family entirely. To Emma, this felt like a betrayal, and that anger never left her. Isolated from her family, she poured herself into her studies, winning recognition for her talents even in cryptography competitions run by GCHQ. The government quickly took notice. Playing on her hatred for Hal, intelligence agencies recruited her into their secret projects. She eventually worked for the NSA on undisclosed high-level operations, but resigned 2 years before the Big Shell incident. By then, Emma was regarded as nothing less than a computer genius, the one with a fractured past and a grudge against the brother she blamed for everything. When Raiden shows Emma the disk given to him by the late president, she realizes it contains her own program, a worm cluster designed to cripple GW, the AI system she herself created. GW is the core of Arsenal Gear, a massive data processing AI built by the Patriots to control information on a global scale. The Patriots fear losing their grip on power, so GW was designed to filter, categorize, and delete inconvenient data before it can reach the public. By controlling which facts remain and which vanish, they can literally shape the course of history. She uses examples to make the point clear. Snake's anti-Metal Gear activities, corporate scandals, political corruption, events the Patriots don't want known. Just like suppressed genes or forgotten letters of the alphabet, entire truths can be erased from collective memory. GW, with its optical neural AI and near-limitless processing power, is the system that makes this censorship possible, and Arsenal Gear is its fortress. The chilling revelation does not stop there. According to Emma, the Patriots had already laid the groundwork years earlier during the Y2K panic. The government distributed a countermeasure program worldwide, hidden in both official systems and public operating software. That program contained the Patriots' code, meaning their subsystem is already embedded in the global digital infrastructure, waiting to be activated. Though powerful, GW is still incomplete, lacking the complexity it needs to fully judge human information. As the two move through the innards of the Big Shell facility to get to the point where Emma can dispatch the computer virus to shut down GW, Emma tells him GW was not yet ready for activation, and that the Patriots had planned some sort of a major test that was to take place soon and ultimately provide GW with a great deal of new information, which would be instrumental in its activation. As Emma and Raiden are making their way to Snake and Otacon to get the virus up and running, they get ambushed, once again, by Vamp. Raiden shoots Vamp, who falls into the ocean, but before he does, he manages to do some massive damage. He stabs Emma. Snake and Raiden hurry with her in tow to where they can input the virus to destroy GW, and as Otacon and Emma share one final moment together in the most emotional sibling reunion of all time, the sad fates of the Emmerichs is revealed in full. If you've been wondering where Huey Emmerich has been all this time, we finally have an answer for you. He's dead. Why and how? Huey, after he was banished from Diamond Dogs, settled down in London, where he married Emma's mother and managed to track down Hal. Hal, however, got involved in relations with his stepmother. Due to reasons, Huey was shocked to his core, and he proceeded to take his own life by drowning himself. However, while he did so, he also decided to take little Emma with him. While she managed to survive, she always harbored a deep phobia of water her entire life for this reason. This was the reason why she was so scared while going with Raiden through the flooded sections of Big Shell. Wow, so yeah, Huey was a pathetic person who deserved some comeuppance in his life, but maybe this was a little too harsh. Driven by immense guilt over everything that had happened, Otacon left the Emmerich household, abandoning little Emma in her greatest time of need. Emma dies due to her stab wound, and as a double gut punch, Snake informs Otacon and Raiden that the virus isn't working as it should, and that it hasn't completely shut down the GW AI. Snake and Raiden decide that they need to get inside Arsenal Gear, with their only option now being to take out Solidus Snake and his men. while a heartbroken Otacon agrees to help get all of the remaining hostages out of the big shell via helicopter.
It's a short flight to the shore, so don't worry about overloading the Kamov.
Leave it to me.
I repeat, personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
When Raiden asks Snake how they're going to get into Arsenal gear, Snake tells him that they won't be able to do it on their own and will probably need help. At this point, the cyborg ninja appears again. It is revealed that it's actually Olga Gurlukovich, daughter of the deceased Sergei Gurlukovich, in that suit. She's about to knock Raiden unconscious, with Snake looking on. Stunned at this sudden betrayal, Raiden asks Snake why he would do something like this to someone who is on the same side as him, to which Snake says that he doesn't recall ever saying that they were on the same side. When Raiden comes to, he realizes that he's been tied up in a torture room and is being questioned by Ocelot and Solidus Snake, in a scene that is deeply reminiscent of the interrogation scene of Solid Snake in Metal Gear Solid. And it's here that the full extent of Raiden's troubled and horrifying past is revealed. Raiden's real parents were killed when he had still been a boy, and after this, Solidus Snake took him under his wing. Solidus Snake raised Raiden as a soldier, making him do horrible things while fighting in the 1980s Liberian Civil War. Under Solidus's tutelage, Raiden, or Jack as he was known then, became a veritable killing machine and soon became the captain of the small boy unit. Due to his terrifying skill with both guns and swords on the battlefield, Raiden was also known as the White Devil, or Jack the Ripper. Following the end of the Civil War, Solidus handed Raiden over to a relief center, following which he lost contact with him. Raiden was later taken to the United States, where the Patriots recruited him and manipulated his mind through nanomachines. His memories of the past were suppressed, but the trauma remained, surfacing in the form of relentless nightmares, reminders of the torment that he endured at the hands of both Solidus and the Patriots. After Ocelot takes the disc from Raiden, help arrives on the scene more promptly than Raiden could have imagined. Olga Gurlukovich enters the room and tells him that she is also an agent of the Patriots, and that she has to make sure that Raiden succeeds in his mission. Why is that the case? Well, remember how Olga had been pregnant 2 years ago during the tanker incident? It turns out the Patriots took her child captive as soon as she was born, to be held hostage as a bargaining chip, meaning that Olga has never even met her. For the sake of her own safety and well-being, Olga has had to make sure that Raiden completes his mission. She sets Raiden free and leaves. Before Raiden can leave the room though, he receives a call via radio from Rose, who asks him if everything Solidus Snake had claimed about Raiden's past is true. Raiden admits to everything, telling her that he was raised by Solidus and that he had been brought up on the battlefield as a killing machine. Rose, on the other hand, reveals to Raiden that she's been an agent of the Patriots all along, and that her appreciation for him was genuine. Distressed, Raiden presses on and observes Colonel Campbell is going crazy, asking him to abort the mission. He pushes forward, meeting up once again with Snake, who apologizes for his earlier act, explaining that he needed to use Raiden so that they could both get into Arsenal gear. Before they can progress though, Otacon calls Raiden and gives him an astounding piece of information. The Colonel Campbell Raiden has been speaking with is not the real Colonel Campbell at all. Remember how Snake, back when he was still Pliskin, had passingly mentioned that Foxhound had been disbanded and dissolved 4 years ago after the MGS-1 incident? Yeah, well, he wasn't lying. Raiden has been inadvertently working as an agent of the Patriots for a long time now, and has been led to believe that he is a Foxhound agent, while Foxhound doesn't even actually exist anymore. The Colonel he's been interacting with throughout this entire career in Foxhound isn't even a real person. He's an AI formed from Raiden's hopes and expectations of what he would be like, meaning that Raiden has been shaping him and his personality with every interaction they have. Raiden has never, of course, met the Colonel in person, and he never thought that was anything out of the ordinary because his entire training has been completely digital, such as through virtual reality missions. Raiden can't do anything with a shattering revelation though. There's a lot going down in a very short space of time. Snake encourages him to press forward. However, Fortune ambushes Snake and Raiden, stopping them in their path within Arsenal Gear, and she intends to avenge her father, Scott Dolph, the Marine commander, who she believes was killed by Snake. Snake makes one thing clear: he was not the one who killed her father. With that said, he steps in to hold her off, engaging her in battle, while Raiden pushes forward on his mission. When he does, he's confronted by Solidus. He tells him of the S3 plan, or the Solid Snake Simulation, a program discovered by Ocelot in the GW data, which had been devised to put soldiers through virtual reality training, aping the conditions during MGS-1 in order to create yet another perfect soldier, which we'll explain in a bit. Raiden, who had received such training through virtual reality, realizes that he is a product of this program. Solidus proceeds to set a massive horde of unmanned Metal Gear Rays on Raiden. And while he is able to destroy several Ray units in a long, tense battle, he ultimately gives way to exhaustion and falls to his knees. As he's about to be cut down by the Ray units looming over him, Olga Gurlukovich jumps in to his rescue, standing in front of him and Solidus Snake. She heroically gives her life to save Raiden, dying in a way that is reminiscent of Gray Fox's final sacrifice during Snake's final battle with Rex. When Solidus Snake orders the Ray units to finally finish off Raiden though, Emma's virus starts taking effect over the GW AI, side effects of which were already seen when Colonel Campbell was going crazy over Codec, and the Ray units start malfunctioning. Solidus is, quite understandably, not happy about these developments, and wallops many Metal Gears by himself. Honestly, this scene shows why Solidus is such a badass, and it's a shame that Kojima kept him limited to just a single game. Soon enough though, Fortune arrives with a handcuffed Solid Snake in her grasp, and Raiden, exhausted as he is, passes out. When Raiden finally regains consciousness, he finds himself atop Arsenal Gear, along with a handcuffed Solid Snake, Fortune, Ocelot, and Solidus Snake. And it's at this point that Solidus reveals his true goals. He wants to locate information from within the GW AI, and then use it to track down the leaders of the Patriots, the members of the Wise Men's Committee, and finally put an end to everything that they stood for. In a way, well, hell, in every way, Solidus' motivations for destroying the Patriots and their absolute terrifying control over everything and everyone is admirable. It's almost something we as players and audiences want to support and sympathize with. But the fact that Solidus is a despicable man who will stop at nothing to get what he wants makes it just a little hard to side with him. Solidus reveals that he merely wanted to use members of the Dead Cell unit as a means of distracting the Patriots, especially since they actually intended to detonate a hydrogen bomb over Manhattan to trigger an EMP blast. He has no problems to give Arsenal Gear to Dead Cell and to keep the information about the Patriots to himself. Ocelot is, to say the least, not surprised by the full extent of Solidus' plan. In true Revolver Ocelot fashion though, he reveals that, well, he's got plans of his own. Seriously, at this point in the series, this is not even surprising. What is surprising though, is what follows next. Ocelot reveals that the entire Big Shell incident had been orchestrated by the Patriots, and if you thought that Metal Gear Solid 2 was done throwing curveballs and revelations your way, well, you're in for yet another huge surprise. Throughout Metal Gear Solid 2, Raiden faces situations, characters, and circumstances that are deeply evocative of the events from Metal Gear Solid 1. It turns out that was done on purpose by the Patriots, and the similarities between the Big Shell incident and the Metal Gear Solid 1's incident were more than a mere coincidence. The Dead Cell unit played the role of Foxhound. Raiden's personal relationship with the terrorist leader, Solidus, mirrored the relationship between Solid and Big Boss. Ames and the President's death, the computer virus that mimics FoxDie that was designed to eliminate every scrap of information regarding the Patriots, and everything right down to the singular, isolated events and obstacles faced by Raiden, echoed events during the MGS-1 incident, heavily. This was done, Ocelot reveals, by the Patriots, with whom he had been working with all along, in order to turn Raiden into the perfect soldier, essentially the S3 program. What the Patriots had not foreseen was that Solid Snake would resurface, and that he would play the role that he did in the Big Shell incident. Ocelot then reveals to Fortune that it was him, not Solid Snake, who had killed her father, Scott Dolph. He reveals that the reason for her having her supernatural abilities was the fact that the Patriots had planted an electromagnetic device on her, unbeknownst to her, which deflected bullets and other forms of weaponry. In fact, everything from Dead Cell going rogue to making them face Raiden was all part of the Patriots' grand plan. Ocelot then retrieves the electromagnetic device and shoots and kills Fortune on the spot. Ocelot climbs into the cockpit of Metal Gear Ray and decides to kill everyone. He fires missiles at everyone. However, magically, Fortune deflects all of them without the device before finally dying. Ocelot tries once again, but before he can do anything else, his arm starts spasming once again and Liquid Snake takes over.
Brothers! Liquid!
I've been waiting for this! It can't be!
He announces that, armed with the knowledge of the Patriots, thanks to his host Ocelot, he intends to hunt them down and kill them all. He also reveals that he was the one who leaked the information about Arsenal through Emma to Otacon, so that he can face Snake once again. Metal Gear Ray quickly dives into the sea and takes off. Snake dives into the water as well and follows in pursuit. Meanwhile, Arsenal Gear steadily moves towards Manhattan and ultimately crashes into the city's lower side, crashing into the banks of New York City and through the streets, destroying a large portion of the city. Atop Arsenal Gear, surrounded by the wreckage of the city streets, Solidus explains his motivations to Raiden. Being a product of the L'Enfant Terrible project, he was genetically modified so that he could never reproduce, same as Solid and Liquid Snake, meaning that he could not pass down his genetic legacy. Frustrated by this realization, Solidus wanted to be remembered in the annals of history to ensure his legacy. His fight against the Patriots was not a selfish one, he claims, but one with the purpose of restoring civil rights, liberty, freedom, and opportunities, all of which have been taken away by this shadowy organization. This is how he and his new outer heaven will be called Sons of Liberty. At this point, Raiden is contacted by the Patriots through another AI. It's revealed that the S3 program is not the Solid Snake simulation program, but actually the Selection for Societal Sanity program, and that the Big Shell incident had merely been orchestrated to test the GW AI's capabilities and limits. The purpose of the S3 plan was to use Raiden as a test subject and see if they could successfully manipulate information and essentially mold and control individuals as they see fit. This was the big test Emma had spoken about before she died. It was essentially not so different from the virtual reality missions Raiden had been put through during his training. Given that the entire S3 plan went exactly as the Patriots had expected, it is fair to say that it was a success. The AI explained that the Patriots are now more powerful than anyone could ever imagine, that they now exist on a digital plane and have access to all the information, and in turn, all the power in the world. They want to control the information passed down by the society from generation to generation, because they believe they are in a stronger position than anyone else to do so. By acquiring the information via the S3 plan, the Patriots can now control world events and possibly control individuals and their thoughts. The data they collected will only make them smarter, despite the fact that GW was presumed to be destroyed. In fact, using the data gathered during MGS2's S3 plan, the Patriots went on to manipulate soldiers' minds and motivations through the Sons of the Patriots system, something we're going to explore in Chapter 10. In short, the S3 plan isn't about the player, nor is it about developing another Solid Snake. It's a system for controlling human will and consciousness, a method, a protocol designed to shape circumstances that turn people into what the Patriots want them to be. And thanks to Raiden's efforts, GW has all the data it needs to bring the Patriots plan into action. Now that their S3 exercise was complete, the AI then informs Raiden that he has to kill Solidus Snake, who realizes that he has no other options left open to him. Not only does the safety of Rose and the child of Olga Gerlukovich depend on him taking out Solidus Snake, but he also realizes that Solidus intends to kill Raiden in order to use his nanomachines in his brain to track down the Patriots. To coax Raiden into a fight, Solidus reveals that it was him who had killed Raiden's real parents, basically forcing him into a life of a tortured soldier and a killing machine. Solidus' plan works, and an enraged Raiden attacks Solidus. The two engage in a thrilling, epic sword fight atop Arsenal gear, which finally ends when Raiden cuts down Solidus and throws him off the structure, almost severing his spine and ultimately killing him. In the aftermath of the battle, Snake reminds a baffled Raiden that while the mission may have seemed like a simulation, everything he felt and endured was real, and no one can take that away from him. He urges Raiden to use that truth to forge his own path and become his own man. Snake also vows that with Otacon's help, he will track down Liquid, the Patriots' true identities, and protect Olga's child. Raiden, stunned, asks how Snake still has the disc since Ocelot had taken it away from him. Snake explains that the one Raiden carried wasn't the real thing. The true disc contains a virus designed to target only one part of GW, the data on the Patriots' identities. Hidden within the code is a parameter that defines exactly what that information is. Realizing this, Raiden understands. By analyzing the program, they might finally uncover where the Patriots truly operate. As for Raiden, he chooses to step away from the battlefield, reconciling with Rose as the two resolve to build a real life together. If it sounds like it's all over, well, it's not. In a post-credits scene, it's revealed that Snake and Otacon managed to successfully track down the identities of the 12 members of the Wise Men's Committee thanks to the disc containing the virus, with one of them being one of the contributors to Philanthropy. As it turns out, all 12 leaders of the Patriots have been dead for nearly a century, meaning that Snake has lost the only lead he had in the investigation on the Patriots. However, Snake concludes that the data is fake, and he's right. The so-called Wise Men's Committee were the original Philosophers, a group that no longer exists, having long since been replaced by the Patriots, as we've noted in previous chapters. As for the biggest contributor, it's never explicitly stated, but it's reasonable to assume that the Patriots were using philanthropy to further their own goals. By attributing funds under the name of a long-dead member of the Wise Men's Committee, they played a double game, misleading philanthropy while secretly advancing their own agenda. Now, there are still questions that need to be answered to fully grasp what's happening. The first, why did Ames die so suddenly? Well, to understand that, it's important to remember that Richard Ames was once Natasha Romanenko's husband. After MGS1's events, Natasha published a book exposing the truth behind the incident, and in doing so, drew attention to the existence of the Patriots. As a Patriots agent, Ames might have been expected to silence her, but instead, he did the opposite, indirectly protecting her by providing data on FoxDie. In the end, the Patriots switched off Ames's pacemaker because he had become a liability within their own S3 operation. His death not only tied off a loose end, but also conveniently served the S3 scenario that they were orchestrating. With his past connections to Natasha and the data he leaked, Ames posed too great of a risk of exposing the Big Shell plan, so killing him was nothing more than a preemptive damage control. And why did Ocelot kill President Johnson? After Johnson revealed the truth about the Patriots to Raiden, and even tried to push Raiden into killing him to stop a nuclear launch linked to his own vital sign ID, Ocelot intervened and shot him. Johnson's death neatly eliminated an unpredictable insider, and ensured the S3 scenario stayed firmly on track. Also, was Solidus working off of false information? Yes. He believed the Patriots were a council of 12 humans, the so-called Wise Men's Committee, and intended to uncover their names and kill them. But as Ocelot later revealed, the virus disk was designed to erase every trace of data related to the Patriots. Since the organization was already fully AI-driven, the program acted as a failsafe against threats like Solidus, ensuring he could never reach the truth. And that's the story of Metal Gear Solid 2. Like every mainline entry, Kojima gave this game a central theme: meme. Raiden's entire journey is shaped by false identities and repetitive orders derived from existing data, raising questions about what's real and what's manufactured. Solid Snake is framed as a villain through false information, while Solidus Snake's every move turns out to have been orchestrated by the Patriots. In the end, the game shows that the greatest battles aren't won by guns or courage alone. They're fought through information, manipulation, and the control of the individual. I also want to touch on the thematic parallels between MGS2 and MGS5. In MGS2, Raiden begins with an imposed name and identity, carrying the weight of being shaped into another Snake. But by the end, he casts that away, choosing instead to define himself on his own terms. In MGS5, the player is led to believe that they are Snake or Big Boss 2, only to learn in the end that they've been playing as his phantom. The twist forces the players to shed their own identity and, in effect, become Big Boss or Snake themselves. So where Raiden's journey in MGS2 is about finally accepting his own self, MGS5 turns the mirror on us, the players, asking us to step into the legend of Big Boss or Snake and carry that identity forward. And that's it for Chapter 9, and what a ride! In Chapter 10, we'll dive into the Sons of the Patriots system, and follow Snake, now older and weary, as he faces some of the greatest battles of his life. In Chapter 9, we witness the downfall of Solidus Snake and the collapse of his own version of Outer Heaven, brought about by the combined efforts of Raiden and Snake. Now we turn to the final chapter of Solid Snake's career, his greatest test yet, as he faces not only external battles, but also the toll of his failing health. MGS4, unlike the previous titles, carried enormous hype. It was billed as the final Metal Gear, something Kojima himself repeated in interviews, though another game eventually followed. This time, however, it truly felt like the end. Snake is old in MGS4, a reflection of Kojima's own thoughts on aging. In a 2008 interview with Kikitsu, he explained the unusual source of inspiration. Quote, "Yes, especially for Metal Gear Solid 4, it was very important, so I deliberately kind of matched myself and old Snake. This is not just the message to the users, but also a message to the internal development staff as well. We've all been working for quite a long time, and I wanted to show that Hideo Kojima, at 45, still working in the spotlight. I wanted to show that to the staff," Kojima stated. Quote, "I want users to play and take back some feelings from my games. Snake is, of course, a hero, and it's a very, very rare that a fictional hero gets very old or ages. Normally in games, the hero doesn't age so much. However, I wanted to show that everything in the industry evolves. The games, the platforms, and even the users who used to play my games have all aged, and I wanted to express that in Old Snake. I wanted the users to almost overlap their experience to say, quote, I aged, Snake aged. I wanted to express this feeling in MGS4, he further added. With Kojima's perspective on aging setting the tone for Snake's final mission, it's important to pause and address two key clarifications before moving forward. First, at the end of MGS2, there's ambiguity surrounding GW. Though the virus was uploaded, GW still retained the data for the S3 plan. Snake and Otacon believed it had been destroyed, while Raiden never revealed to them it was still operational, a detail that becomes important in this chapter. Second, when Liquid claimed he was, quote, off to bury the Patriots for good, he already knew that they weren't human, but AIs. His words were simply another layer of misdirection, meant to keep Snake and the others in the dark. It's 2014. 5 years have passed since the fateful events of the Big Shell incident took place, and the world is in no way a better place than it was back then. Between MGS2 and MGS4, the Patriots' proxy AIs grew increasingly sophisticated, thanks to all the data they received and processed during the events of Outer Heaven's uprising, Zanzibar Land's disturbance, Metal Gear Solid 1, and the Big Shell incidents. In a nutshell, everything has gone out of order. The world has slipped into a state of total war, so much so that the global economy is now almost completely reliant on these bloody conflicts. And war has become a market in its own right, and having grown so much in scale, the demand for soldiers and those who partake in it has also grown. As such, private military companies, or PMCs, have become a very common thing, to the extent that more soldiers belong to them than actual countries. In short, the world where soldiers will always have a place is now close to reality, something that Big Boss had envisioned a long time ago. 5 of the biggest private military companies in the world, which are Pieuvre Armament, Praying Mantis, Werewolf, Ocelotovaya, Kavatka, and Raven Sword, are all owned by a single mother company called Outer Heaven. And who leads Outer Heaven? No points for guessing, it's Liquid Ocelot, who is Revolver Ocelot only in flesh, but his mind and will is controlled by Liquid Snake. Together, these 5 PMCs have incredible military strength. How much, you might ask? Well, enough to rival or even beat that of the United States itself. And by the way, Ocelot has a new arm, as he got rid of Liquid's arm sometime after the events of Sons of Liberty. And how's Solid Snake doing? Well, he's a lot older than you'd expect him to be after 5 years. Otacon and Snake have disbanded Philanthropy, and thanks to the way the L'Enfant Terrible project designed the clones of Big Boss, Solid Snake is dying much quicker than he thought he would. When these clones were being built, Cypher had built in an automatic safety protocol within them. And what might that be? Accelerated aging. As such, Solid Snake, now aptly known as Old Snake, is in his twilight years, and he has approximately just 1 more year to live. You'd think, with that in mind, people would want to let him live out the remainder of his life peacefully. But that is obviously not the case. Hal Otacon Emmerich finds Snake as Metal Gear Solid 4 begins, while Snake is visiting the grave of Big Boss. Otacon, who's been living with Olga Garlukovich's daughter, Sunny, and acting as a father figure to her for all of these years, tells Snake that Roy Campbell, now working for the United Nations Security Council, is waiting for Snake. Unsurprisingly, he has another mission for him. Snake's proposed mission is simple: to find Liquid and kill him. At this point, Liquid has basically become a global terrorist, and he single-handedly leads the largest army in the entire world. Why then is the international community unwilling to act themselves? Why does this mission fall to Snake once again? Well, Liquid is the owner of the single largest group of PMCs, meaning he's a huge part of the global war business. And seeing as the war business now serves as the foundation for the entire planet's economy, the international authorities and everyone else are obviously unwilling to take him out. Doing so could prove to be catastrophic, they feel. Snake and Campbell, however, both know that doing nothing would be even worse. Quite unsurprisingly, Snake agrees to take on the mission. His first mission is to get in touch with a unit called Rat Patrol Team 1, a Special Forces team assigned to the Army's PMC Investigation Unit, CID. Almost as soon as Snake is inserted in his first objective, he comes across Gecko, a mini Metal Gear, completely unmanned and developed from the technologies borrowed from Rex and Ray. Interestingly, it's a biomechanical weapon. That means it needs blood to function, giving them great speed and agility. Snake is accompanied by Metal Gear Mark II, a small support robot that always tags along with Snake. Snake makes his way through the mission and comes across someone very interesting, a weapons launderer who goes by the name Drebin893.
Who are you? Neither enemy nor friend. Voila.
You're not with the militia, and you're not PMC.
I'm a weapons wholesaler. Oh.
So what makes him so special? Well, you see, every weapon is now ID tagged, so Snake just can't use any weapon he likes. This ID system interacts with the nanomachines within the soldier's body, which allows them to use these weapons. However, Snake is carrying an older strain of nanomachines. Drebin is part of a weapons launderer group known as Drebin that sells ID-less guns so that they can be used by anyone. Drebin tells Snake that he will assist him on his mission by providing him weapons, and then injects new, up-to-date nanomachines into him so that he can properly use the new weapons Drebin provides to him. Keep this point in mind as we're going to revisit this scene in the future. With that out of the way, Snake moves forward with his mission, to a place where he is supposed to meet up with some informants. When he gets there, he meets someone he hasn't seen in a long time, Meryl Silverberg, who is now leading her own CID unit, called Rat Patrol Team 1, which also consists of Ed, the team's radio man and sniper, Jonathan, who has exclamation mark-shaped hairstyle, and Johnny, also known as Akiba, and yes, the very same Johnny from MGS1.
Meryl. Is that you? What happened to your face?
Accelerated aging. They don't know the cause.
Meryl gives Snake information on something known as the System, which Snake, thanks to his previous experience over the years, quickly associates with the Patriots. What the Patriots tested as selection for societal sanity in MGS2, curating truth to steer behavior, reappears in MGS4 as something far more hands-on, the Sons of the Patriots SOP system. Every combatant is fitted with ID-tagged nanomachines that stream non-stop telemetry into a sealed AI core, from simple battlefield stats, position, movement, speed, ammo count, accuracy, to intimate physiology, wounds, hydration and rations, sweat output, heart rate, blood pressure, blood sugar, oxygen saturation, and more, plus stress, pain, and fear responses. Headquarters doesn't guess, it sees. The pitch is efficiency, faster, cleaner command decisions, and per-soldier crisis management. SOP isn't just a dashboard, it's a lock. Guns, vehicles, and military hardware are ID-bound. No valid system identity, no trigger pull, no engine start. Remove the nanomachines and you lose your ID, which still bricks your kit. That's why PMCs can't deploy at all unless they agree to SOP. The net has spread everywhere. The US military, allied state armies, PMCs, and even police agencies are on it. So who's behind the black box? The AI is guarded inside Arms Tech Security, the developer, and the Pentagon, scrubbed from the outside control, at least officially. Meryl doesn't acknowledge the Patriots by name, but the opacity is the tell. Institutional wrappers in front, Patriot logic underneath. There are cracks. A small grassroots market of ID gun launderers like Drebin can spoof or decouple weapons, but they're talking hundreds at most, nowhere near enough to bend the entire PMC economy. And this is also where Liquid Ocelot fits. To field an army that size, he still has to register as a PMC with an SOP, which means his forces, larger on paper than the US military, remains visible and rate limited by the very system he wants to subvert. As long as he's in the registry, his troops' movements, headcount, and combat strength bleed back through the nanomachine network, and a rapid US response can, in theory, crush him by force. Because SOP can't police itself everywhere, ARSOC pushed out inspection units like Meryl's to shadow PMCs on active battlefields, checking disorderly conduct, insubordination, and contract breaches. Those teams carry weapons under SOP authority and operate in the thick of it. The cost is real. 5 inspection teams were lost going undercover inside Liquid's groups. After months of hopping hotspots, Meryl's unit finally pinned down Liquid. When Meryl asks Snake what he's doing out here, he tells her he is simply here on a recon mission. However, when he mentions the fact that he's been sent here by Roy Campbell, Meryl quickly loses her temper. Campbell never revealed to Meryl that he was her father, and when she eventually discovered the truth, their relationship soured. Over time, the rift deepened, especially after Campbell married a woman nearly as young as Meryl herself. Who that woman is something we will reveal later. However, before they move ahead, they're attacked by Haven troopers, also known as Frogs, or Frog Soldiers, who are Outer Haven's elite soldiers. Snake and company take them out and move ahead. As he's traveling through the battlefield, he witnesses an entire militia unit getting wiped out by a team of what can only be described as monstrosities. This is the Beauty and the Beast unit. The Beauty and the Beast unit, or BB Corps, is a group of 4 female super soldiers in service to Liquid Ocelot. All 4 of them are suffering from intense post-traumatic stress disorder, and are similar in name and ability to old Foxhound agents: Crying Wolf, Raging Raven, Laughing Octopus, and their leader, Screaming Mantis. We will talk about them in much detail a tad later. Soon, Snake reaches the locations where Liquid is residing. However, as soon as Snake reaches the location, Liquid walks into an area, accompanied by another old acquaintance of Snake's, Naomi Hunter. After the events of MGS1, Naomi was arrested. However, she was later rescued by Liquid Ocelot. Liquid whispers 2 words into his radio: "Activate it," and everything goes to hell.
Brother, it's been too long.
Liquid.
Rejoice! We're not copies of our father, after all. We're free of the shackles of fate. Snake, brother, we are free. Watch, Snake.
Every single soldier in the area, with the exception of Rat Patrol member Johnny Sasaki, who, by the way, is the grandson of Johnny Big Boss met during MGS3, starts convulsing and falls to the ground, foaming at the mouth, all affected by outbursts of emotions such as screaming, weeping, or laughing. Snake is also affected, but not to the extent as all the other soldiers in the vicinity. Naomi and Liquid soon depart the area, and Snake is dragged to safety by Johnny Sasaki. When Snake regains consciousness, he finds himself aboard the Nomad, a giant aircraft that serves as a home for Otacon and Sunny, while also serving as mission control for them and Snake. As soon as Snake wakes up, Otacon tells him that they've received a video message from Naomi. In the message, Naomi informs them that Liquid Ocelot has been forcing her to cooperate with him, and that system, or SOP, is derived from the first generation of FoxDie, which Naomi developed herself during the events of MGS1, although PMCs are using the 3rd generation. Sunny is able to trace where the message originated, and it turns out that Liquid Ocelot and Naomi are both in South America. A message from the Colonel confirms this as well. Wasting no time, Snake quickly makes way for South America. As Snake lands at his destination, he presses Campbell about the Patriots, pointing out that the story of 12 long-dead founders was a cover-up. The real goal behind the battlefield control system is obvious: seize global ID networks and use them to manipulate both economies and information. Campbell admits that this is the Patriots' ultimate prize, that they've essentially become the war economy itself. Snake realizes that everything Solidus had feared years earlier has now come true. With the media and global opinion firmly in their grip, not even the UN can oppose them. Against this backdrop, Liquid's uprising emerges as a continuation of Big Boss's vision, an outer heaven where mercenaries are free from domination. Snake moves on and is shocked to see Vamp alive and well. The Colonel later puts Snake in touch with a former member of a combat stress platoon, who Snake quickly recognizes as Rose, back during the events shown in Metal Gear Solid 2. Snake puts 2 and 2 together and realizes that the young woman the Colonel ended up marrying was actually Rose, which justifies Meryl's violent and angry reactions and feelings towards her father. Turns out that Raiden did not get that happy ever after ending that he dreamed of after the Big Shell incident. While he and Rose were together for a while, his memories from his childhood as a child soldier started resurfacing, and Raiden began to suffer from PTSD. He soon became quite violent. Rose suffered miscarriage, and eventually he left her. He was also led to believe that their child had died from a miscarriage. Surprise, surprise, Snake is eventually contacted by Raiden through Codec, who tells him that he's working with an organization called the Paradise Lost Army. The Paradise Lost Army is essentially a resistance group fighting against the Patriots, and is led by a woman called Big Mama. So who is Big Mama? Well, you may remember her as Eva from Operation Snake Eater way back during the Cold War. And what was Raiden doing with him, and what's been up with him in the time since the Big Shell incident? He was sent on a mission by Big Mama to recover the body of Big Boss, and in return, they helped Raiden in rescuing Sonny from the Patriots when he infiltrated Area 51. He saved Sonny, but was eventually captured, and then they proceeded to perform experiments on him and turned him into a cyborg ninja, much like Gray Fox all of those years ago. He wasn't able to fulfill the Paradise Lost's mission though, but soon he was rescued by members of Paradise Lost, and with the help of a certain doctor, he was able to recover. The doctor in question is Drago Petrovich Madnar, if you remember him. Snake proceeds further with his mission. He meets Drebin again, and when Snake puts the question to him that's been plaguing him for years ever since the Big Shell incident, he gets an answer he probably did not expect. He asks Drebin just who the Patriots are. Drebin tells him that the Patriots are not humans, they're actually just a system of AIs. Drebin explains to Snake that the Patriots aren't just a shadowy organization anymore. They are America, the war economy itself. What began as human decision-making has now been replaced by a vast AI network that runs like law, leaving people like Snake and Drebin as nothing more than cogs in a machine. The SOP system is just one arm of this structure, overseen by 4 sub-AIs and a central core, all sealed behind layers of intrusion detection. Drebin compares the idea of bypassing it to creating havens, much like old tax havens, where the wealthy once escaped government oversight. In today's world, where nanomachines tag every bit of a person's identity, such havens would be used to slip free of ID control. His own gun laundering, he admits, is a crude form of this concept. But when Snake presses, Drebin makes it clear. Accessing the Patriots' AI from the outside is impossible. Liquid may be plotting something, but as far as Drebin is concerned, the system is airtight. Snake manages to make his way to the mansion where Naomi is being held, and manages to sneak his way inside with relative ease. When he finally meets with her though, she gives him a great deal of bad news. Firstly, she tells him that thanks to his accelerated aging, he only has 6 more months to live. Next, she reveals to him that in the year since Metal Gear Solid 1, the FoxDie virus has been incubating and mutating inside of him. Since there are no more people to target for the virus, within 3 months, it'll be targeting and killing people at random, basically making Snake a ticking time bomb. Snake asks what would happen to this mutated strain if he were to die, and Naomi tells him that in such an event, FoxDie would die with him. When she conducts a medical experimentation on him, she tells Snake that she also detected another new strain of FoxDie inside of him, one that was recently injected into him, and it's rapidly multiplying. Snake immediately connects the dots and realizes that it must have been Drebin who did so when he injected him with more nanomachines. Naomi says she'll be looking into how the new strain will affect Snake in the long run, the conclusion of which will be revealed through a certain someone. Also, the nanomachines inside Snake's body are from the very first generation, dating back before the SOP system was ever developed. 30% remain lodged in his cells. Because they were never designed to be ID registered, they don't sync or respond to the same controls and restrictions as the newer SOP nanomachines used across the battlefield. That makes Snake an outlier. He isn't bound by SOP in the same way other soldiers are. However, those outdated nanomachines are still active. This is the reason he was still mildly affected by Liquid's test. Naomi then explains to Snake just what it is that Liquid Ocelot is planning. His original plan was, of course, to completely remove the system. What he did recently was sort of a test run. However, when the control of the system was lifted from all of his soldiers, the sudden freedom was too much for their minds to handle, and they became overcome with all of the emotions that the nanomachines inside of them had been suppressing for so long. Seeing that there was no way he could ever possibly completely remove the system, Liquid decided that he would instead take over it and replace the Patriots. To do that, Naomi tells Snake he needs the DNA of Big Boss, whose cells, as it turns out, have been kept alive, and body has been preserved by the Patriots. Just why that is so is something we'll explain later on. But keeping in mind how his DNA was the key to curing genetic mutation back during MGS1, you could probably guess why. Liquid calls these plans the guns of the Patriots. Just then, Liquid Ocelot's PMC troops bust in, grab Naomi, and take her away with them. As Snake tries to go after her, he's ambushed by Laughing Octopus, one of the members of the BB Corps. An intense battle follows, and Snake is ultimately able to defeat Octopus, but Naomi by this point has been taken far away. So, who is Laughing Octopus? As a teenager in a small Scandinavian fishing village nicknamed Devil's Village, Laughing Octopus's life was shattered when a fanatic cult attacked her home. The villagers were rounded up and executed, but she was singled out for a far crueler fate. Branded the Devil's Child, she was forced to torture and murder her own family and friends, while being made to howl with laughter as if she enjoyed it. Powerless and terrified, she obeyed, and in her mind, the blood covering her turned into black ink of an octopus. That trauma left her permanently scarred. Her laughter ever since is not joy, but the echo of that nightmare. With the help of Raiden over codec, Snake manages to trace Naomi's location to a helipad, where she is being escorted by someone else you might remember. We're of course talking about Vamp, who's working with Liquid Ocelot. Snake tries to rescue Naomi, but Liquid soon commences the second lockdown of the system. Soldiers on the ground start feeling the same effects as the previous ones did, and just as it appears that Vamp will be able to successfully take off with Naomi, Drebin arrives on the scene in an armored vehicle. Snake and Naomi manage to jump into the vehicle, and Drebin drives away even as enemy forces give chase. The vehicle makes it to a village close by, which is under attack by a Gecko unit, a mini Metal Gear. But it doesn't have nuclear capabilities. As Snake, Drebin, and Naomi get ambushed by a number of Gecko units, Raiden arrives on the scene, revealing his badass cyborg ninja form. An intense fight between Raiden, the Geckos, and Vamp ensues. It eventually ends as Raiden stabs himself through the abdomen to stab Vamp too. Otacon arrives on the scene in a helicopter, and Snake, Naomi, and the heavily injured Raiden are able to escape, even as Vamp magically completely recovers from his fatal wounds. On board the chopper, Naomi reveals the reason for Vamp's regenerative powers. And no, it's not because he's a vampire that he can regenerate. The answer to why Vamp is essentially immortal is also the answer to almost everything else in Metal Gear Solid 4. Nanomachines, son. Vamp has a nanomachine base that allows him to regenerate at an almost supernatural rate. With this information out of the way, Snake turns to Raiden, who's on the brink of fainting thanks to the injuries that he sustained. Raiden tells Snake to go meet Big Mama, or Eva as we know her, before passing out completely. At the same time, Vamp rises once more from the injuries he sustained against Raiden. He contacts Liquid Ocelot, questioning whether allowing Naomi to slip away was a mistake, only to be assured that her escape was no accident. It was a deliberate master plan woven into Liquid's larger scheme. Vamp also states that their efforts to hack the system have failed, but Liquid replies that something was not pure enough and they would have to secure the original. So now, what the hell is Liquid talking about? Naomi reveals that Liquid Ocelot's ultimate goal is to seize control of the SOP system, but to do that he needs the true genetic key of Big Boss, both his DNA and biometric data. His earlier trials failed because neither his own DNA chip nor samples taken from Snake's blood were a perfect match. Both brothers are clones, but not exact genetic copies, hence he wasn't able to hack the system. This is why Solidus was created in the first place, an attempt at a perfect clone, but his death closed that path. Naomi then reveals the shocking truth. Big Boss is not entirely gone. His body still exists, sustained artificially as a brain-dead shell, a biomort preserved in a lab. Only the original's code and biometrics can unlock the Patriots AI without rejection, because the system's intrusion detection blacklists any imperfect substitutes after failed attempts, as seen when Liquid used his DNA and Solid's DNA in the first 2 tests. That's why Liquid turns his focus to Europe, where Big Boss's preserved body becomes the last critical piece of his plan. With a new mission to accomplish, Snake, Sunny, and Otacon are able to track Liquid's location to somewhere in Eastern Europe, and they quickly deduce that that is also where Big Mama must be. Raiden is sent to Dr. Madnar for treatment, and Snake travels on site, where he encounters, once again, Meryl and her Rat Patrol unit. With her help, Snake is able to sneak through a heavily defended city that is crawling with PMC soldiers, and after parting ways with her, Snake finally manages to reach and meet up with Big Mama. Big Mama reveals to Snake that the current war is the result of an old rift between 2 former allies, Zero and Big Boss. She explains that during the Cold War, Zero formed the Patriots to guide and control America, using the Philosophers Legacy fortune to fund the group. The founding members included Zero, Big Boss, Paramedic or Dr. Clark, Sigint or Donald Anderson, Ocelot, and herself. Their inspiration was the Boss, the legendary soldier whose ideals they each interpreted differently. Zero wanted unity and order under strict control, while Big Boss resented being turned into a political symbol. This clash eventually led to Big Boss's rebellion, and after the events of Peace Walker, he would dish the boss's ideals altogether. When Big Boss rejected Zero's manipulation, Zero began the L'Enfant Terrible project, cloning Big Boss to preserve him as a legend. Eva herself carried the twins, Solid and Liquid, while Solidus was later engineered as a closer genetic copy. Big Boss eventually left the Patriots and opposed Zero, sparking a shadow war that culminated in Outer Heaven and Zanzibar Land, both destroyed by Solid Snake. Afterward, Zero recovered Big Boss's comatose body, keeping him alive as a brain-dead biomort to preserve him as a permanent legend. Big Mama explains that she and Ocelot had long plotted to free Big Boss from Zero's grasp. They brought Naomi Hunter into their fold for her expertise in nanomachine research and sent Frank Yeager to eliminate Dr. Clark. Remember how we stated that the lab was destroyed in an explosion? Well, that was done purposely to cover up her death. Ocelot himself killed Donald Anderson, Sigint of Fox Unit, disguising it as an accident. With both Paramedic and Sigint gone, Zero stood as the last of the original Patriots, but their efforts carried a cost. They lost Ocelot. He was never truly aligned with the Pentagon, Russia, or even Zero. His loyalty was always to Big Boss. Ocelot, after grafting Liquid's arm to his own after the events of MGS1, his mind became dominated by Liquid's persona, and even after getting rid of it and replacing it with another arm, he is still possessed by it. Over time, Zero abandoned human leadership altogether, replacing it with a network of AIs, GW, TJ, AL, and TR, united by a core AI called JD. These systems dictated everything from politics to economics, creating the war economy and ensuring Big Boss remained imprisoned as a living legend. Now, only Zero remains from the original Patriots, ruling through his AIs. Big Mama confesses her guilt for helping to create the Patriots, but also her resolve to free Big Boss from his prison. Snake finally understands why Liquid is hunting for his father's body, because possessing it is the key to seizing control of the system. She shows him the biomort containing the preserved body of Big Boss, which has been loaded into the back of a van, ready for extraction from the site. As the van leaves the base of Paradise Lost, along with an escort, it is ambushed by a number of geckos and the flying Raging Raven unit. An enthralling chase sequence ensues as Eva and Snake race through the city streets on a bike while trying to protect the van. However, they are attacked by Raging Raven, another member of the BB Corps. In this attack, their van crashes, and while Snake avoids any major injuries, Eva gets impaled by a spike similar to MGS3, but Snake saves her. Snake engages in a tough battle with Raven and manages to defeat her. So who is Raging Raven? Raging Raven's life was stolen by war. Captured and imprisoned with other people, she endured relentless abuse at the hands of soldiers who treated them as less than human. Many of her companions died, their bodies left to be torn apart by birds, until fate freed her from her own bonds. Consumed by fury, she turned on the Ravens first, then on the soldiers, slaughtering them in a frenzy where friend and foe became indistinguishable. That day, the violence she had suffered took root within her, shaping both her unmatched ferocity and the inner torment that would never leave her. Snake and Eva would make their way to the nearby riverside, where the biomort containing Big Boss's body is being transported onto a boat. When Snake gets there though, he sees that Liquid Ocelot is there as well, accompanied by Vamp and Naomi, who, as it turns out, had apparently been double-crossing Snake and Otacon. Well, she is not, as will be revealed later. Liquid and Snake engage in a one-on-one battle of CQC, with the latter besting the former. In the process of fighting with Snake, Liquid reveals that Snake underestimated him. Though GW seemed destroyed during the events at Arsenal Gear, it was only fragmented. He and his allies reconstructed it, hiding the AI within JD's massive Patriot network. By using Ocelot's body as a Patriot spy key, Liquid is able to bypass security and let GW act as a hidden ghost inside the system. His plan is to obliterate JD with a nuclear strike, leaving GW as the surviving core and giving him control over the Patriots' entire AI framework. From there, he intends to build his own haven, free of outside control. But Liquid's obsession runs deeper than just strategy. He sees himself, Snake, and Solidus as manufactured shadows, creations of the Patriot with no true identity, existing only to perpetuate their system. Instead of resisting that fate, he chooses to embrace it, vowing to kill both Zero and Big Boss before taking the name of the Patriot himself. To him, the cycle can only end when everything is reset to zero, destroying the old order so the world can be born anew. Meryl Silverberg arrives on the scene, and she is not alone. With her, she brings a veritable force consisting not just of her Rat Patrol members, but also a number of United States Marines, complete with a retinue of armored vehicles, gunboats, and choppers. It all turns out to be for nothing, though. Having access to a reconstructed GW AI, as well as the biometric data of Big Boss from the Biomort, Liquid now has access into the system, allowing him to disable every single piece of weaponry and all of the vehicles in possession of Rat Patrol, the Marines, and the soldiers surrounding him. The system, he proclaims, is mine, and all hell breaks loose. Not only are Liquid's enemies unable to fire at him, but they also start experiencing emotional outbursts similar to the ones Snake had already witnessed twice. Completely defenseless, Liquid Ocelot's own troops gun down all of the soldiers surrounding them. It's an absolute massacre, one that could have only happened as a result of a complete victory for Liquid, which is exactly what this is. To make matters worse, Liquid tosses the biomort containing Big Boss's body into the flames, and Eva jumps into the fires herself to protect Big Boss's body. Snake attempts to pull her away, eventually getting her out of the fire, but half of his face gets burnt in the process. As if the massacre and all of this chaos isn't enough, as if everything that's happened here just isn't enough of madness, Eva dies in the arms of Solid Snake, her son. On the Rat Patrol side of things, everyone survives, including Johnny Sosky, who saves Meryl from drowning. Snake shouts out to Otacon in complete agony as the Mark II jumps onto his ship carrying Liquid and company. All is not lost though, and Snake's mission isn't done yet. Liquid Ocelot may have control over the sons of the Patriots, but he doesn't have control over the Patriots themselves. And thanks to a special moment of resourcefulness from Otacon and Mark II, he and Snake manage to deduce what Liquid plans to do next. He still very much intends to destroy the Patriots, and he aims to do that by destroying the satellite that controls JD, which is the main core AI of the Patriots AI system. Since JD will be destroyed, GW will automatically increase in priority, thereby giving him total control over the Patriots. To do that, however, Liquid needs a weapon that is powerful enough to launch a missile into space. But of course, it has to be a weapon that isn't controlled by the Patriots, one that is not governed by their network. You would think that he would have access to this easily now that he controls the SOP, but the only weapons powerful enough to be launched into space successfully are WMDs, or nuclear missiles, and those, as it turns out, are controlled by JD and not GW. Otacon, however, reckons that he knows exactly what Liquid Ocelot is planning. He plans to use the railgun that was built into Metal Gear Rex almost a decade ago. They deduce that Liquid is going to go back to the island in Alaska, the place where this long-drawn, fateful conflict between the Twin Snakes really kicked into gear. Snake explains to Raiden that he doesn't need to be part of this mission anymore, and that this is his duty to finish. In a touching scene, Snake shows via his burned face that he has no future, and Raiden should not make the same mistakes as he did during his youth. And so Snake too decides to head to the island once again, making millions of Metal Gear fans squeal in unison.
Everything all right, Snake?
I was having that dream again.
Snake lands on the island and proceeds to walk through the very halls and fields and locations that he did almost a decade ago during his first encounter with his brother, Liquid Snake. And as he reaches the snowfield where years ago he had fought and killed Sniper Wolf in the presence of a despondent Otacon, he meets with her doppelganger, Crying Wolf of the BB Corps. Snake engages in a lengthy sniper duel with her, and ultimately emerges victorious. Crying Wolf was born into the chaos of ethnic conflict in Africa, where her family was slaughtered and she fled with her brother. Hiding from soldiers one day, she tried to stifle his cries to keep them safe, but in doing so, accidentally suffocated him. Traumatized, she wandered with his body, haunted by visions of a wolf that echoed his cries. Later, in a refugee camp surrounded by the constant wailing of people, she imagined the wolf silencing them, when in reality, it was her own hands taking their lives. Unable to face the truth, she convinced herself it was the wolf's doing, burying her guilt until it consumed her and defined her as Crying Wolf. With another battle with the BB Corps out of the way, he proceeds forward to the hangar where Metal Gear Rex was kept 9 years ago, where Snake battled it for the first time, and where it still is now. When he gets there though, he finds that Vamp and Naomi are already there. Snake engages in another fight with Vamp, but this time, he has the upper hand. For once. He knows the secret behind Vamp's apparent immortality: nano-freaking machines, which means he now also knows how to take him out. Snake administers, with the help of some good old CQC, a nanomachine suppressor injection on Vamp. The result of this is that Vamp is, finally, no longer immortal. He is, though, still very dangerous. It's at this point that Raiden shows up, having fully recovered from his injuries. Raiden and Vamp engage in an intense fight, while Snake fights off a swarm of suicide geckos that is swarming the base. Raiden sustains a number of wounds in this fight with Vamp, but ultimately manages to strike him down, dealing a lethal blow on him that is similar to what he did with Solidus Snake on top of Arsenal gear 5 years prior. Vamp, having mortal wounds, kills himself, injecting him with an overdose of nanosuppressants. Emma is finally avenged. Here, Naomi lays everything bare. She confesses to Snake and Raiden that she's been living with terminal cancer, her life prolonged only through the same nanomachines she once championed. Racked with guilt over her choices and the part that she's played in various schemes, she chooses to end her own life. By injecting herself with nanosuppressants, she shuts down the very technology keeping her alive. The base begins collapsing as Snake and company then climbs aboard a reactivated Metal Gear Rex. Fighting through Liquid's forces, Snake makes his way out, however, Raiden is crushed beneath a huge pile of rubble. And what do you know, Liquid, who is always looking for ways to one-up his brother, arrives on the scene in his own Metal Gear unit, the amphibian Metal Gear Ray. The two then engage in an epic battle of Metal Gears, and even though Ray is a superior model and was designed specifically to be able to defeat all manner of Rex units, the legendary Solid Snake manages to emerge victorious. Metal Gear Ray crashes to the ground, and Liquid Ocelot quickly turns around and makes his escape to the pier, while the injured Snake gives chase. From the waves rises a colossal figure, Outer Haven, Liquid's mobile fortress built in the image of Arsenal gear, something that was stolen from the Patriots. Liquid boards his warship as Snake, battered and barely standing, collapses to his knees. With a cold command, Liquid orders Haven to ram the pier and crush Snake once and for all. At the last moment, Raiden appears, having severed his own arm to escape the rubble. Planting himself between Snake and the oncoming behemoth, his cyborg frame strains against the weight. For a fleeting moment, he holds the massive vessel back, buying Snake enough time to leap to safety. But the pier gives way beneath him. His strength finally falters, and Outer Haven comes crashing down on top of him. The USS Missouri, an old ship which was outside the system's control, arrives on the scene, captained by none other than Mei Ling, who, as you might remember, had helped Snake in a supporting role during MGS1. Snake and Raiden, who is somehow still alive thanks to his cyborg-enhanced body, climbs aboard, and it's here that they plan their final assault on Liquid. Otacon explains that much of the intel used to stop Outer Haven actually came from Naomi. In the end, she entrusted her plan to Sunny. Naomi had been working on a program to destroy GW but couldn't finish it, so she left the unfinished work in Sunny's care. Drawing from Otacon's library, Sunny found fragments of Emma Emmerich's old worm code and wove them into Naomi's program, completing it. The result was a far more powerful worm cluster, one capable of forcing GW's system into a kind of cellular death. For Otacon, it felt like traces of Emma lived on through Sunny's work, but this new worm was stronger than anything Emma had left behind. Liquid Ocelot is now in possession of Rex's railgun, and he intends to launch a nuke to destroy the JW satellite. To do so, his warship Haven would need to surface from below the depths of the ocean. Snake and company decide that it's at this point that the US Missouri will attack Haven. Drebin also chips in his own way, providing some ID-free weapons to soldiers aboard the Missouri that are free of the system's control. Thanks to the fact that Liquid has complete control over the SOP though, a direct strike against him or his forces would be completely useless. As such, it's decided that a small strike team will be sent to infiltrate Outer Haven. Snake volunteers to be part of this strike team, seeing as he is on the death watch anyways, and that thanks to the decade-old mutated FoxDie, he'll become a biological weapon soon enough. Meryl and Johnny Sasaki, meanwhile, also volunteer. So what is the purpose of this strike team? To infiltrate Haven, sneak into the ship's core, and upload a worm cluster that we spoke about into the core AI, which is basically a renewed version of Arsenal Gear's GW. What it will do once uploaded into the GW is stop the nuclear strike from happening, and wipe GW's programming. The battle reaches its peak as the USS Missouri trades fire with Outer Haven, all while swarms of Metal Gear Rays close in. Amid the chaos, Snake, Meryl, and Johnny are launched onto Liquid's fortress, but the insertion goes wrong and scatters them. Forced to press on alone, Snake infiltrates Haven, cutting through waves of soldiers until he confronts Screaming Mantis, the psychic commander of the Beauty and the Beast unit. After a brutal fight, Snake defeats her, only for her mechanical husk to stir back to life. For a moment, the spirit of Psycho Mantis seems to return, but he is swiftly banished by the Sorrow, who echoes his words from Snake Eater: "The spirit of the warrior will always be with you."
That's good. Now, I will move your controller by the power of my will alone.
So now, who was Screaming Mantis? Screaming Mantis grew up in a war-torn South America, where her village was destroyed and she was separated from her family. She was trapped for weeks inside of a basement filled with tortured corpses, surviving on filthy water and eventually hallucinating that a black mantis was teaching her to block out the endless screams above. Starved and broken, she began feeding on the bodies. The trauma shattered her mind, and later, hypnosis carved away what remained of her psyche, leaving her open to the implanted persona of Psycho Mantis, who manipulated her like a puppet. Though she escaped the basement, the phantom screams never left her, and she shrieked constantly to drown them out. Snake is rejoined soon by Meryl and Johnny, who help them fend off swarms of Liquid soldiers and troopers. The two decide to stay behind to hold off troopers while Snake proceeds further towards the GW core. Running dangerously low on ammo, Meryl and Johnny are being swarmed by a seemingly endless stream of soldiers. And then, in typical ridiculous over-the-top Metal Gear fashion, in the middle of a heated battle, Johnny proclaims his love for Meryl and asks her to marry him. Meryl and Johnny accept, and the two continue their seemingly hopeless battle against an endless swarm of enemy soldiers. Approaching the core of GW, Snake finds his path blocked by a deadly microwave corridor. Raiden, battered and armless, yet still unbreakable, steps forward and offers to take his place, insisting that his mechanical body is better suited to survive it. But Snake refuses, reminding him that unlike Snake, Raiden still has a future to fight for. Instead, Raiden stays behind to hold off the advancing enemy troops, giving Snake the chance to push on.
Snake, leave this to me. I'll go to the server room.
The corridor's full of microwaves. One of us is enough.
My body is a machine. I can take it.
Your body may be a machine, but your heart is human. You've got a life to go back to.
She means nothing to me now.
Raiden, look at me. You still have your youth. Don't waste it. You can start over. From here on, this is my fight. We tore the world apart. Made your life a living hell. It's my duty to put an end to all of this.
All right. I'll make sure they don't get through.
Stay with me, Snake. Hold on until we insert the virus.
As Snake begins his agonizing crawl through the corridor, Raiden throws himself into combat against a flood of soldiers. Even with no arms, he tears through them with sheer willpower and skill, at least until the overwhelming numbers begin to turn the tide against him. Meanwhile, Snake moves through the microwave corridor, and the energy being emitted does a great deal of damage to him and all the equipment he has on him. An already exhausted, aged, and weakened and battered Snake is weakened even further. Despite all odds though, Snake finally manages to make it into the server room, and just as he's being swarmed by countless dwarf gecko units, he uploads the worm cluster into the GW server. With the worm cluster uploaded, the battle quickly turns. The Metal Gear Ray units attacking the Missouri shut down, as do the dwarf gecko units surrounding Snake in the server room. Meanwhile, the battlefield around Raiden, Meryl, and Johnny erupts into chaos as enemy soldiers collapse in hysteria, their nanomachines suddenly cutting off. Deep inside the server room, Snake lies spent, barely clinging onto consciousness, when a recording of Naomi Hunter flickers onto screen. Built into the worm cluster itself, her final message reveals the true scope of what just occurred. The program's impact is far greater and far more transformative than anyone had ever anticipated. She explains that the worm she created, Fox Alive, used GW as a backdoor into the Patriots network, perhaps using the egg that was embedded by Dr. Strangelove deep within the AI's core unit during the events of the Phantom Pain. Once inside it, it dismantled the core's AI and permanently shut down the SOP system, collapsing the war economy while preserving the vital systems needed for modern life. She reveals that the Patriots had intended to expand their nanomachine control to all civilians, not just soldiers, a future she refused to allow. Naomi confesses to deceiving both Snake and Otacon to see her plan through, and offers them her final apology. Drained and broken, Snake slips into unconsciousness as her message fades. Naomi's flip-flop nature can be traced back to Ocelot's plan. He needed her to hand over the Fox Alive virus to Snake and company. When she appeared to betray him and return it to Liquid, it was only to remain woven into his scheme. Little did Liquid know Naomi had a twist in place, and her true intentions were noble. But if there's one thing Metal Gear fans can be sure of at this point, after having been through so much with so many characters through so many years, it's this: it's not over yet. Snake comes to the top of Outer Haven, and he's not alone. Liquid Ocelot is there too. Liquid tells Snake that the upload of the cluster had been his deliberate master plan all along, since he wanted the Patriots destroyed and gone for good. He then goes on to explain a great number of things in excruciating detail to Snake. The history of the Philosophers, of Cypher, of the Patriots, the split in Cypher, and the resulting war between Big Boss and Major Zero. Zero sought to use the Philosophers Legacy to tighten his grip on the world, while Big Boss dreamed of breaking free from that control by building Outer Heaven, an army of soldiers without a nation. That dream was crushed by Snake, but the struggle continued. Liquid would later attempt to liberate humanity from genetic control, and Solidus would rise to challenge the Patriots' dominance over information and memes. Each of these efforts ended in failure, but together they became stepping stones. Their culmination was Outer Haven, conceived as the answer to the Patriots' final instrument of dominance, the Sons of the Patriot system. Liquid warns that this is only the beginning. America is destined to collapse into chaos, a new Wild West with no law or order. Conflict will ignite across the globe, and in that endless struggle, people will come to believe that they found the true meaning of life through battle. In his eyes, this marks the fulfillment of Big Boss's vision, the realization of Outer Heaven. He challenges Snake to one final 1-versus-1 duel. two then engage in a dramatic, enthralling CQC fight, and as the fight progresses, Liquid's persona begins to fade away, while that of Revolver Ocelot begins to resurface. After years and years of having been suppressed, Snake eventually beats Ocelot, yes, the real Ocelot, not Liquid anymore, who finally dies atop Outer Haven. Otacon arrives and informs Snake that while Sunny was developing Fox Alive with Naomi, she made sure that it wouldn't result in the complete destruction of the Patriots network. Essentially, in Otacon's own words, Fox Alive had been designed to, quote, destroy the brain but leave the brainstem intact. What this means is that while the Patriots AI has been shut down for good, removing the control they exercised over everyone and everything, Fox Alive preserved the energy, framework, and resource networks that have become so essential to modern society. Essentially, even with the Patriots gone, the world will not be plunged into chaos. So the world is free from Zero's will and Big Boss's madness. And now, we're finally moving into the territory of tying up loose ends as we begin to talk about the game's epilogue. A month has now passed since the climactic battle between the twin snakes, and while it hasn't necessarily been a happy ending for all concerned, especially the world at large, what with the economy having crashed and everything, things are still looking up. Somewhat. It starts with the wedding of Meryl and Johnny, and the likes of Otacon, Sunny, Drebin, and Mei Ling all in attendance. Colonel Campbell also decides to attend, father and daughter finally bearing the hatchet, and the colonel gives his daughter away at the ceremony. Drebin later tells Otacon that all Drebins, him included, were actually agents of the Patriots, which is why they had access to weapons that were free of nanomachines. Drebin tells Otacon that he had been instructed by the Patriots to assist Snake in his mission to assassinate Liquid, but that they simply had no idea that the very mission would end in their own destruction. Drebin, however, tells Otacon that he harbors no ill feelings towards Snake or anyone else involved in the shutdown of the Patriots, since he too finally has the freedom that he never had before due to the Patriots' control. He additionally reveals to Otacon that Rat Patrol 1, Merrill's unit of soldiers, had also been unwitting agents of the Patriots. Rat Pat 01 is in fact an anagram for Patriot. Meanwhile, Sonny asks Otacon about the whereabouts of Snake, to which a teary Otacon says Snake needs rest.
When is Snake coming back?
Snake. Is sick. So he went on a trip to help him get better.
We're not going with him?
No. He needs to be alone.
I wonder if I'll ever see him again.
Snake had a hard life. He needs some time to rest.
Raiden, meanwhile, is recovering from his many injuries. While in the hospital, he's visited by an unexpected guest. Rose walks in along with a young boy and admits to some startling revelations. She tells Raiden that the boy is John, Raiden's own son, and then reveals that her marriage to the Colonel and her miscarriage had both been ploys conceived by the Colonel to keep her, Raiden, and their son safe from the Patriots. Raiden takes one look at John, his son, and any and all resentment and anger he had been harboring towards Rose vanishes. The three of them embrace, finally giving Raiden the happy ending that he deserved, but he never got. Yeah, but what, we hear you ask, of our hero Snake though? Well, he's old and dying. Not to mention the fact that with every day he draws breath, he comes closer and closer to turning into a walking biological weapon. As such, he decides he has one last mission to complete, to take his own life, and as a result, destroy the mutated strain of FoxDie. Snake visits the grave of Big Boss, puts a gun to his mouth, but ultimately he's unable to go through with it. And it's a good thing too, because as he turns around, he sees someone standing there and looking at him, someone he hadn't thought he would ever see again. Big Boss himself.
That's right. Good. No need for you to go just yet. It's been a long time, Snake. Let it go, my son. I'm not here to fight or
Or should I call you brother?
As it turns out, the body that Liquid Ocelot had burned back in Eastern Europe had not been that of Big Boss, but of Solidus Snake. Since Solidus Snake was the perfect clone of Big Boss, his DNA had been enough to break into the system. Big Boss informs Snake that he isn't here to fight with him, somberly telling him that it is, quote, time to put aside the gun and live. He tells Snake that Ocelot hadn't really been possessed by Liquid Snake. He had been carrying forward with the mission himself, Eva and Big Boss himself had been working towards for decades, that of taking down Cypher or the Patriots as they came to be known. As such, Ocelot had to fool the Patriots into thinking that he'd been possessed by Liquid Snake, so that he could carry out his plan to destroy their AI core. To do this, he used a combination of intense psychotherapy and, you'll never see this one coming, nanomachines to turn himself into Liquid's doppelganger. This is, of course, somewhat similar to how Venom Snake was turned into a mental copy of Big Boss all of those years ago through plastic surgeries, hypnosis, and psychotherapy. An interesting point worth noting is that in MGS2, it truly was Liquid's spirit that possessed Ocelot through the transplanted arm. However, once that arm was surgically replaced, the possession ended. From then on, Ocelot was no longer controlled by Liquid's ghost, but instead operated under the self-imposed doppelganger effect. He then goes on to explain just how the Patriots eventually evolved, or devolved, into a system of AIs. Remember Skullface, the leader of XOF? Well, yeah, of course you do. Well, remember how, through his capture of Paz all of those years ago, he eventually managed to track down the location of Major Zero, and through an elaborate plan, managed to take him out of the game? We spoke about this in great length earlier in the series, but here's a brief reminder anyways. Among other reasons and convoluted motivations, Skullface wanted to destroy Cypher, and to do so, he permanently took Zero out of the equation. What he didn't kill the Major though, but rather made him very, very sick, eventually turning him into a vegetable. As Zero was descending quickly towards a lifeless husk though, he made plans to make sure that his vision for Cypher, aka the Patriots, would be fulfilled, and that his interpretation of the boss's will would see the light of day. As such, thanks to the massive resources he had at his disposal in the form of the Philosophers Legacy, he and Donald Anderson, or Sigint, inspired by Hot Coldman's usage of the boss's AI in Peace Walker, decide to make an entire network of AIs, and decide that they would use Big Boss's own DNA to act as a key to the AI network. And who do they turn to make these AIs? Well, none other than Dr. Strangelove, the very woman who had made the boss AI itself. These AIs, they decided, as their final backup plan, would inherit the remainder of Cypher and go on to rule humanity. Big Boss explains to Snake that the body Liquid burned on the Volta was not his at all, but Solidus, the perfect clone who had fooled both Zero and the Patriots AI into believing he was the original. In truth, Big Boss himself had been kept in a state of artificial sleep, his body and will restrained by JD through nanomachines, much like the control imposed on the Beauty and the Beast unit. To revive him, the Patriots AI network had to be broken. This was why Eva and Ocelot put their plan into motion. She stole and rebuilt Big Boss's body using parts from Liquid and Solidus. When Solidus was burned, Eva knew fully that that wasn't the real Big Boss, but she just went on with her act to support her real goal. But the greater truth was that Zero's Patriots had long since slipped beyond human control. What began as his attempt to preserve the boss's will and build a unified world state had devolved into self-perpetuating machines. The Patriots became not individuals, but norms. A system of corporations, research labs, laws, and military industries, all locked into a cycle of war and profit. Over time, the AIs that inherited Zero's framework mutated, shifting from governance to exploitation. War itself became the engine of stability, the war economy, sustaining a hollow age without ideals, ideology, or loyalty. Big Boss explains to Solid Snake, even Major Zero hadn't foreseen that the AI would interpret the Patriots' philosophy in such a twisted way. Thanks to the fact that the AIs had been made self-learning and had been given free rein in deciding how they were to operate, their interpretation of the boss's will turned out to be a much more twisted and devastating experience than even that of Zero. Big Boss shows Snake an elderly, wheelchair-bound man he'd brought with him. He tells him that this vegetative man, who is on life support, is Zero. Big Boss remarks that until all the founders of the Patriots were gone, they would never truly be destroyed. He remarks how Eva, Ocelot, Sigint, and Paramedic are all dead, and then proceeds to shut down Major Zero's life support system, finally killing him after all of these years. Little did Big Boss know that, despite everything, Zero had always considered him a friend, a truth that would remain forever hidden from him. But how did he find the location of Zero? For Big Boss to awaken, the system itself first had to be broken, and that chance finally came just before Snake uploaded the virus into GW. Its physical presence created an opening to JD, and through that gateway, they were able to at least pinpoint Zero's location. The implication of this is, of course, that Big Boss is now the last remaining Patriot. When Snake asks if this means that Big Boss is going to kill himself too, he tells him that while he is going to die, he isn't going to have to kill himself, and that this is thanks to the new FoxDie virus that was injected into Snake by Drebin. While it seemed like they had to die by succumbing to their injuries, it was actually this FoxDie strain that had targeted and killed Eva and Ocelot, and it was this very strain that is also programmed to kill Big Boss himself. Big Boss also explains to Snake that Naomi told him that this new FoxDie strain actually replaced the old, mutated one, meaning that there was no danger of Snake becoming a biological weapon. While the new strain would also eventually mutate and turn openly hostile with a lack of any programmed targets, Snake, thanks to his accelerated aging, simply wouldn't be able to live long enough for that to be able to happen. The FoxDie strain then, too, starts taking effect on Big Boss. As he is moments away from his death, he asks Snake to help walk him over to the grave of the boss, the woman who essentially started it all. Big Boss stands over her grave one last time and tells Snake that he finally understands the real meaning of the boss's will. He tells Snake that it's not about changing the world or uniting it as so many people had tried to do in her name, but about letting it be as it is. Big Boss asks Snake to live whatever life he has left peacefully. Father and son share a last smoke together as the two come to make peace with each other. And lying over the grave of his former mentor, Naked Snake, Big Boss, John, Jack, the man who sold the world, finally dies.
But you have been given freedom. Freedom to be outside. You are nobody's tool now. No one's toy. You are no longer a prisoner of fate. You are no longer a seed of war. Oh, it's time for you to see the outside world with your own eyes. Your body and your soul are your own. Forget about us. Live for yourself. And find a new lease on life. Boss, you only need one snake. No. The world would be better off without snakes.
This is good. Isn't it?
At last, the weary warrior, Solid Snake, chooses a quiet end. Though the Patriots had used him as a pawn, forcing him to strike down his own father and brothers in their stead, he still managed to crush them. Now he resolves to spend his remaining days with Otacon and Sunny, leaving the battlefield behind. Having given up smoking, Snake accepts whatever future is left to him, not as a soldier, but as a fading shadow of a bygone era. So who really fulfilled the boss's will? To answer that, we need to ask the question, what was the boss's will to begin with? The will wasn't to rule or end war, but to make the world whole without control and let people exercise their own will while respecting others. Her spaceflight perspective, Earth without borders, crystallized an ethic of unity through agency, not coercion. Most of them misread that. Zero equated one world with one managed system and later AIs. Big Boss spent decades freeing soldiers from nations, but centering life around perpetual conflict. Skullface tried to erase language itself, unity by subtraction. Even Venom's nukes to zero push lived inside Outer Heaven's war economy, undercutting the spirit behind it. Ironically, Solid Snake comes closest. He helps dismantle the Patriots' cage and refuses to build a new one, embodying Big Boss's late realization of her lesson. Don't remake the world, respect others' wills, and leave the future to them. Bottom line, it was Solid Snake who ultimately fulfilled the boss's will, though with the constant support of his allies. And the irony is, he likely never even realized it. Kojima said that the theme of MGS4 was sense, meaning our interpretation of the world, how people's understanding and perceptions are formed. Big Boss, Venom Snake, Major Zero, and Skullface all misread the boss's will, each creating chaos in their own way. Only Solid Snake truly sensed it, destroying a greater evil while preserving modern society with the help of his team. And that's it. That's the end of the Metal Gear Saga. Oh, wait a second.
Not yet, Snake! It's not over yet!
So did you really think we'd finish this saga without talking about Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance? Of course not! In Chapter 10, we saw the legendary Solid Snake finally step away from the battlefield, choosing a life of peace. But things aren't nearly as calm for our Jack the Ripper. In Chapter 11, we'll dive into the events that unfolds after the ending of Guns of the Patriots. Much like Portable Ops, the canon status of Revengeance is often debated, thanks to some confusing statements from Hideo Kojima himself. In an interview with Outside Xbox, when asked if the game was truly canon, Kojima once again gave one of his trademark ambiguous answers. Quote, "First of all, I just want to say that Metal Gear Rising is a spin-off, focused on Raiden and his story, as well as a particular type of gameplay unique to this game. So that said, as far as the setting is concerned, it takes place after Metal Gear Solid 4. So in that sense, it's a continuation of the saga, and a continuation of the story after Guns of the Patriots," he stated. But then he explained that Revengeance was Platinum's interpretation of the story. If he had developed a follow-up to MGS4 himself, the narrative would have been taken a very different direction. Quote, "This time, we're working with Platinum Games, and it's being developed outside of the studio. So it's a little bit different from the story that I had in mind for what would happen after Guns of the Patriots. It's kind of Platinum Games' interpretation of the story and their interpretation of the Metal Gear world. So in that sense, I guess you could say that it's sort of a parallel story at the same time, as well as a continuation. But it's Platinum's take on the Metal Gear universe," Kojima added. So yes, pretty confusing. But there is nothing in Revengeance that goes against the series' main lore, so it's safe to consider it as a continuation saga, despite it being a spin-off. But before Revengeance happened, it wasn't even called that. It was supposed to be called Metal Gear Solid Rising, a game set between the events of MGS2 and MGS4, something we already briefly spoke about in Chapter 10. That game was eventually changed due to a wide variety of reasons and was later reinstated as Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance may not have been a Hideo Kojima game, and it may not be the tactical espionage action experience that the Metal Gear series has built its identity around, but Platinum Games' action title was an excellent game nonetheless, and one that fans still look back on fondly. The game's biggest hook, of course, was its fast-paced slicing and dicing action, and for good reason. There's nothing else quite like a good combat system made by Platinum, but true to the Metal Gear series, it also had a really engaging story. Not as heavily cinematic maybe, and definitely much sillier in tone, which is really saying something, but more than serviceable at what it set out to do. And here, we're going to take a look back at that story, as we recount its most major events from beginning to end. Metal Gear Rising is set in the year 2018, 4 years after the events of Metal Gear Solid 4: Guns of the Patriots, and the world is reeling from the earth-shattering events of that game. The Patriots, of course, are gone, and the world has been freed of their control, which has had a ripple effect on a number of things, as you might imagine. The war economy, for instance, has been impacted in significant ways, and countless smaller private military corporations, or PMCs, have emerged as a result. And now they can no longer rely on the control that the Patriots' nanomachines exerted on soldiers. PMCs have then turned to other technologies as their next frontier. More specifically, they began relying on more powerful and longer-lasting cyborg soldiers. And of course, you can't think of cyborg soldiers in a Metal Gear game and not immediately think of Raiden, who's the protagonist in Rising. Raiden briefly tried to live quietly with Rose and their son, and is pulled back into the only work that pays and protects his family. Whiny Solid Snake wannabe turned badass cyborg ninja assassin Raiden is now working for the PMC Maverick Security Consulting, who prefers to be called as a private security provider instead. Maverick was formed by Boris Vyacheslavovic Popov. If you remember him, we mentioned that he was a friend of Sergei Gorlukovich from Chapter 9. His team includes Kevin Washington, who's a technician expert, and Courtney Collins, who acts as a supervisor of the team. Also affiliated with the group is Doctor, who is a cybernetic expert. And though Maverick's operations have generally fallen on the right side of the moral spectrum, at least in so much as Raiden is fine with being employed by them, not all PMCs are as noble. For instance, there's Desperado Enforcement, a company that seems to specialize in sowing discord and conflict and destabilizing nations so that they can help keep the war machine chugging and reap the resulting profits of the war economy for themselves. Raiden crosses paths with Desperado in the beginning of Metal Gear Rising, during an attempt by Desperado to assassinate Mani, the Prime Minister of an African nation, whom Raiden is currently on security detail for.
Clear the road! This is official state business! I said clear the road! We're authorized to use force if you do!
Namani, who intends to rebuild his country after a long war, is attacked by a group of Desperado cyber assassins known as Winds of Destruction. And during the attack, the group's leader, who goes by the name Sundowner, abducts the Prime Minister and flees. Raiden gives chase, battling Desperado forces along the way, which includes a Metal Gear Ray, and ultimately catches up with the attackers, where he's engaged in a furious duel by Jetstream Sam, another Desperado operative. The duel goes poorly for Raiden, to say the very least, who, not for the first time in his life, ends up getting literally chopped up real bad, losing an eye and an arm in the process. While Raiden is saved by fellow Maverick operative Boris Popov in the nick of time, Namani isn't so lucky and is killed by Sundowner. Raiden is brought back and patched up, given new body parts and completely new cyborg armor by Doctor, which ends up making him even stronger than before, conveniently enough. A couple of weeks pass, and Maverick soon learns that Desperado operatives have set their sights on Abkhazia, where they're now leading a military coup. Determined to stop Desperado's machinations and to right the wrong of having failed to protect Mani, Raiden heads to Abkhazia, where he plans to capture the leader of their insurrection forces, Andrei Dolzev. Desperado is one step ahead of him, however, and attempts to stop Raiden with all it's got. First, with an AI program to kill him in the body of what's essentially a mechanical dog, which Raiden defeats, and it becomes his not-so-furry companion, now called Blade Wolf. And then with Mistral, another of Desperado's Winds of Destruction operatives, who's leading their forces in Abkhazia, and is killed by Raiden in combat. Even though Raiden's plan to capture Dolzev proves to be unsuccessful, with Dolzev blowing himself up on an oil tanker. From there, Raiden's globetrotting journey takes him to Guadalajara in Mexico, now accompanied by Blade Wolf as well. And why exactly is Raiden headed there? Well, because Maverick learns that Desperado has been working with a research facility there, and correctly suspects that they're up to no good. When Raiden arrives on the scene, he meets with a boy named George, one of many orphans at the facility, who tells Raiden that he and all of the other kids that were brought there to the facility so that their brains could be removed from their bodies and shipped off to the United States, where they would be trained and conditioned through VR training and then placed inside of cybernetic bodies, thus creating an army of trained, merciless cyborg soldiers. Of course, brainwashing, soldiers, VR training, and the like are all things that Raiden is more than familiar with, and he does not like Desperado's plans here one bit. What's more, he discovers that Desperado isn't acting alone here, and is being aided not only by the World Marshal, another PMC, but also by Stephen Armstrong, an American senator with more than a little financial and political pull. After rescuing George and other orphans at the facility whose brains have not yet been harvested and shipped off, Raiden realizes that Maverick cannot publicly oppose World Marshal, who are a powerful and influential organization and have the backing of the American media and are backed not just by politicians, but also by the military. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, Raiden resigns from Maverick and, with Blade Wolf, heads off to World Marshal's headquarters in Denver. Maverick continues to secretly provide support to Raiden in an unofficial capacity. In Denver, Raiden encounters soldiers and the city's privatized police force, and as he mows down the enemies on his fight, he begins losing control of himself. Not in any physical sense, but the traumatic experiences of his past as a soldier begin resurfacing. Determined to ensure that more people don't have to suffer the same fate as him though, Raiden decides to embrace his Jack the Ripper persona and use it for good. At the World Marshal headquarters, he fights and kills another Winds of Destruction operative named Monsoon, and promptly afterwards kills Sundowner as well. And soon, he learns the full extent of Senator Armstrong's plans. Armstrong used Desperado's assassination of Mani in Africa to distract Raiden, while he puts his plan in place to ensure the beginning of another war. And he plans to do that by assassinating the United States president while he's attending peace negotiations. Once the president is dead, Armstrong is confident that he'll be able to become president himself, thanks to the backing of the most powerful PMCs of the world, following which he'll be able to enforce his own will on the world. As Raiden makes his way, he's faced one final time by Jetstream Sam, whom he's able to defeat in combat and kill at long last.
Forget it. We've both heard enough speeches about higher causes by now. History will decide who's right. End of story.
I don't care who thinks I'm right. And I've got cause enough for killing you. Huh?
Following that, in order to get to his destination, he turns to an old friend, child prodigy Sonny Emmerich, who's working for Solace Space and Aeronautics, a private spaceflight company. With Sonny's help, Raiden arrives where Armstrong is headed, but learns that the final challenge awaiting him is going to be the most grueling one yet, because Senator Armstrong is there, and he's piloting a massive new Metal Gear known as Metal Gear Excelsis. Armstrong tells Raiden that his true plan is to kill the American soldiers present there in order to spark a new war. But of course, Raiden is not going to let that happen. In the fight that follows, Raiden is able to destroy Metal Gear Excelsis, following which he takes on Armstrong in a one-on-one combat, which he realizes is tougher than he would have imagined. Armstrong, you see, turns out to be incredibly strong and durable, almost completely impervious to most attacks that Raiden throws at him, and by far more powerful than any of the Cyborg soldiers Raiden had previously fought. And how exactly is a United States Senator so incredibly strong? Well, the answer, as it ever is in Metal Gear, is pretty simple.
Nanomachine, son!
So what does Armstrong want? Armstrong wanted to spark a new war so that he could win power and remake America into a harsh, survival of the fittest society. His plan was a false flag attack to boost his election chances, exploit the post-Patriots vacuum to manufacture consent for endless war, and install his own system, and let private armies and cyborg tech fuel a permanent war economy. In his view, chaos would forge strong citizens, and strong should rule, hence the brain program to stalk his future soldiers. The fight against Armstrong goes pretty poorly for Raiden, who's on the verge of being completely decimated.
Whoa. Begin playback.
2 years I've been working towards this. And on the last day, Blondie has me downing the whole thing. We'll leave it up to fate then, shall we, Wolfie? A duel to the death. May the best man win.
Sam.
I cut him down, and that's that. Back to a regularly scheduled international incident. But if he beeps me, if I die here, the lock on my blade will disable after a couple hours. What happens after that is up to you, Wolfie.
With the help of Blade Wolf, though, Raiden uses Jetstream Sam's sword to kill Armstrong, bringing his plans to an abrupt halt. But why Sam's sword? After Raiden defeats Jetstream Sam, Blade Wolf retrieves Sam's Murasama and delivers it at the climax when Armstrong shatters Raiden's own sword. Framed as a gift from Samuel, the handoff gives Raiden the only blade that can reliably cut Armstrong's nanomachine-hardened body. Bringing Sam's sword into the finale cements him as Raiden's foil, an adversary who ultimately acknowledges Raiden's resolve, while Wolf's choices underscore agency and literal passing of the torch. Following this, in the aftermath, Maverick decides to create a new firm dedicated solely to staffing cyborgs, which the company plans to use to ensure that the orphans whose brains were harvested have some resource and can be given a safe environment to grow up in. Raiden, however, decides to not rejoin Maverick. Armstrong may have been defeated and Desperados might no longer be a threat, but the PMC World Marshal is still very much active, though suffering from crippling financial blows, and Raiden intends to do the right thing, and do it his way. And that's the story of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. And as with previous Metal Gear games, this one had to have a theme too: revenge. In Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, revenge is the bait and the fuel that keeps the war economy running. PMC bosses turn people's pain into excuses for more violence and profit. Each boss sells a different flavor of payback and tries to drag Raiden into the same cycle. Raiden breaks it by rejecting personal grudges and choosing to fight to protect others using his power with intention, not spite. The takeaway: acknowledge the urge, but don't let revenge define your purpose. And that wraps up the entire Metal Gear Saga from beginning to end. And what a journey it has been. And we hope that you enjoyed it just as much as we did. From the tales of Big Boss, Solid Snake, Raiden, and Venom Snake, it's truly been a roller coaster of stories and emotions. We've done our best to connect every thread throughout this video, and hopefully we've done justice to this legendary series.
And that'll be about it for this one. If you guys like what we're doing at Gaming Vault, please consider subscribing to our channel, and I'll see you guys on the next video.